People were attempting to do science, man, everywhere on Earth. Like they were talking about the guy in Paris, and collaboratively, everybody was trying to investigate, the mysteries of the world. It wasn't like one guy trying to be over another. It was, I don't know, it was different, man. There
Yeah,
weren't
even in the
corporations
60s.
fighting for this.
Yeah, there's more humility. That's the big thing. They knew they didn't have it all figured out. What are these transients? What are these cosmic rays? Wow, when I hook up a Geiger counter, I hear it clicking every time one of these goes through it, but when those go through it, it only clicks once in a while. And when I stack them, it still only clicks once in a while. What is going on? Now it's like, oh, we have explanations for everything. Flurf.
Just say hello real quick, guys. Have y'all figured out how much the globe Earth weighs yet? Has anybody told you?
That weighed in units of Cavendish.
Uh, that's the title of the stream, right? Or the event. How much does the globe Earth weigh? Good question. How much does something that doesn't exist weigh? Hmm.
Right, I got to step out for a bit. Be back in like 15 to 20.
All right, man.
Morning, AB. We got any believers on here right now in the ball of Earth?
I don't know, sir. I don't think so.
Anyone in here think they live on a spinning globe? Go ahead and say hello. AB will not bite, I promise. You usually don't bite anyway, do you, AB?
Not mostly.
Welcome to Taco Tuesday. We're trying to figure out how much globe Earth weighs. Question on the table here. Let's figure out if the globe Earth actually exists first. That would be a good start. But anyway. Early in the morning here in Kentucky, and I've got a rainy day looking ahead, 70% chance of rain. So gotta have the rain to have the sunshine, right?
Hey, Special K, you there? Hey, if you have crypto.com, look into one coin called Pump. PUMP.
Oh, right.
Get a small amount if you're able to.
Do they have another one called Dump?
Yeah, no, this is not that. This is actually a,
No, I know. I was joking. I'm not.
yeah. This is a no, but like to Special K. This is a supposedly a platform where all the meme coins trade on for Solana. So they came out with a coin like maybe 2 months ago. Yeah, just look into it, man.
I'll look into it a little bit as well later. That's cool.
Yeah, I got a little small bag of crypto stuff too, and pretty bad dip going on right now, right?
Buy the dip.
Yep. Whatever's going to happen with it, everybody likes to prognosticate, but it's not going to go away. People need to educate themselves on different ways to value their currency, right? Put it simply.
Hey, Dave, you still have Pi, right? You're still mining Pi with me and
yeah, I'm churning
Gemsy,
along.
right? It's me, you, Gemsy,
right now.
Chocolate saying. I think we're all in on this together. Well, how many Pi do you have currently?
Let me look it up here. I've got 2,800 Pi coins.
Yeah, there's diamond hands that thing, and lock it up for whatever time they let you lock it up for.
Yeah, even though the price is staying low, there's lots of participation in it. So, allegedly,
Yeah, exactly that. And it's free too, so anybody can get a program and just on your phone.
Available at Straight Talk. Based on Group Metrics State of 5G Report, United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com. The Universal Windows Direct Weather Center. WMMS Weather.
A wintry mix changing over to a cold rain here on our Tuesday. Yuck. Temperatures today in the upper 30s for highs tonight. Everything will start to clear out except for the clouds. We'll be back down near 30. We'll have clouds with some sunshine on Wednesday. Should be a much quieter day with highs in the mid 40s.
That's during.
This week at WMMS.com. Get a pair of tickets to see 3 Days Grace, Thursday, February 26th at Rocket Arena. Get to WMMS.com and register to win a 3 Days Grace side stage experience, including a meet and greet with the band, merchandise, watch the show from the side of the stage, and more. Get more info and register to win at WMMS.com.
Run a business and not thinking about radio? Think again. Because more people are listening to the radio on iHeart today than they were 20 years ago. And only iHeart Broadcast Radio connects with more Americans than TV, digital, social, any other media. Even twice as many teens than TikTok. And that reach means everything. Just think about the universal marketing formula. The number of consumers who hear your message times the response rate equals the results. Now let's get those results growing for your business. Radio's here now more than ever, and iHeart's leading the way. Think radio can help your business? Think iHeart. Streaming, podcasting, and radio, where the reach is real. Let us show you at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Or call 844-844-iHeart. One more time, just call 844-844-iHeart and get radio working for you.
Mr. Strong, are you there? What are we listening to? Hello.
In Columbus. Morning, Steve. In Charlotte. Morning.
I think that's Redwood Hamiking.
Listen to local radio or something.
Back to the show.
I disconnected
He
him.
did,
Hopefully he comes. I disconnected him. Hopefully he comes back.
Yeah, I guess he didn't realize it was incidental hot mic. Anyway, how does cryptocurrency work on a spinning globe, AV? Do you know?
First, you have to have a globe.
Yeah. To have anything work on a spinning globe, you have to have that globe first. That's really the crux of the matter, isn't it? And the globe is the only thing made up by men and probably some women too, but you know what I mean. It's an idea in human beings' minds. It does not exist in reality.
Don't work.
What was that? Somebody chime in? Well, if there's anyone out there listening to us talk right now, you're curious about this subject. Is the Earth really a globe? Have you ever really properly thought about that? This is the place to come in here and discuss it if you want to have an honest conversation. So click the link, get in here, talk to these guys. This has been Dead Air Dave. There's some folks joining. Anybody want to say hello? Welcome to the Flat Earth Discord.
It's a pleasure to be here.
What's up, Latter Day Saints?
What up, though?
Another day in this reality, whatever it is. How you doing?
Good, good. Who's this I'm talking to?
This is Dave Hinkle, Dead Air Dave from Kentucky. Been looking.
Oh, what up, bro? How you doing?
Been looking for the Kirby water for over 10 years now. Still haven't found it. A body of water that sits there in a curve. Does that exist in reality? No. But people think it does for some reason. They tacitly accept that happens, but it doesn't. Anyway, what do you got to bring to the table? Anything? More music?
Oh, yeah. You do? Okay, cool. I got a new one right here for you, dog.
If anybody else that joined thinks they live on a spinning ball, feel free to say hello. We'll discuss that with you calmly. Doesn't have to be a debate. Let's reason with each other like human beings. Can people still do that? Back to you, Flutter Day.
I got one here. I got a couple new songs I'll put up for you right here. Want me to send it to you or just put it in the chat? Oh, wait.
Oh, you need to stick it in the chat. That's fine. Let everybody else click it if they want to hear it.
Cool.
He's got some good beats out there. Enjoy. You just went at Mr. Roboto there, Flat.
Yeah, dude. I put him. Oh, my bad. Am I still roboting?
No, you're good now. Go ahead.
All right. Yoda. Yoder. Is Yoder
Yo.
on there? Hey, what up, G?
Just hanging out.
Nobody's in here. Can you play a song?
Yeah, in a few minutes. I'm a bit busy. Can't access tech.
That's right. Oh, okay. I feel you.
I just reflecting on how like innocent it seemed back in the 50s and 60s with these old Cold War era documentaries. You know, that
Yeah.
they had a certain humility about them and mystery for things at the same time they're inculcating us with propaganda and a worldview.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like these are the cosmic rays that you find with atomic bombs. Ah! But what are they? They're a mystery.
All these people are afraid of atomic energy when really that's really the clean, sustainable.
Hey, real quick, guys, I do see Midnight says Glover question mark. Do they want to talk? Hello, Midnight. Can you open your mic? Guess not. And I agree, y'all do those documentaries from the 50s and early 60s are very interesting. That they are showing at least a little bit of the wonderment and humility, but still trying to propagandize you too, you know. I watched a few of them.
I give him props. Propaganda. Have you guys heard of the Third Eye Blind Atlas or some shit like that?
Third Eye Blind was a 90s band, wasn't it? What are you talking about?
No, it's NASA's talking about like this asteroid or something. It's called Third Eye Blind Atlas or some shit, like the Third Eye Blind Atlas Shrugged or some shit.
So that's the thing that all the normies are scared of now. We got something coming at us.
I guess. Don't look up.
Those killer asteroids. You got to be scared of those things.
I know. The last time I had a 3-body problem was when I went on a killing spree.
The serious that 3-eye atlas thing is supposedly something legit that they're pushing.
Yeah, Third Eye Blind Atlas.
Whatever.
So,
For me personally, that's one of the beauties of this awakening or whatever you want to call it. When you accept reality for what it is, you don't have to worry about 3-eyed atlases and stuff from outer space. I mean,
I know.
whatever's above us is some kind of spiritual realm, whatever. I mean, it's definitely not what they try to tell us it is.
No, definitely not. Hey Zerk, did you like those pictures of my boy Zerk's all the graffiti he does down in LA?
Well, it sounds like that list of misused and bad flat Earth arguments is making its rounds again. I don't know if our detractors have the most updated list. We're up to 49. And some improvements to some of the bad arguments, some of the descriptions, rather.
What forum have you heard it on, other than this one?
Oh, I'm hearing in back chats that there's some drama happening right now in Jenna's server. Some fellow flat earthers are having a meltdown over some of these things.
Oh, what server? Gems?
Jenna's. Jenna has
Which one's
a server. I don't know what it's called. I'm not in it.
Oh.
I didn't even know Jenna had a server. Okay.
Might be worth digging up again just to go through. I don't have my hands on my phone though, so I can't pull it up. But one of the things I was talking about with somebody else in back chats was gravity. Like we've got so many flat earthers right now on our own team who say that gravity doesn't exist. No, sorry, Glober, gravity does not exist. And that was never our argument. Our argument was the cause of gravity is unknown.
Yeah.
Nobody knows what the cause of gravity is. So when the outside world hears flat earthers say gravity doesn't exist, they're hearing literally flat earthers are denying that if you drop a pencil that it won't fall to the floor. What kind of stupid ass fucking remark is that? You know, and we kind of know internally what they mean. We know that other flat earthers who are saying gravity doesn't exist, blurf, that what they really mean to say is that the cause of gravity is unknown. But they've taken a lazy route, they've shortened it, they've probably repeated and misrepeated the argument so many times they don't even know what they're saying or what they're implying or what kind of impression they're giving to the audience. You know, sometimes saying gravity doesn't exist is followed up with, well, you know, Newton and Einstein were wrong, so gravity doesn't exist.
It's followed close. It's followed closely by satellites don't exist.
Yeah. Right, so the audience says, okay, so you guys are denying gravity. Does that mean you guys deny the moon? Planets? You know, and I hate to say it, but globe earthers who bring that up are not necessarily wrong for making that accusation. When they hear flat earthers say things like gravity doesn't exist. It is very important to articulate your.
Would it be better
Yo,
when
what's up,
somebody,
dude?
when you're talking about gravity with somebody, that you just tell them that gravity, as you've been taught in school, does not exist, but here's how it is? I mean, we don't know the cause of it.
Right. I think that's fair too. Like gravity is it's like saying outer space doesn't exist. No, maybe that's another one to add to the list. I don't think it's on there, but you know, the outer space vacuum doesn't exist. But if you want to call the night sky outer space above a flat Earth, go ahead and call the night sky outer space above a flat Earth. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with calling that outer space. And saying outer space doesn't exist, I mean, I'm guilty of taking that shorthand too. I probably said once or twice gravity doesn't exist, being lazy, and didn't really mean it that way either. But
I prefer space is fake. It just sounds better, you know?
yeah, I mean, that's another shortcut, which isn't exactly what we are getting at either, right? It's kind of fun to say. It's provocative. And maybe that's more the meaning of it. You're trying to provoke somebody into asking questions.
Yeah.
So if you use it, you better be prepared for that discussion. And then to clarify, well, when we say space is fake, we mean what you were taught about outer space being an infinitely expanding vacuum is not true. It can't be true. It violates everything we know to be true.
We find these truths to be self-evident.
You
know?
Yeah. Anyway, the list is really just a compilation of things we've already talked about, things we've already addressed in one form or fashion at some point. It's really like none of these items on the list are anything new. We've all encountered these. We all know deep down what we're trying to convey if we're guilty of using them, taking shortcuts. And really, the list was meant to improve our communication skills. And also expose pretender clown flat earthers.
They're dropping like flies, bro.
They are. Isn't that neat? It's neat.
It is what it is, you know what I mean? I wouldn't expect
It's
anything
good.
less or anything more. You know?
What's curious is how it's happening like all at the same time, within a relatively short time frame. To me, that's a little weird. Just a little.
Yeah. Well, I'm not a coincidence theorist, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, Dr. Shiva has a new video. For those who've been following the drama, I haven't checked it out yet, but apparently has another video with flat earthers. I wonder if they're reviewing their mathematical hypotheses.
You ready for the age of disclosure, Yoder?
I can't wait to see this video. It sounds potentially better than what I initially assessed. At first, it looked like it was only going to be spooks and politicians. But it might be a little bit more than that.
Yeah. The 21st it comes out. Amazon.
Yep, I might throw a few bucks down their way and watch it. But they're making very bold declarations in the trailers, aren't they?
Exactly that. Not only that, they're doing another one for chemtrails. I don't know if you've seen that one too. Coming out on Amazon as well.
Really?
Yep. Weather
I know
modification.
Tucker Carlson covered it recently.
Bro, I'm telling you, it sounds like we are right now, just like it's this thing, age of disclosure. So it's like, the normies are all like, well, I'll believe it whenever the government says so. Like, that kind of stuff. Well, they're saying so.
Yeah,
so
no, they're saying so.
I don't know.
Holy
Man.
shit.
I mean, it's ironic, right? But
yeah, like one of these, I don't know, agency director heads, one of these congressmen on the trailer was saying, no, look, guys, non-human intelligence is real. It exists. They are here right now. This is happening.
yeah.
It's been going on for decades.
But that was regulated to the tinfoil hat conspiracy. It wasn't something that government agency. You know what's even crazier, Yoder? You're going to be like falling back out of your lazy chair when you hear the guy saying, well, governments had to keep secret. That's how they operate. And it's like, dude, what's the big F, F about it? Like, you guys have been on our case because we're saying the governments hide shit. And now you're like, of course they hide shit. It's baloney, bro.
There's a whole dimension to this that I think people need to tune into. The dimension being that what they're claiming to exist is not physically tangible. What's happening, based off of what I can put together, based off of my research, and my research includes some personal interactions with people that are pretty close to this stuff. That nothing has been directly witnessed this entire time.
How many degrees away do you think?
Just 1 degree. Some of the things that are involved include things like, so get this, like, dude, this is going to sound crazy as shit, but I'm not making this up. This is what they're saying. That certain people, like within the government, will receive an email from an unknown sender that can't be traced that will basically give them instructions to do something. It could be to be somewhere at a certain time and expect somebody to show up and have a conversation with them. It could be to go somewhere in an austere location on Earth and start digging in the ground, and you'll pick up an interesting artifact that's interesting and noteworthy. That kind of shit is going on. People are getting this in email. People are getting this in dreams. People are getting phone calls like this on their devices. People are hearing this in radio transmissions in the static. In one interview I was watching, one of the guys who was deeply involved in this, kind of a whistleblower, was saying that these non-human intelligences are using multimodal communications like this, whether it's like telepathy or dreams, or whether it's even freaking email and mysterious phone calls. And they're directing people to go do things. And it's building trust with them. And these people are going out and they're recovering things. It's almost like that these entities are leaving gifts. And the potential things that they're digging up, if any of this is true, is really not futuristic at all, but is super ancient. Just highly advanced. What do you think about the Book of Enoch?
I like what it says about the fallen angels, how they go up there to the firmament and they try to listen in to the tongues of angels who are set, and when they get tired they fall down, and that's what a shooting star is. I'm like, damn, when I heard that I was like, oh my god. Yeah, I like
creepy?
that part. Yeah,
The aerial realm of demons. That blackness of space is the aerial realm of demons, folks.
Yeah.
And
people don't realize that's what it's been talking about. Like, dude.
Yep. And when you read the Book of Enoch, what are these fallen angels doing? But they're teaching man metallurgy. They're teaching man how to fashion weapons.
Yep.
Why is the U.S. Defense Department and aerospace companies involved with all this shit?
You know what it is, though, right? It's the grudge that they have against the creator.
Oh, yeah.
The grudge that the creator destroyed their children, so they're going to destroy the creator's children. Or attempt to, anyway.
Dude, the fallen angels were teaching people how to make music and theater and poetry and rhymes. Look at Hollywood. Look how freaking disgusting Hollywood is. And they come out with hit after hit after hit. And the people behind these movies, some of these people are receiving demonic transmissions, and then they go do their celebration parties, and it's basically paying homage to these entities that may be behind the scenes and lurking. And then you read about the fucking CIA connections, and you read about the aerospace connections to Hollywood, and it's all freaking getting narrower and narrower at the top.
Yeah.
And then we have these whistleblowers saying, well, this has been going on for a long time. We don't really have any idea how far back this goes. And then you look around you and you're surrounded by technology that you don't understand, and a world that resembles nothing like the thousands and thousands and thousands of years of recorded history that preceded this moment in time. And you think everything is normal.
I think we only have our experience to compare stuff to, you know what I mean?
Yeah, just as in the days of Noah.
Right.
I mean, for all we freaking know, a lot of these old buildings that people call Tartaria and stuff is stuff that was left here by these things before the flood or some shit. And who knows how far back ago that was? You know, they find in some of these structures that the blocks are made out of self-healing rocks. Like, they're imbued with limestone and other minerals, such that when they get
They
rained
get
on,
stronger over time. They get
that
stronger over time.
they melt. They fill in their own cracks and then harden again.
Yeah, I think the Tartarians and the Moors came to get, like, I don't know, but they took both of their technologies and that's how they made mortar or mortar. You know.
Yeah, who knows what all this stuff is? But yeah, I mean, maybe entire cities were found, discovered. Maybe just as people are claiming that buildings were discovered, sitting out in the middle of freaking nowhere for forever, how long? Nobody knows who built them. That there's also recovered artifacts and technology to go with it that nobody's ever seen before. This is what, like, Bigelow Aerospace and other defense contractors are saying that they are doing, that the whistleblowers are saying that they're going out there and they're finding this shit and they're reverse engineering it. And that's what's coming out in this documentary. It's got the endorsement of freaking elected officials. What the fuck is going on in this world, dude?
I want to do a show about that, man. Like a reaction video on that. I really do.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued how a lot of that stuff is intertwined with like technology and like the aerospace community. That's what's intriguing to me. It's like they have no business in the entertainment industry. What are they doing? Having ties to these people.
Yep.
We're almost at the end, Yoder.
I know we are. I know it. I was just thinking that. Alpha. We are almost there. There's going to be a rug
little way to go.
Yeah, there's always going to be a little bit of a ways to go for a while, but I mean, we're much closer now than we were 50 years ago or 100 years ago. And I think there's going to be a rug pull on this scientific materialism that's taken root over the past 100 years, if not 250 years. People are going to rediscover that this place is a realm.
Yep. It's kind of funny that if, the persons who read the Bible are like, well, we got a vast expanding cosmos. Well, if Satan, being the guy who has this ambition to, take over creation, only wanted to take over this small little tiny planet and not have ambition to take over the entire galaxy, like, that's kind of like ridiculous.
Yeah.
I know, right? I never thought of that. That's a good point.
Yeah, he could have every planet. He could have said to Yeshua, I'll give you everything in the galaxy if you just bow down to me. He didn't say that.
Right.
He said all the kingdoms of the earth.
I suspect the great rug pull on scientific materialism will come right when there's some kind of antichrist person thing happening, right when there's a new deception that's fully baked in and ready to go. And it's going to fool a lot of people. It's going to trick a lot of people. A lot of people will think, okay, so we're finally back on track. We're finally, getting back to our roots.
Matthew 24 says, the elect, even if that were possible. And me and AI, we agree that it's called the new paradigm synthesis. All is one. We're all God. That sort of shit.
Dude, we might I almost hate to say it, but being out here as flat earthers, we might be playing a role in this. You know, in some way. I hate to say it.
Maybe it's a slow
like
rollout.
a role in the synthesis. Yeah, like holy shit, could it be possible that we've been part of the synthesis?
Yep.
Planned by the devil this whole time, and we, in our effort to try and do good by waking people up to the truth of reality, that we've been.
Yeah, because he wants to take it back to just like the way it was when Nimrod was fighting against the Creator, and he had all of the peoples like backing him up. So if we can get the mindset of people back to reality where they don't have their heads in the clouds thinking that there's an ever expanding cosmos, and back on track to where the realm actually is what it's supposed to be, well, I think we're a part of the slow rollout, aren't we?
Yeah.
And then the age of disclosure will kind of push it far beyond what we're doing and put it into the realm of like aliens and other dimensions and stuff. And so it's gonna leapfrog what we're doing and put it like, okay, it's flat Earth, but it's got like other dimensions to it, other shit like that. So
right, and we're gonna be saying, no, we didn't mean for you to go this direction with it.
Yeah,
and then they do.
Yeah, yep. Yeah. And there's nothing we're not gonna be able to do about it because they were like, well, isn't this what you guys wanted? You guys wanted like the Earth to be flat. Now everybody's agreeing that it's flat. It's just we got other dimensions, like, and we're gonna be like, oh my god, like.
Right, and then we'll have to be defending ourselves because you flat earthers, you're the ones that woke us up to this, and now you're reversing. We're saying no, we're not reversing at all. We're just trying to redirect you to what we intended to this entire time. Oh bullshit, flat earther. That's not. I think that's the next argument.
Yeah, me and AI talk about it often. The new paradigm synthesis, where it's not the globe Earth that's the problem. It's the people that are inventing things in their head. They're trying to make another reality that is bigger than. They can't just imagine a realm where it's just the humans that are living on this realm and like there's nothing more to it. It has to be where there's something greater than, other beings, other dimensions, other, life forms, That's more exciting. And the possibility that we are all God, we're all creators.
Well, we are all creators, We all have we have the power to create another person.
But that's the kind of hook. The hook is that we are creators, so we're all gods. And so it's this it's preaching the skids for this whole idea that, all is one is all kind of idea. Yeah,
people with the globe confuse the map for the territory. People confuse them being made in the image of God for being God. It's the same problem.
Yep, dude.
Yeah, well, I don't think humans create anything. We just rearrange what's already here.
Yep.
Oh, snap.
No, it's true. It's true. I mean, we've got the ability to create only that which has been created.
I was talking to someone about this. It's funny, the biodome. Remember that?
Yeah.
They tried to.
Pauly Shore.
Right. So it's really funny. So they're in nature. They survive just fine. But they tried to steal not the movie. They actually made one of those.
Oh yeah, I remember when that was going on.
Everybody almost died, man.
Yeah.
So it's real funny.
So
they're fine in nature, but then they try to steal themselves off from nature and make a man-made nature, even though everything that's in their biodome came from outside of it in nature. And then they almost kill themselves. I just think that's freaking hilarious.
It's almost like that The Village with by M. Night Shyamalan.
It's like the safest thing for them to do was to take the dome.
Shyamalan ding dong.
And they think they could go to Mars, right? So this is another thing, right? If they're talking about going to Mars, the tech required to go to Mars, they're not even testing it. Why not? Why aren't they making little, habitats? What they're testing out to see if people can survive in them? Like, where's that? You know what I mean? It's just silly.
They don't need to. Listen, they went to the moon without actually on the first try, and they went to Mars on the first try. So they don't need to worry about that. As long as they got it drawn up, you should be safe.
Oh, he needs some
It
hopes and
finds a
dreams
way
and
to correct
shiny
itself.
camera.
It works itself out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the numbers add up. The numbers, the figures.
It just adds up and it just works. You know what I mean? It just works. I remember as a kid watching that movie Apollo with Tom Hanks, and I was watching the part where they're like, their engine dies and they're like in the middle of space. And they're like, what are we going to do? Like, oh, people on Earth are like scrambling around. You know what I mean? Like putting rolls of toilet paper. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just stupid shit. And they're like, it would be harder for a basketball to go through something that's the size of like the side of a piece of paper or something to get back to Earth. Like, that's how hard it was. I was like, I don't even understand that analogy, but you know what I mean? Ridiculous.
Oh, sorry. They called it biosphere. My bad.
That almost sounded
They
like a
actually called it
biblical
a
verse.
biosphere.
Biosphere 2. Yeah. My point is that they didn't create their own habitat or own environment. They just took something that was already in something they didn't create, borrowed it, stuck it under a dome, and they still couldn't keep themselves alive. Even borrowing someone else's, for lack of a better word, let's call it technology, right? God's technology of nature, they couldn't even use that to keep themselves alive. And men pretend that they're going to invent something. Yeah, good luck with that. Never invented a fucking thing. Not truly.
You know what, Indio? They would have survived if they decided to contact these non-human intelligences and receive direction and guidance from them.
Oh, that's all they needed. Yes, you are
Are
correct.
you guys aware that Cloudflare is down
Yes.
What?
worldwide? But yeah, so no Chat GPT doesn't work. There's all kinds of shit. Radio stations, all kinds of shit's not working now.
Yeah,
Really?
That could explain my issue.
Beautiful morning.
yeah. Perplexity AI is also down, and if you guys notice,
That's
if
great.
you go to random websites where they have that kind of like verify you're not a bot type shit, all those sites are technically down too because Cloudflare serves or handles that verify you're not a bot.
So is there a vulnerability in the system right now for someone
Yeah,
to?
Cloudflare existing and
Exactly,
somehow
yeah.
monopolizing traffic.
Yeah, Cloudflare being the middleman for most of the internet right now, them being down causes most of the internet to be inaccessible.
The only thing that matters, let's be realistic. The only thing that actually matters, does the porn work? If the porn doesn't work, there's going to be riots.
We talking about bread and circus? Like, bro, like
Yeah,
this is.
exactly.
Well, I mean, imagine the vulnerability that the systems that depend on Cloudflare to be operational. That's the bad part about this. Is what happens if systems are compromised during this outage?
Well, yeah, I mean, aren't they responsible for passing like identity credentials between server clusters
Yeah.
and shit like that?
Exactly.
Yes. And so, like,
Yeah.
our company, we're on our own fiber ring. So our internal shit works just fine. We have internal internet, and as soon as I start going outside, I get all kinds of errors. But at least our shit internally is working.
Oh, I was in the process of
Cloudflare
cataloging
have a-
Antonio Superratz's catalog this morning and was getting all kinds of weird shit errors. That's probably
Yeah,
what
that's the
happened.
problem.
That's what's wrong, because I noticed this morning, check it out. I went to launch a program on my computer, and it said you need administrator privileges for this. And I was getting all pissed off, getting ready to go to IT and say, I'm on site. I got to do something, and I shouldn't even be on site. It should be somebody else doing it, but I had to show up because nobody could do it. So I get there, and it tells me this. And then I refresh it, or I don't know what I did. I waited about 5 minutes. I was just typing out the IT. I hit it again, and it launched. So I bet you that was a Cloudflare issue.
You could
I
check
think
solar
Cloudflare
activity.
it also translates DNS, the actual IP addresses and the actual host names of computers that are inside behind their wall. Because if you like look up, like say you do a what do they call? What's it called again? Who is some server, right? With its say,
Yeah.
whatever.com. It'll give you the Cloudflare, restricted. You can't find out who the actual where it's actually coming from because it's behind this Cloudflare network. If you try to trace route to some IP, it'll end at you can't find the actual computer that's doing it. It'll just end at Cloudflare's firewall. And you can't find out
Yeah, they
where it is
serve as
behind it.
yeah, they act as like a proxy service or something like that.
Yeah.
Technically, they can be subpoenaed, but that's a bunch of legal shit for arguably nothing.
Who's the freaking globetard? The fucking Dr. What is the freaking stupid anti-flat earther website? Dr. something. Not Dr. Noah. Dr. Hold on, I'll find out.
Not.
I just got to type in FE Core debunk.
So all those companies out there, so what we don't do that. We don't do anything in the cloud, but anybody that's got cloud storage or they rely on the cloud, good luck today.
Okay. Accident. Quincy.
No, it's Jonah.
Didn't AWS recently have a big shit hit the fan?
Yeah, they did, and so did Microsoft Azure Network.
Yep, about 2 weeks ago or a month ago.
Interesting timing.
Hey, Phil, quit messaging me, man. If you want to talk to us, get your ass in this chat, bro.
This is exactly how you'd take down the internet, too. You'd go after the infrastructure.
But I actually can't work on anything right now because of it, because I rely on some APIs and they're not working. That's because I'm designing some shit, and now I'm going to find out I don't want to do it that way, because if the internet goes down, we're down. So we're going to have to figure out a different way to do this.
I can't remember. It was a huge anti-flat earther website that had what was it? Had the FE Core debunk. I'll find it. But it was like Balaton, and it said they didn't use the official surveying equipment or something stupid like that, which doesn't exist. Anyway, I tried to figure out who made that website, but they're hiding behind Cloudflare. That was the point.
I'm just surprised Discord is running.
I just thought it went off, man, because no one was saying anything. And then when I hit my mic, man, it was like a 5-second delay.
Well, because of the authentication stuff protocols they were using and all that, I would think they would be going through that too.
Dude, if I had a large
out of anything today,
I wouldn't do anything that wasn't in-house. Fuck that shit, dude. Everything would be in-house.
Yeah, like I was saying, that's why we all can work here, because everything's in-house. Well, between 30 buildings, but they're all connected one after the other in a ring and across different ways like a web ourselves. But something I'm working on, because I'm designing something, I require an APIs for this till I get it working, then I can build my own. So yeah, I'm just going to sit here today and twiddle my thumbs.
Like COVID all over again.
Yeah, tons of websites are down. This is nuts.
So let me guess. This is probably a test anyway.
This is a test.
you'll see how many companies actually are taken down by something like this. People that rely on the cheap storage of cloud of that. I mean, yes, you should use it for some things, but not if you want your business. If your business relies on computers that are, you're using their cloud for your internet, that's the wrong way to do it. We only go out to the internet. We're self-contained. So you can go to cloudflarestatus.com, one word, and it should give you everything.
The website was called Flat Earth Lunacy, and it was like Dr. Jonah or something like that. And the registrar is Perfect Privacy LLC, and I know if I look up you can't go to it right now, but I know if I look up the IP address, it's gonna terminate at Cloudflare IP address, owned IP address.
So I wonder where Cloudflare is at, because they're showing at 1300 hours on November 18th is when they're working on it. And it's 800 hours where I'm at. So ahead, they must be in England.
Cloudflare is all over the place, man. If you go to different sites, depending on your IP address, you'll be channeled through one of their nodes, regional nodes, and they're all down, man.
But this is just reporting its server timestamps, which are in the future to me. Is all I'm saying.
Are those UTC?
They are. I didn't notice that. We have made changes that have allowed Cloudflare access and Warp to recover. Wow, they're having a big problem. Holy crap. Well, that experiment failed. Everybody start putting servers back in their offices. Now is the time for you IT guys to go out there and sell on-site, on-prem servers.
Yep, private cloud is all the way, man. OpenStack and shit.
Yeah, that's exactly what we do.
There you
just boom, 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 turn them on as we need them. It doesn't even matter over here. You got the whole world could fall apart as long as our machines run. We're all happy.
So here's the funny thing. There's a lot of fake web hosts that you're really being hosted on Cloudflare, and they're just marking up some bullshit. Right? They're actually they're selling themselves as a web hosting company, but they're really just reselling Cloudflare web hosting because they're not working either. Here's one called Bluehost. That shit's nuked.
Yeah, we'll find out at the end of the week that, oh, well, they got hacked and they didn't want to pay the ransom.
It was Aurora Borealis, man. That's what it was. It was the Northern Lights, don't you know?
Oh, let's blame. Oh, hey, that's not a bad idea. with just because they've been reporting that weird shit in the news and sun flares and there's a big spaceship coming for us. Now
Yeah,
is the time. They're actually here now. That's the warning. They've taken over our network.
I've actually noticed that whenever these aurora borealis events happen, that for some reason my iPhone needs to update and Google needs to update and this thing needs to update and everything needs to update all of a sudden. Because I tried not to update my stuff because I don't like it being broken.
I know what you mean. My phone, I let auto update, but that's the only thing. Well, my computer, since I'm admin, I have to okay for it to do updates, but it's always wanting to do updates, but I don't do them all the time. Last one I did was fine, but like 2 updates before it went to Windows 11 version, whatever, 25 HR, that I was down for like 48 hours.
Yeah, right now Windows wants to update. I just updated my iPhone. Google updated yesterday. Like everything wants to update all of a sudden. Just really weird
My
because
computer.
it happens to watch. Next time there's a Aurora Borealis event, all these apps are going to want to update. Just watch.
Yeah, my computer did it yesterday. It updated.
Yeah, don't ask me why. It's just something I noticed. Like two of these. You know, when they're like, you can see the northern lights from Florida. Like, yeah, now my computer needs to update. What the fuck? I don't know why that's happening. I just noticed it does. It's weird.
And our IT department has to push the updates through because it's Microsoft. You know, we have an agreement with them.
Yeah.
So we don't have a choice.
I'm assuming your IT department test benches it, right?
Yeah.
Or does Microsoft push the update? Oh my
No,
god. Dude.
no, Microsoft pushes the, we now have letting Microsoft push it through. We used to do it about 2 years ago and it stopped.
Now, because now Microsoft has to fix it if it's broken.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of a good plan. But I knew a dude who ran an IT company. He didn't know anything about computers. He got like a freaking gold Microsoft service contract, and he would go to the client and then just call and be like, yeah, my computer's broken, remote in, and they would remote in and basically do it for him, and he would just sit there and fuck around on his phone.
Wow.
And then charge the customer like $250 an hour. Just so funny.
Holy crap.
He was from freaking Africa. He's Nigerian. What do you expect, man? He doesn't know how to do
sure, sure. Yep, that explains it. Guess I better check my email. Nope, nothing in there.
When did the Cloudflare stuff start?
I don't know. I'll tell you right here. I'm still on their site. It looks like it started at today, this morning.
Yeah.
For kind of like an exact time. Like midnight, 4 a.m.
Support availability issues happened at 11:17 UTC.
5, so we 6 a.m. Okay. Yeah, a couple hours ago.
Some sort of governmental accounts are going to start coming up missing, I bet, after this. I don't know how where did the money go? Well,
you can't. Listen, you're not going to be able to do anything if you didn't back that up. You could lose everything right now, and then we can just throw those court cases out right now.
Well, I mean, that cloud shit defeated the whole purpose of the internet. They're like, yeah, okay, let's all centralize everything into our freaking bullshit. That's a bad idea, man. Now they're finding out why it's a bad idea. Single point of failure is bad. Oh, is X working?
No wonder why it's so quiet. People can't
Oh
even
my
get on
God,
the
even
internet
X
today.
is down. Even fucking X is down. Wow.
Yeah, Twitter's down. That's what I was listening to Rover. I don't know if you guys who know who Rover Morning Glory is on the radio, but
Nah, I've never heard of
that's
it.
what they were
I don't think I
saying.
will.
Oh, he's nationwide.
I live in Libtardia. Okay. Nothing to the right of frickin' Hillary Clinton gets broadcast around here. You guys think I'm fucking joking? I'm not.
No, I believe it. I believe it.
I keep saying this. So in Cambridge, Hillary Clinton against Donald Trump won 99% of the vote, bro. Those are like Saddam, fucking, I don't even know what dictator got those numbers. But these aren't like they held you at gunpoint numbers. These are actual people that actually voted. This was a fair vote, and she still got 99%. That's crazy, dude. These are my neighbors. When I go outside, these are the people that surround me. Which is why I'm waiting for the zombie apocalypse, so I have a justification for freaking chopping them in half with a chainsaw.
Oh, it's got to be coming anytime soon. Maybe it starts today.
Maybe that'd be freaking great. Maybe the zombies ate their
What if today is the day? What if today is actually the day all the shit starts?
I'm not even prepared, dude. I'm not even prepared. What do I got? I got a freaking iron freaking. I got an iron
Nah,
pry
man,
rod.
you should have been ready for this, Indio. We've been talking about it for a while. You need to make some eggs and
gardening tools, man.
Go, make some eggs and bologna, and get ready.
What do I got in the basement? I got garden tools. I do have lots of tools, but not the ones I want. I need certain gas powered. I do have a handheld sledgehammer. I think it's 10 pounds. Kind of gotta get a little too close though. Though it would be a lot more fun than a big one.
No, you just rig it up so when somebody walks in your door, it just goes boink right in their teeth, and then they're done.
I already got experience doing that too, so. Me and my older brother used to rig the door so that something like you put a book on the top of the door and on the jamb and like put a cup of water. The book itself would just hurt even falling on your head. Then someone opens the door. We used to do that. Used to be pretty fun.
It looks fun on TV until you actually try to do it yourself.
Why is Dr. Phil in my DMs? What the fuck? We are doing a lot of work figuring out how to get humans to survive. First on the moon to develop the technology and then Mars.
I tried to tell this dumbass to get into VC, bro.
Did he say
He's
that
been
to you
doing that
too?
to me. He's DMing me, bro. Just get into VC, bro.
Is he
Why you
blocked
out
from
there?
this one?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, Yoder. Is he still on here? Yeah. So what's probably happening is they probably they're the way Gemini works is probably like Crosstalk. Why would Google use that though? Why would Google use Cloudflare?
Yeah, I guess all the masks are going to fall off today, aren't they?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Google's not working?
Why would Google be using Cloudflare?
What do you mean? Google still works for me.
Oh no, I'm talking about Gemini. He's using Gemini.
Oh shit!
You might, but hey, you might turn off the augment with Google search or whatever the frick that is. Or it says ground with Google search. That's the name of it in Gemini. Just turn that crap off. I might be making the AI flake out, getting half-cocked messages from all over the internet.
So it looks like
Yoder.
Gemini, Google Studio, Google AI Studio comes up, but anything that I wrote in there is not starting. So they're down 2.
Oh yeah, dude, this dude fucking did that hard. I typed hi, hit enter, and Gemini was having a hard time with that. Yeah, I gotta turn off the freaking Google search shit. There's some interesting things happening in the world today. Living walls also serve as pollinator gardens are being installed to help reduce vandalism. Giant giving machines are appearing in cities globally, which have already generated 50 million in donations for various charities. Oh, great. Freaking charity vending machines. Oh, the fucking grift has just reached next level.
How do I get in on that? That's a good idea.
Oh, shit. Why didn't I think about that?
Oh, holy crap. Just put your car here. Players $20. I'm giving 0.01% charity.
You can even give them change. That would even motivate them more.
Okay, come up with some kind of money-making scam. Just make me legitimately.
A 55-year-old nun in Kerala, India, won a gold medal in a hurdles event while wearing her religious attire.
They learned how to run fast a long time ago.
An ostrich's eye is bigger than its brain. Ostriches can run faster than horses. And the males can roar like lions.
How fast do ostriches run?
I think like 40 miles an hour. Faster than a horse. Horses run 45, right?
No, I don't know about that fast. I know they were about 35 when I would jog them on a racetrack. We clocked them before, but they're also pulling a cart, so. My dog does 45, easy.
Just 43. And can sustain a speed of 30 to 37 for a long time. They're the fastest land animal on 2 legs. I wonder if they stampede. I wonder if you can get like an ostrich stampede.
Hey, do you think during all of this that some government agencies are going to lose like a large sum of money somewhere, like to nowhere? Like numbers are just going to drop off the book somehow?
I don't know. All I know is I saw an article yesterday, I think it was, that said the government's in shutdown 40 days and the national debt's still going up. I'm like, fuck, how's that possible? What the fuck? Like, how is that? How does that even make sense? I know how it makes sense. They have to borrow money to pay the interest on what they already borrowed. Obviously, that's a freaking death spiral.
Oh, your 2G check's coming in towards the end of November.
Oh, fuck. Good.
Yeah, dude.
I'll be so rich, man. I'll be able to eat again.
You can afford to buy cheese on your hamburger now. All right?
Good thing, man, because those Chinese were starving me to death.
Yeah, they're crafty like that.
You know, I always love the China propaganda that comes out of the United States government. It's so psychotic because really, it's like the Goldbergs, how they like project their own twisted psyche and say we're doing it. That's what they're doing. They're like, the Chinese are planning to do this and they're planning to do that. Like, no, that's what you would be planning to doing if you were Chinese. Like, they don't fucking think like that. They might try to rip you off in business, but they're not like. I mean, come on, dude. When's the last time China was in a fucking war? Their last war was internal. The war before that was the Japanese. They invaded China. China hasn't taken over shit ever. I swear to God, man. Maybe look in the chat. You can't make this shit up, bro. Global warming is going to cause an ice age.
Oh my God.
What the fuck? War is peace. Ignorance is strength.
Make it make sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but look at the equations, man. Just look at my chalkboard.
So if the ice caps are melting, never mind.
My God, they do not want me in there. Informal slang idioms used in American English. Should I join that freaking stage event?
Yeah. You're like, I'm your Huckleberry.
Got a wicked pisser. Wicked piss is like a good party. But it involves a lot of alcohol and cocaine. And some very skanky girls. That's what a wicked pissa is. It has to happen in the projects of freaking Southie or Charlestown. And then that qualifies as a wicked pissa. It can't happen anywhere else in Boston. It has to happen in those two locales. Formal slang and idioms used in American English. Man, God, I'll hurt them. They don't even want to go there. Britain arrested 10,000 last year for social media posts.
If the outage was at 6:00 in the morning, then that video was made 1 hour after the outage. The one that I just posted in the chat.
Yeah. So what was the other outage? Was that Amazon? Amazon Cloud Services and now Cloudflare.
Yeah, AWS. It was an internal shit with their database, something or the other, some DNS bullshit. Fucked everything up. Their internal stuff relied on that database accessibility.
Dude, why wouldn't that be on like a completely separate freaking network? DNS automatically replicates anyway. Like, fucking, why would you have to hook it up internally to itself? I don't understand how they do network infrastructure at the freaking corporate level, dude. It's like they want shit to break.
Look at what I just posted in the chat. That came from one of my dudes in Teams. That's how we look at it. That's why we don't play around. Yeah, we don't fuck with that shit. I told them that a long time ago. We're not doing cloud anything because it goes down, our company stops, and they were like, yeah, I guess that's right.
Yeah.
So, like 5 years ago, we just put everything into a fiber ring. And
Today's the day you go for a race, dude. Go right in there for a raise. Remember I told you not to use the cloud? I deserve a raise because right now we could be freaking down.
Well, our whole team wants nothing to do with cloud. We want to be able to touch the equipment.
Yeah. I definitely can sympathize with all that. The difficulty is, even if you do on-prem stuff, a lot of the dependencies and shit that people will rely on for the stuff that they use internally will come from some sort of cloud-hosted source, right? Like if your guys do some front-end shit, okay, I got some NPM, whatever, build my front-end thing, host it locally or host it on-prem or whatnot, that development cycle will require these things. So even if that goes down, it puts a halt in some aspect of things. It might not take your
development. Who gives a shit, dude? No one cares about developers.
Yeah, of course not.
That's the truth too. Nobody gives a shit about developers.
But in that sense, it doesn't take down your currently operating stuff, but it does put a fucking stick in the spoke, to some degree.
Well, it should be graduated.
So it's hard to entirely get away from it.
Yeah, but it's just like investing, right? Like depending on when you want to retire is the amount of risk you should have. So like development's a long-term thing. The chances of something going down and not coming it back up over like 2-week period is probably pretty slim. So it doesn't matter if some, GitHub library is not available temporarily. Like doesn't make like in 2 weeks by the time it might even matter.
Yeah, I get that.
It might affect one dude who just happened to be at that point in his development, in his development path, whatever he's doing. Like, oh, I need this library today. Then the internet happens to be down that day. So what? So you're down to one guy or maybe a team. But like entire operations will fucking go down. Like the entire company is nuked, basically.
Yeah. But even that one library, depending on what it is and whatnot, you're about to release something. It's going to build its thing. It's going to pull in some dependencies, and you're fucked. Right.
I want to know hey, 20 Cups. What I want to know is the vulnerability that's at stake right now with it being down. Can you tell me from your perspective what could happen to any of these, like, big infrastructure, businesses? Like, what could happen? Are they going to be compromised, or could they be compromised?
I'm not, from what it looks like, dude, it's not a thing of compromised or not. It's the man in the middle is dead, right? So you want to talk to a website. There's a guy that kind of like, handles your request. You're like, I want to go to this website. The guy in the middle is like, okay, no problem. Let me get that for you. Well, he died. So
he didn't show up for work today. Yep.
Yeah, the website's still there. It's not necessarily a security thing. It's just there's no one knocking at the door anymore. The door's still locked, right?
Well,
but the guy with the key died.
That video that I last posted showed that hackers could get through if they didn't have this shield, which is Cloudflare, that would be up protecting it. It's kind of
that's authentication stuff. That's authentication stuff. I mean, it's possible, I guess.
If you have to have that all planned out. Because Cloudflare is doing a lot of routing. So if they knew the actual IP address of the machine, that could be a security risk. But how did they get that? Because Cloudflare has been blocking that actual IP address ostensibly the entire time.
But whoever would have set that up to not put a firewall to only access allow ingress from firewall networks and insider fucking shit there, like they're fucking stupid then.
People are fucking stupid though. Yeah.
So it's a possibility is what you're saying.
People are stupid.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. It's a possibility somebody didn't take those steps and secure their network. So they could be they could be, right?
Maybe.
They just go, we're behind the Cloudflare gateway. We're perfectly safe. We can run this machine wide fucking open.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Yeah. If you're dumb, then yeah.
Okay.
That'll be the excuse why people got hacked today.
That's what I'm talking about, right, Wayne?
But the typical fucking all y'all's data. I just fucking downloaded it from hacker.com.
Yeah, I got your data just now too from you typing in Discord. I was able to get past all their authentication. Now I can just see your guys' computers directly with remote access.
I can't imagine people using Cloudflare for anything but proxy services. Authentication, like you're putting all your keys in their hands. Like, come on, man.
That's it.
Hey?
Goes on people's buildings.
You're roboting, Radwin.
You're a full robot, man.
I'm robot.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, they do have hardware. You can get a pre-configured hardware, and it's freaking bring it to your place wherever, and it automatically connects to their WAN. Yep, someone definitely did what I just said. 100%. Oh, we just got the fucking Cloudflare freaking firewall thing. We're perfectly protected. We're just gonna run all this shit fucking wide open.
Told you.
You hear me now?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. So I just got a message. Our signage is down. Signage, for people that don't know, is like in buildings, they've got TVs on the wall and they got all their ads, or they've got all kinds of shit that just runs through office buildings. Well, we have those everywhere because even though we're a manufacturer, we're very on top of technology. That's not working for us now. So I found one Cloudflare, but we knew that was an external company.
People need to be battening down the hatches, right? There's a bunch of IT guys right now going bananas.
They're not answering me, so I'm sure they are. You answer very well. So I'm just like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
You're breaking up again, man.
Steve Cloudflare
So aren't you glad you're not in that business anymore, Indio? Why is it be calling you? Waking you up in the morning? What's up, guys? Joining the channel. Waltzu, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Well, what is this channel about? Like flat Earth? What the hell?
Yeah, we're talking about the nature of the Earth. What do you think the Earth is? You think it's a globe?
No, he don't think it's a ball. That's silly for people to think they live on a ball in a vacuum.
Is that true, Waltzu?
And I don't really want this. I've got other things to do. Bye.
Star, welcome.
Okay, hello.
Hello. So, what do you think the nature? What do you think the nature of our Earth is? That you joined this channel. Welcome.
This nature is good for us.
Yeah, you think the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
Tell the truth. Tell everybody you know it's flat. So that they don't yell at you.
You say yeah? Star, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. So, what did you say? I didn't hear you. So, you're saying the Earth is a globe? Yes.
Yeah. My
What evidence?
perspective is Earth is global, not flat.
Okay. What evidence do we have that we can say the Earth is a globe? Well, at least that we can know for sure that it's a globe.
Maybe we're not sure and we are not astronomers, but I think it's true. Our Earth is global. I believe that.
You're not sure, but you think it is?
Yes, because I don't even really go to the universe and have a look of our planet.
Okay. So, because you saw something up in the sky, you think the Earth looks like one of those things?
Yes. So what do
is
you
one?
think of it?
Well, what is one similarity that we have to those things in the sky? What is one thing that's similar? Can you name one thing?
No, I can't tell you the truth. But yeah, I cannot describe why I think our planet is global. But yes, that's my idea. I believe it. I cannot deny it. So you think our Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, I don't think it. I know it.
Okay, that's cool. Yes, that's cool.
So, do you know that the Earth is a globe? Because you said you only looked at planets, but like I asked you for one thing that's similar, and I don't think you gave me the answer.
Maybe I learned the knowledge from the pictures of our country. Related the picture to us.
A picture from your country?
Yeah, like okay. Also, the America, like the NASA, the picture. I think they're real.
How do you know those pictures are representing the Earth that you're living on right now?
Yeah, you don't think those are real. You know, just in the back of your mind, you know those aren't real. Why would you say that?
Because it's a facial and the organization by the government. I believe the government.
You said because of the government?
Yeah, I believe government. I believe the Trump. I believe the Musk.
Well,
They all say our planet is global. It's global, not flat.
yeah, but you're trusting in people instead of you being able to verify for yourself. You don't think that's a problem? What if the
No,
people
I
are
don't
wrong?
know.
What if they're wrong? Hello?
I think the people are right.
Well, it's not all right if they've been telling you it's a globe and it's not really a globe. You don't know if they're right or wrong. I think that's the problem. You're just trusting that they're telling you the truth.
Okay, tell me the reason why you think our Earth is flat.
Because water lays flat on its surface when it rests. Water lays horizontal on its surface when it's at rest.
Okay, that's cool.
What do you think about that? Yeah, what do you think about that? Is that true or false?
You
What I
know,
just said.
before really go to the sky, go to the universe, go to the space to have a look to our planet. Maybe you're right. Yeah,
No, no, I'm
maybe.
saying that the water that you know that you notice everywhere, water everywhere. Water is flat on its
Yeah,
surface when it's at rest. You agree with? I mean, do you agree with that?
you know why the water looks like very flat? Because our planet is too big to make us cannot and verify our water everywhere is flat or just a little round.
So
The
we can't
angel is
tell.
very
We can't tell that water is actually curving because it's so big. The Earth is so big.
yeah. Our water is curving
Man, how do you know that?
because it's true. The knowledge, the basic physical rules.
Yeah,
No,
well,
that's not
really,
basic. It's
really.
not basic anything, dude. It's not basic anything.
Yeah. Okay. What do you want to say?
Prove it.
How to prove it? It's a knowledge.
Man,
It's
you said
knowledge
it's
from
basic,
book.
brother. You said it's basic. I want you to prove it to me. How basic is it? You should know it if it's basic.
I mean, that's the easiest. That's the easiest knowledge and the basic physical knowledge we have learned.
No, I don't think we learned that. I think you're imagining that people can tell you that the Earth is curving, the water's curving. So you imagine, like with those images that you see from NASA, that the waters can actually curve like that. But there's no evidence of that. That's what I've been asking for right now. You said it's basic. I don't think it is. I think water is flat on its surface and it's horizontal for, you know, as far as the eye can see. If we have a bunch of water somewhere, it's always flat. Now, can you show me where water is not flat and it's curving? You said it's basic. I
You
want you to
know,
show me.
you know why you say the water is flat. You know the reason why.
Because it is flat. Because it is flat.
No,
That's why
it's not.
No, it's not. Well, how is it curving, man? You got to tell me. If you're gonna tell me that water's curving somehow, over a distance, you're gonna have to give me some way you can show that to me.
Because of your eyes.
Really?
Your eyes, yeah, cannot see the things truly.
Holy smokes, bro.
If you judge something, like making some judgments just by your eyes and your smile, your hearing, you cannot know the true rules of it.
Wow. So
Okay.
basically, what he just said, I'll translate for everybody. You can't trust anything you're looking at, smelling, touching, hearing. You just don't trust anything. Is that correct, dude?
You cannot just depend on it.
Wow, dude.
It sounds
Yeah,
like
because
at any minute, any one of us can just fall over dead because of our senses not being able to use them. So what normally would happen now, because you said that, I can just walk out in the street and get hit by a car because I won't be able to tell a car is coming at me now.
What could you trust? If you can't trust your senses, is there something you can trust? You said government?
He said government. He said Trump and Elon Musk. Those two guys.
Well, what did you do? Well, if you couldn't trust your senses, what did you trust to be able to trust what they're saying? Are you sure you heard what you think you heard?
I want to ask you guys, do you believe the government or the Trump?
No, absolutely not.
No, bro.
Okay.
Do you have a reason to believe? Is there some?
Yeah.
Do you have some framework of why someone would believe an organization that has proven themselves to be untrustworthy? And when they're exposed, when you expose the lie, they just kind of shrug their shoulders and just say, "You mad, bro?" Or they just they cover it up. I mean, at some point, do you have any reason why people in government would ever tell the truth? Is there any reason they would tell you the truth at all? Ever? Even if they got the truth. Say they got the truth on their side, wouldn't it just be easier for them just to lie about it anyway?
Because, how to say that?
They used to call this alternative facts, if you remember when Trump was in office last time. They didn't lie. They gave an alternative set of facts. It's not called torture. It's enhanced interrogation techniques.
He says that water is bending somehow, but you can't use your senses to perceive it. Yeah.
You just have to listen to government because government told them water bends.
Of course.
And they would never lie about that. They'll lie about everything else, but
that you're caught in a paradox here, Stark.
Yeah, but sometimes many famous people. Yeah, we need leaders. We need smart people to lead us have a better life. Yeah, that's right.
Holy smoke, bro!
Shit.
We should follow them.
I mean,
you didn't
right now.
You didn't drink the Kool-Aid, man. You actually are the one who made it. You're like, dude, try this strawberry flavor. It's awesome.
And also, you can judge everything by yourself.
Like,
no matter it's a liar or no matter the truth, you can just judge by yourself. That's your right. Everyone has a right to have the opinion to express themselves. But we have a leader.
Who's your leader? Who's your leader?
The leader. Your country. I guess you're American.
Well, who's your leader, though?
Okay, your leader is the government and Trump.
I'm not. Who's your leader? You. Who's your leader?
My leader. Oh, my leader is God.
Oh, so you gave me Trump to follow and you follow God. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's my plan.
He's like, yeah.
So what's your plan?
So does he think that God made a ball spinning around in a vacuum, floating around in the sky?
Okay, you guys, in the world, did you have some very impressive countries to you?
I didn't catch that last statement. What'd you say?
I mean, is there any people you believe in the world? Is there anything? Is there any people you believe in the world? Just yourself?
Well, belief about what though? Because that's what's in context here. Belief about what? That's the important thing. If somebody tells you, "Hey, I'm going to pick you up tomorrow," and it's a good friend of yours, and they've always picked you up, you can believe them. But if it's somebody telling you that the Earth that you live on is a globe, and you're standing on top of the thing that they say that is a globe, you can test it. You can verify it. If somebody tells you they're going to pick you up tomorrow, you can't test and verify that. You can only trust them. Yes? The difference here is that you have something to test, something to verify. When they say the Earth is a giant ball, you can check it out. If somebody who's your good friend that you trust and says, "I'm going to pick you up tomorrow for work," well, you only can trust them. You can't test and verify they're going to pick you up. How are you going to do that? So you can only trust and believe that maybe they will come by tomorrow and pick you up for work. But on the case of the globe, it's not about trusting. It's about accepting that you can't even know that the Earth that you're on is what they're saying it is, which is what you have done. You see the difference, Star? You can trust people and believe them, but it's a different thing if something in the physical world is supposed to be. Like if they gave you a basketball and say, "This is a cube." Well, you know what a cube is, and you know that's not what a basketball looks like. So it's not what they're telling you it is. So you don't have to trust them on that. You could say, "No, it's not a basketball. It's not a cube. It's a basketball. It's round. It's a sphere." Yeah, you can use that. So you can prove somebody wrong if they're telling you to trust them. If it's not something that you have to just take on faith, like your friend picking you up tomorrow for work, that sort of thing. So your example of trying to trust somebody is it's kind of misused. You're trying to make it sound like just trusting someone is the way to attain knowledge, and it's not. Do you see the difference, Star?
Okay, that's cool.
Okay. So in the case of the Earth being a globe, you can check it out. Well, at least you're able to anyway. Whether or not you do or not, that's up to you. You might not want to and still believe that the Earth is a globe, but the Earth is under your feet. It is not going anywhere. So if they're telling you that it's something that it's not, and the only thing they can make you believe is that your eyes can't perceive it, then they'll make you believe that you can't even see it from the surface. I think Cloudflare is back up again. I'm getting a lot of posts from X.
Okay, I will go back in few days. So I will search for some evidence to support my idea, and I will lay on the chatting room.
That sounds like a good idea.
Back up. Cloudflare is back up.
Yep.
Okay. Goodbye.
See ya, Star. I was getting flooded with posts. This big oopsie daisy probably cost him. It's probably going to cost him in the end, though. I think.
So let me guess. It's 9:30. About 3 hours it was down, at least as far as I know.
Yeah, some companies can't afford that. So just like you were saying, if somebody was smart enough, they could go approach a company or any type of business and be like, "Look, I got this affordable solution that's not going to compromise any of your systems if you need to be operational." Your IT guy is probably wiping his brow right now.
Who, mine?
Yeah, he's like, "Whew."
Oh, yeah, they don't worry too much, especially if it's not out of their control. They more or less have to just Man, calls coming in. I usually don't panic unless something's directly affecting me. And then what I usually do is I just say, I'll see you tomorrow.
We got Howard Rourke in here. What's up, Howard? Welcome to the panel.
You know, we should do something on global mythos. You know, shit they think is true, but actually isn't true. Like using a globe to predict eclipses, that shit like that.
That always hits them up sideways, doesn't it? When we say that.
Oh, bro, that rings their bell, bro.
Or that the AE map is was made by NASA.
Oh yeah, like the one Professor Dave uses. Yeah.
Yep.
We should one of these days we should make a little make a list, man.
I really wanted a reaction video of the Age of Disclosure that's coming out on the 21st. I was telling Yoder about it.
What's that? Oh, that's a UFO video.
Yeah, you got top brass talking about it. People who know that sort of shit.
Fucking hold on, Jason Enchilada, dude. Effie, please send me your map. I really want to become Effie. Bro, you serious?
Yep. You can be waiting a long time.
See, this is another dude that just tries to dance around the fact that what he really wants is a picture of the flat Earth from space. That's what he really wants. Yeah, there's plenty of maps, Jason. How do we know we're looking at a flat Earth map versus not looking at a flat Earth map? Can you tell me that?
Is he even in here?
Yeah.
Oh, he's in here, yeah. Jason, you back again? I thought you said you were
I want a map so I can navigate.
Bro, get in the chat, man. I want to hear your voice. I don't want to just listen to your text.
Jason, I dare you to use any map ever created. And definitely use a physical globe. Sail New York City to Australia. Please do that.
Hey. Hello, I'm back.
Can you sail New York City to Australia with a physical globe, Jason?
Hmm?
Yeah, you said a map you can navigate with.
Yeah.
Over land? Over water?
Yeah,
Over
over
the
land and
world?
sea, both.
Okay.
I just want.
So what map
I can't
can I
comprehend.
navigate? Hold on. What map can I navigate from New York City to Sydney, Australia? What map would I use?
Well, the current maps that we have are doing a good job.
Dude, no,
Just go ahead, Av.
there's a name
Yeah, I'll
to
tell
these
you-
maps. So the map projection, Jason, wait just a moment, okay? So there's the
send you
names
the
to, dude, why is it difficult when I'm speaking you just want to interrupt? Just wait. So the maps that you want, like we're discussing right now, they actually have names to them, the map projections. So if one's going to be given, all you got to do is tell us the map projection. We'll look it up ourselves. But what you're trying to put out here is a world map. It's not just a map because there's other types of maps. So it's not just a map; it's a world map.
It's not just world map.
Is what
Maybe it's a world navigational map.
well.
Yeah, I follow McBride Thomas FPQ map. Doing a good
Really?
job. I've sent all the maps in the chat. Could you share your map as well? Because
You
the
can't
maps I
use those
follow.
maps to navigate fucking anywhere,
I mean, That's not a dude.
Okay, please could you send your map? I just want.
Dude, do you actually think you could take one of those maps and travel around?
Please send me your map, bro.
There's something wrong with you.
Send me your map.
You didn't. Dude, which one of those are you using to navigate? First of all, because those are clown maps. But which one? Point to the one that you're going to use to navigate with. Which one?
I use the one that Google Earth use.
Which is?
I don't know which.
Oh my god!
I don't know.
Yeah,
you tell me your map, bro.
No, we don't need to do that, dude. You think there's a map that exists that people are using, a world map? You know, a navigational world map, like Indio said. Which one is that? Like we're asking you which one it is. You don't even know of the ones you gave us which one that is. There's a problem here. The problem is you're assuming there's one that exists, yet you're not producing which one it is, which we're asking you to do.
I'm wrong. Okay, I admit.
I know
wrong.
that. Duh.
Send me your map, please. I want to use that.
Wait a minute. Hey, dude, hold on. Dude, wait. I use Google Maps. That's how I get around.
No, I just want to comprehend Antarctica and Greenland on the same map.
Google Maps. Use Google Maps. It's a flat Earth map. Google Maps.
Then what are you educating?
You say the weirdest shit, buddy. You want to comprehend Antarctica? What are you going to fucking goddamn merge with it? Do a Vulcan mind meld? Like, what the hell are you even talking about?
He's going to put his forehead right down on the paper and touch Antarctica with his forehead.
He wants his finger to actually do the walking. Like, you know, just like, okay, from this place to that place. Okay, Antarctica's connected to the South America. South America is connected to the Australia.
Yeah, dude, you're back to trolling, Jason. This is how you left
That
off
one doesn't
last
work
time.
either, Jason, because space is fake, so you can't have that either, Jason. I told you that yesterday. You can't have that one.
Jason, why don't you just be honest? You think you
are the minority.
Jason, what you actually want is a picture of the Earth. That's what you want.
Yeah.
You want a picture of a flat Earth. Okay, so stop playing the games that you want to map. We don't navigate with maps around the world. We navigate with the stars. Okay? And the maps that we create is really just a map of the stars. The coordinate system, the latitude and longitude system, that's stars. That has nothing to do with the Earth. If you couldn't see the stars, you couldn't find any coordinate in that coordinate system. You'd be completely fucking lost. So, now that we've dispensed with that little freaking space disc nonsense, you can't go to that place to take that picture.
Yeah. Okay.
You just think you saw on TV that there's people that said they went very far away from Earth and saw the Earth as some freaking object that you can hold in your hand, and they snapped a photograph. And you're like, yes, that's awesome. That's not possible. That's Fantasyland, dream world shit.
Hey, so as a flat earther, I can't imagine any map, right?
It's not about imagining it. Look, you're trying to
I
use
just want to see how it looks like. I just want to see.
Jason, you're trying to use the same mind that you did when you thought of the Earth as a globe. You're trying to use the same type of idea, right? Like, I need to see the entire thing in order for me to conceptualize it so it can become real in my head. So in other words, we're supposed to give you something that replaces the thing that we took away, which was the globe. Globe's taken away, something has to be replacing it, like a flat Earth disc or whatever. If we gave you something like that, that would help you, I guess.
I think it's an ego thing.
Yeah,
it's an ego thing. That's all it is, dude. They're like, they can't deal with the fact they can only see a portion. They have to be like above it and see the whole thing. It's almost like fucking.
That's what it is. That's exactly what he's going through right now. He wants you to replace the thing that got taken away, which was, he could conceptualize the Earth as a globe because he saw the whole ball. He could spin a globe around. That made sense to him. But he just wants that for the flat Earth. If he can do that with the flat Earth, then it would be better to, like, if he's going to tell somebody, hey, I'm a flat earther, and somebody says, hey, well, show me what it looks like. He's going to be like, here, this is what it looks like. That's what he wants. He wants the easy way out, like, easy enough.
Dude, stop posting stupid shit in the chat. First of all, the one with the check mark, that's not at the actual flight routes. So cut it out, dude.
No, okay, prove me that's not.
Dude, that map that they're
just go
using
on
is not even.
FlightAware 24 and you can see that these aren't actual fucking flight routes, dude.
Yeah, this is so bad though, because that map there, that little world map that you got there, the pizza disc, that's not even like, that's not coming from Flat Earth. Flat Earthers didn't make that map up and then say, okay, we're going to use this. It's just something they've seen. They thought that because everything is horizontally, orientated.
Yeah.
So they use this kind of idea. It's just what it is. It's just a globe smushed down. That's all. It's a globe that's smushed down.
Avi, can I ask you something? Why is academia not supporting your laser experiment? That's a
What
big.
do you mean?
Like you people have done a laser
What do you
experiment,
mean
right?
academia is not supporting it? What would it mean for them to support it?
All right. Yeah.
No,
I don't
no
think you know.
university is doing
They're gonna
any
give people
research on flat
trophies?
Earth. They
Are they
say
gonna take out a bill? Jason, they gonna give out trophies?
No, he's saying
no.
okay, yeah, I know. Why isn't
Why
it?
are
Why
they
is
not doing any research on this?
bro?
Why
Bro,
do academia think
get what
that
you're saying.
Earth is a globe?
I get what you're saying. Academia is not what you think it is. You think it's like a free and open source kind of way that we're going to be able to approach them, and they're like, oh yes, we invite people that would have things that would question a narrative. That's not how it works, bro. You can't go to the elitist group that has given you a paradigm to think about, and then go to them and say, hey, the cosmology that you guys propose, we're going to show you something that has to deal with none of that. It's going to erase everything that you guys have put in academia for over hundreds of years, and we're going to just replace it with what we're saying. They're not going to go for that. You think that's the way it works, bro? You think we're going to approach them and they're going to be like, oh yeah, Earth is flat. Of course it is. It doesn't work like that.
Why do we need to appeal to some third party? Why do we need to appeal to some third party? Why can't you review it? Why do you need someone to tell you whether it's right or wrong?
Yeah, because we don't have the resources to review such things.
You don't have fucking eyeballs,
dude.
Yeah, I do have, but I do also have a mind.
That's right.
Yeah.
To not deny things, not being in complete denial.
Yeah, so the problem we're saying right now is that you'd rather take it from an academic standpoint where there's a consensus of people that say, haha, well, we figured it out, here's a method. And then for you feel comfortable because the accountability is now on your shoulders to say, I figured it out. You can say they figured it out. That's what you want. You want the easy way to feel not accountable for saying that you know something.
Jason, you are in denial. The laser experiments were done, and now you're denying what the validity of them because someone didn't tell you they're okay.
Okay, I'm just asking
if someone
you.
comes in here,
So if that's a big discovery, why is not everyone talking about it?
Jason, so someone from academia comes in here and says, we approve this laser experiment. Suddenly they'll be valid. Yeah, if academia somehow just all comes together and says, we approve this laser experiment, it is good enough, then you're going to consider it valid?
Yeah, I would consider it valid.
There you go.
Majority does it. Okay?
Dude, you'll make a good puppy.
More than 50% of academia does that.
Dude, you're just a narrative whipping boy. Anytime they say something, you're gonna believe it, dude. That's who you are. You don't think for yourself. You don't think that. Listen, you probably don't even think you're capable of understanding these things.
I'm not capable of understanding.
Dude, you are. You guys need to stop doing this to yourself, man. Every time you guys come in here and you're globalists like you need to stop putting yourself down. You're capable, dude. You're in here. You're having a discussion. You're able to learn things, research, find things out.
No, man.
Don't put yourself. Bro, stop doing that. You know that's negativity. I call that the death cult. The death cult has trained you to believe you're less than, and you're accepting it. Why? You don't have to believe that every day. You don't, man. You're a special person. You can think, you can create, you can do stuff. Stop putting yourself down.
I can also see how especially everything fits when we imagine Earth as a globe, and it does not fit when we imagine Earth as a flat disk.
But why do you got to imagine?
Everything that you are also imagining, you don't have.
We don't need to.
I literally can walk out my door and see a flat Earth. I don't have to imagine shit.
Yeah,
bro. We are not in the same boat, brother.
We are not living in 1000 BCE. We are living in 21st century, bro.
Oh, what does that mean?
Okay.
Do we have to trust people?
So people,
Anytime somebody says something,
ancient
hold on,
people used to
Jason.
say,
Nah, bro, bullshit, dude. You want to say
people used to
that's
kill
the easy
people
way out, bro?
because
No,
they
no, no,
thought
no,
they were flat earthers.
no. Jason, you want the easy way out, bro. You just want to believe everything someone says. So you want to say, well, we live in 2025, so obviously we don't have to do all the work for ourselves anymore. The work's been done. That's what you're really saying right now to us. We don't have to go by that. We can be our own free thinkers, man. We can do stuff for ourselves. If we want to find out if the earth is a globe or not, we can do so. You're just making an excuse. You're making up excuses, bro.
An excuse because even if I become a flat earther, somebody asked me, how do you comprehend earth? I would not have any answer for it.
Dude, you need to be intellectually honest with somebody. That's the beginning. Listen, that's the beginning of trying to figure things out. When you're intellectually honest and say, I don't know how this has worked out. Let me look into it. You can do that. You're afraid to. Because this day, look, bro, hold on, Jason. This day and age right now, everybody's so worried about social media and what other people will think about them that you capitulate to whatever the mainstream narrative is based on the fact that you don't want people to look at you like a stupid head. So you're just like, oh, well, the earth's a globe, obviously, like that's what it is. Instead of you saying like, oh, well, shit, I don't know. Instead of you saying that, dude,
what I'm trying to say is, okay, let's agree with you, earth is flat. Even if I become one, how do I explain it to other people that
why do you have to explain anything? Why do you have to explain that?
Yeah, because I'm the one making a claim
So
that
if you
earth
can't
is flat
tell
earth.
somebody, so when people thought the earth was a globe and nobody knew what it looked like, were they wrong? Did the globe not exist then?
Well, they are in the
Think about what you're
majority.
saying
Okay?
is that if you can't look at a flat earth from outer space, then there is no flat earth.
Okay, man, I guess
That's dumb,
I
dude.
don't want to indulge in anymore. This is
Well, that's just
okay.
dumb.
I wish you
bro.
good luck, all of you. I wish you good luck, okay?
Okay, you'll be
I
back.
think I'm not in a
You're
position
depressed,
to
dude. Freaking drink some
flat
chamomile
earth.
tea. You'll be okay, Jason. It'll be all right.
Because after maybe 20 to 30 years,
Maybe you
you
should
might
ask
be
yourself,
regretting
since Jason, maybe you should, that's
living this stupid shit.
appeal to the future fallacy. We never heard that before.
Did I hate long goodbyes? Just go, dude.
Yeah, Jason, let me say one more thing. Here's my long goodbye. Okay. Is that you can't figure it out yourself. It's a third grade geometry fucking problem. You never would have figured out the earth was a globe. Listen, why are you interrupting? You never would have figured out the earth was a globe on your own. You accepted somebody else's idea and now you defend it as if it's your own. Okay?
I'm
not your idea, it's somebody else's idea. You don't have to believe it, you're choosing to believe it.
I'm good at the global. Yeah.
Well,
because I can't
believe it.
I can't
Dude,
explain stupid
Star
ideas
Wars
to
is
people.
real. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
You're never going to go to space.
There's a famous saying. It was given by a Greek philosopher. He said,
"Here we go."
He said, "You
Was he
can never
smarter
win
than
an
you?
argument with a stupid."
Come on, it was 325 BC, dude. How did he know the Earth was a globe?
Now you're appealing to them old guys.
They used to say they used to kill people who used
said that we can't. He said, "Look, I said the Earth looks flat," and he was like, "Dude, it's not 300 BC."
And he's just quoting somebody from there. That's weird.
Yeah, you know what he said? He said, you can't win an argument from a fool. The world believes the world has proven the Earth is globe, and you crackheads are sitting in.
Who cares? No one cares what they believe. We don't care.
You like snickering and making fun, but then you don't want to do the work to find out for yourself. That's crazy,
I don't want to, because I have done my work and I have found Earth is
no, you didn't, dude. No, you did not.
Yeah,
you're just in here. You're just in here because you think that you can hide behind academia. And we ask you, is there any way you can prove it to us? And there's no way that you can do it. So,
why do YouTube put a disclaimer under all flat Earth videos? Okay, nobody.
Because they're a private company. You weirdo.
These are retarded people thinking.
Okay, so
absolute bullshit.
yeah. So when somebody says, listen, bro. Listen to
you're
me,
getting
dude.
fucking dumber as this conversation goes along,
Yeah,
dude.
when somebody says that somebody's stupid, you believe that they're stupid just because they said it? Huh? Is that
I
what you
believe
do?
they are stupid because are the ones making false claims, totally
How
shit
do you
claims.
know that, dude? How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because you don't have any comprehension of Earth.
Oh my
How do
God,
Earth
dude.
look like?
Right,
And you don't
right.
have any comprehension of that. You
So
say
you know
we
the
don't
Earth's
know
a
how
globe
Earth looks
because
like.
we have no comprehension
You are
of Earth.
making a claim.
Jason, so
You are making
really,
a claim.
so Jason, if he asked you how you know that we're wrong, and you said because you have no comprehension of Earth. So we're wrong because of our lack of comprehension?
Yeah. No,
That's
you're not
stupid.
wrong.
We should
Just
be
give me
wrong
a.
because of the lack of
I believe.
evidence.
Okay, then gather that evidence.
You
Why
know
are you
what
not
evidence
gathering
is,
that?
Jason? Jason, are
Yeah,
claims
the
evidence? Yeah, what is evidence?
Evidence is
What?
evidence is combination of observation plus mathematical proofs
No,
or logical
math has
proofs of
nothing to do with
something.
it.
How do you
Because-
mathematically prove a murder?
We can logically prove a murder.
Said
I
mathematically.
want you to use math. I want you to use Pythagorean's theorem.
Well, only a stupid would do that.
Can you give me the formula for why dolphins play with pufferfish?
Yeah, you can search on
dolphin.
Google. Okay.
Can you give me the formula? I want the formula. I want the math.
They have variable movements, so we can't define a formula for their movement.
Oh, really? So you don't need math to prove things.
General.
So really great. So great. You cooked
Okay,
this up.
bro. I don't want to indulge in any more conversation.
Yeah, of course
Thing
not.
is, I
Because
just
everything
wish you
you're
good
saying
luck.
is nonsense, Jason.
You guys the biggest status cuck that you've ever heard, man.
The
Dude,
world.
what, I don't know.
Hey,
It seems to be like people from his
yeah,
region
good luck, bro.
do that shit.
Keep living in delusions.
I don't have a belief, Jason. You do, and you're spurging out because you believe something and we don't believe it. Because we think,
let's agree.
hey, reality.
Let's agree that I don't believe Earth is a globe. Okay, let's agree.
Hey, Jason, what looks flat? Do flat things, Jason? Does flat things look flat?
Do you know?
Do flat things look flat, Jason?
Yeah, they do look flat.
Well, the curved things look flat.
Yeah, if the curvature is very long,
How do you know that?
Comes up.
Okay, how do you know that? Can you give me an example of this?
Super or not?
Yeah, that's an idea. That's your hypothesis. So how do you actually know that? The evidence, that thing we were just talking about, the evidence to support your idea.
What
Where's
idea?
that? The idea that something curved can look flat.
Okay.
Because it's just an idea right now until you demonstrate it.
Okay, so if
don't give me more ideas, give me evidence.
Do you know that
you're stuck in your own mind, dude? You hate the outside world. You hate the natural world, dude. That's why all you come here with ideas.
I don't want to. Okay, good luck, bro.
Yeah, good luck. Go leave it in your freaking self-referential jar. Go back in your jar, dude.
Okay, bro.
Well, science means the systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. Earth is part of the natural world. You can't figure it out in your mind. You have to go outside to figure it out. Okay? And the outside presents itself as a flat topological plane. And the only reason you've been having the idea on the globe is because you read it in a book, which also is not the natural world. Okay?
Actually,
and then your only reference to
the fool.
Yeah, the only fool here is you.
Yeah, I'm the only fool because I'm arguing with a bunch of fools.
Yeah, you can keep telling yourself that. You're just coping. This is cope.
Yeah. That's cope. Anything else?
No, you're coping, dude. Hard. So while you're coping, you don't have anything from the you don't have anything from the natural world to tell you the Earth is a globe.
I don't believe Earth is a globe. Okay.
Yeah, you do. Here comes more cope.
At least I'm not as stupid as you people. living in 21st century
Imagine if
thinking
you actually
Earth
had
is
some
flat.
evidence in an actual argument with that went along with the evidence. That would be cool.
Could you send me the
Imagine if you
map
had
of
that.
your Earth? Could you send me the image of your Earth?
Yeah,
No,
Google
because you
Maps.
can't
That's
take
the one I
space
use.
is fake. Why are you NPC resetting? Space, outer space, can't exist. So you can't go there to take a picture. Got it? I'll tell you why it
Okay,
can't
bro.
exist. The second law of
What about
thermodynamics.
meteors?
The
Have
second.
you seen a
Shut up.
meteor?
Shut up, dude. The second law of thermodynamics prohibits space travel. Do you know what the
It's
second law
quite
of
funny talking
thermodynamics
to
is?
you.
We've determined that from the natural world as well.
Hey, bro. Anything else?
Yeah, space is fake. You're not going there. The only way
Okay,
you're leaving
what
Earth
about
is in a casket.
okay?
And then when you reach the pearly gates and you're like, but I never saw the Earth from space. They're gonna be like,
Do you
oh
do you
shit,
believe
space is
in
fake, bro.
atmosphere? Like, do you believe in atmosphere? Do you believe Earth has
Atmosphere?
its own?
There's no
Yeah. Do you?
sphere to the atmos, bro. It's not a sphere.
Do you believe in atmosphere? There's no-
Yes, I believe in air. Why?
Okay, so have you seen a meteor like in Earth? It
Yeah, I've
gets
seen
burnt.
meteors.
So
Yes.
why it's not burning in the space?
Burns up from
And you can,
friction.
yeah, so you're saying space is fake. Yet you're
Yes, outer space.
also.
Outer space vacuum, yes.
Okay, bro. Good luck. Yeah.
You're the
You
one who needs
find
luck. You
out.
live in a fantasy land. You believe anything you're told. See, I'm like, hey,
Yeah.
dude, I don't believe your stories. And you're like, hey, you're delusional. You're just denying. Okay,
You
what's
are
the
living in a
evidence?
complete denial. Okay, what's the evidence
What am I
that space
denying?
is
You don't
fake?
have any
Okay.
evidence. Jason, you don't have any evidence to deny.
Okay, what evidence do you have
So
that
give me
space is
the evidence I'm
fake?
denying right now. Tell me right now the evidence I denied that you
Tell me how
presented.
is space fake?
The second law of
You just said
thermodynamics. Okay. Now you
what's
asked me a
that?
question and then you talked over me. So I know you didn't hear the answer. So now I'm going to tell
Okay,
you
bro.
again. The second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah,
That's why
what's
space
that?
is fake.
What's that? Elaborate that.
It's that high pressure goes to low pressure.
Okay.
It's the easiest way to understand it, right? That happens all the time.
By the way, how old are you?
Outer space is a vacuum, right?
How old are
Is
you?
outer space a vacuum?
Dude, stop asking people how old they are. You have some kind of fetish with knowing our ages.
No, he's just getting banned. You're banned out of this place, dude. I'm going to mute you first so you can't talk in any other chat either.
Bye, buddy.
Dude, he's freaking mentally ill. He'd be on. None of they talk about this topic. The asking how old you are, man. What the hell, dude, is with that? He has some weird fetish. AB, were you in here last night when the dude was saying he couldn't even believe his own eyes?
I don't remember. Maybe.
Yeah, I think it was after you left. It was like his name was Slave Nagara, the retard.
I don't think so.
He's like, do you have a credible source that the Earth is flat? And I'm like, yeah, you. And then he was like, I'm not a credible source. No, because I was like, oh, you go to the beach, see there, sweat, all that stuff, right? And I'm like, he's like, you won't give me a credible source. I'm like, bro, how am I going to give you a credible source when you don't even find yourself as a credible source? What source can I give you that's better than you? And yeah, dude, it was a freaking nightmare scenario of stupidity. It was like this guy reminds me of this guy in a way, but he wasn't as dumb as this motherfucker.
Sounds like there might be new people joining. If anybody'd like to open their mic, say hello, go ahead. Or don't. It's your choice. You know, you did join a voice call. It is okay to use your voice and talk. As long as you can have a civil discussion, we'll talk to you. Is my mic working?
Does it have a job?
It is working. Who said that?
Yeah, it's got a job. It's working.
Okay, cool. See several new people in here. I won't call them out by name, but anybody wants to talk, feel free to talk. Subject matter of this room is the shape of the earth. Do you think it is a spinning ball? It's okay if you think that right now. We'll be glad to discuss it with you. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you think the Earth is a spinning ball rotating around the sun, explain to us how Venus and Mercury can be seen from the dark side of the Earth.
You know, a lot of these globe believers, surface globe believers, would just say refraction and think they answered your question there. Just saying.
You see, the way they get you is they don't explain what it means by the Earth rotating around the sun. They never do that. They just show you pretty pictures and say, this is what the solar system looks like. But they don't show you the mechanics of how it works.
Exactly, especially things like the three-body problem they still can't solve to this day, which is impossible to solve. I mean, you know, like the moon orbiting us, and then us and the moon are orbiting the sun, and like you're saying, they don't show the details and mechanics of how it all works. And everybody just thinks that we observe orbits everywhere, and we don't. Nobody's ever observed an orbit. Go ahead.
We had a conversation with one of the most bricked globers I've ever spoken to today, or earlier today. This guy in the side chat. It was just a train wreck. Every single like he was presenting Pontchartrain, and then when we would show him that it wasn't bending, he would say, "Oh, that's refraction." Any observation where there's no curvature, he just says that's refraction. And yeah, he was. It was a terrible conversation, and then he threatened to slit Matrix throat, so he had to get himself banned. So then he started spiraling in my DMs, and he's claiming that a globe has a flat surface. The globe is how flatness subsists. Do you know basic epistemology?
You know, DJ, anybody at this point that's presenting soundly Planet Louisiana as globe proof, they're kind of hopeless, right? Anyway. Makes sense though, the globe just looks flat. It's really a globe, but it looks flat. Okay.
And it measures flat too.
I think there's still some new people in here. If anybody wants to get any questions, wants to say hi, or don't, it's your choice. All right, people, somebody's got something to say. AV or Indio got a 20-minute rant in them, maybe. Not to call anybody out or nothing. If there's anybody listening on YouTube, Rumble, or wherever you're listening to us, this is a serious discussion about a deception that was taught to all of us. We all believed it for a long time, most of us. I mean, there may be a few that were raised flat earthers, but I'm saying this whole globe thing is in dispute, and we're here to point that out. If you can have a civil discussion, click the link, come in here, talk about it. If you really think you live on a globe. This has been Dead Air Dave. I'll shut up now. Okay, God Emperor Hilario, whatever your name is. Can't see the name. Whatever you put in the chat, go ahead and tell us about what you're talking about. Go ahead.
Which topic? The last one?
Dude, why are you using ChatGPT for your information?
No, it's not ChatGPT.
You didn't type any of that out.
Yeah.
And everything you put in the chat is complete bullshit. Go ahead, Raven.
I don't use. How is bullshit?
Because you're just making up shit.
What do you mean making up? Well, which part is making up?
How does the lunar eclipse work?
Yeah.
How does a lunar eclipse work?
Are you going to answer Professor Triangle's question, sir?
I didn't hear anything actually.
How does the lunar eclipse work? Go ahead.
Lunar eclipse? Like, you wanna give me like a lunar like? Do you miss that lesson in geography or what?
Yes, tell me how a lunar eclipse works.
Jesus, brother. Okay. No. Lunar eclipse also got blood moon is an astronomical event. I want you wanna have all the information or what? Like, what was the point? Like,
Trying to buy himself time to try to look up an answer that he doesn't have to read out a big giant long thing. Dude,
Yeah,
you're
no.
broke
yeah, because
already.
it's a wide subject, so of course I will read it.
You just post walls of text from AI in the side chat. That's why you got banned.
No, that's a common
last
knowledge.
time
That's a
from-
common
from-
knowledge that you can read it from the books. That you, actually, if you was in the school, they will teach you
Dude,
that.
you need to prove what's happening during. You need to prove that's a shadow on the moon first. Do that.
How?
There you go. You've been debunked. You can't do it.
Okay. Oh, so this conversation will look like that, yes? Okay.
First thing to me, either him or anybody else needs to prove it believes in the globe that bodies of water can actually curve. I'd like to see that. Back to you guys.
Yep, there's an event running now. Flat Water Never Lies is the name of the event.
All right, we got an event, DJ. What'd you say it was?
Flat Water Never Lies.
Correct. Water does not lie. Men do. Correct.
So God Emperor Why does your observation have big waves? Obviously, big waves are going to block the bottom of a ship.
He is spamming stuff from 2016, 2017. Go ahead, DJ.
So what's the distance to the ship? What's the observer height? What's the ocean swell? You don't have any of that information, do you?
What's wrong, God Emperor? You don't want to talk and back up those pictures you're posting there? DJ's asked you some questions about it.
I asked him how a lunar eclipse works, and he jumped into ships.
Yeah, that's rare that these guys ever deflect to something else. They never do that, do they, Radwin? Nah. He needs to quit posting Chat GPT or whatever paragraphs in the chat. Come on, man.
No, that's a common knowledge. That's a common knowledge that every children is teaching in the school. Like if you miss that
But
class,
you didn't type any of those words. You hit copy paste. Be honest. At least be honest about that.
yeah, if I quote like Shakespeare, I'm quoting Shakespeare. Yeah, oh, I'm bad. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm quoting Shakespeare.
Chat GPT is just like Shakespeare. Go ahead, guys.
If I'm quoting like Homer, oh, I'm quoting Homer. Oh my God, oh, what can I do?
Yeah, so I asked you questions about the boat you posted. You're claiming
Yeah,
that's the horizon?
Yes.
Yeah, and the boat's hidden behind the horizon. Okay, so how do you know that?
What do you mean? How do I know? I have a picture.
Well, clearly there's big waves. Okay, and what's the height of the camera and how big are the waves?
The ship have 186 meters. You know,
Okay, what distance away is it?
18 kilometers.
How do you know that?
What do you mean? How do you know?
How do you know the distance to the ship?
Because I just tell you this 18 kilometers.
And how did you gather that information?
It's common knowledge, DJ. You just asked ChatGPT.
Because I make the picture. That's why.
So how did you confirm that the ship was exactly 18 miles away just because you made the picture? By what methodology?
Because somebody was on the ship.
Okay, and how did you interact with how did you interact with the person on the ship to validate that it was 18 kilometers from the shore?
Using GPS. But you guys don't believe in GPS. Sorry. Fuck. My bad.
So you took this picture, did you?
I have a question. Do you guys? Oh no, you don't believe in GPS.
You didn't want to lie again, did you? You can't just keep lying, can you?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Did you take this picture? Did you take the picture?
Because yeah, if you don't believe in GPS,
did you take the picture?
I'm sorry.
Did you take the picture? You said you took the picture.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah.
You swear on the life of your family that you took the picture?
Yeah. I just put it on the chat. Yeah. So I'm asked to take a picture. Yeah.
Okay. What's the location?
Chile.
Huh?
Chile.
Where?
Country, Chile.
Chile. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Chile.
Okay. When did you take it? How long ago?
I don't know.
You don't know how long ago you took the picture?
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
He's a liar.
What is motivating you to come in here and lie to us, sir? Can
What do
you
you
tell
mean
us
lie?
that?
Okay, it was 5 July
I mean, everything you're
2025.
telling
Okay?
DJ right now is a lie.
Do
You
you
can take
happy
that
now?
fiction.
Do you happy now? 5 July 2025.
Nice man. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the best that the globe side has to offer.
Well, that doesn't work because ships going over the Earth curve. I've never seen that in my life. So whatever he's got there, he's either lying or he got that from somewhere else.
Yeah, so I
So
just
my-
reverse image searched the photo that you just showed, and it's on
Yes.
it's on a whole bunch of websites.
Yeah.
Okay, so 11 months ago, right? So this image is from 11 months ago on Facebook. Okay, and then it's on all of these other websites from here's another one 4 months ago. Okay, so you're
Yeah.
full of shit, right? So
Yeah, he's a
liars
liar.
get-
That's all. You can hear it in his
Yes.
voice that he's lying.
So I'm going to upgrade your previous ban, right? Because you're useless. We don't want to talk to useless liars, right? So you sweared on
yeah.
the lives. You swear on the life
it's a
of
cult,
your family
guys, it's a
that you were
cult.
telling the truth.
Okay,
Right,
so
so you're
so you
a
guys
real
are
piece
in
of
the
shit,
cult.
bro.
Okay, okay. So
You're a
if
piece
you're
of
in the
shit,
cult,
and you're gonna
good
get
luck.
banned right now.
Good luck. Good luck,
Yeah,
brother.
good luck
Have
to
fun.
you, bro.
Have
Good
fun.
luck to your
Yeah.
family.
Jesus Christ.
And never forget, ladies and gentlemen, this is the best that the globe side has to offer. So for his fellow globies that are listening here, remember, this is what your side is offering.
He has no honor, DJ. No integrity.
Nope. Zero. I find it funny how terrible all their examples are of ships over the horizon. Like this one's on all the anti-flat Earth websites, and it's terrible. Like they can't find a good example.
And if I remember correctly, is that not one of the bulk ships that carry like oil platforms and such that the hull goes down into the water while it's loading and unloading its cargo?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that ship, I'll look it up here in a bit. I don't have time this second, but I'm pretty sure that that ship is one of those. So, in other words, that somebody posting that originally was likely trolling the Globies, and they fell for it.
He also mentioned Bob Nodell and the optical gyroscopes, but the optical gyroscopes operate on the Sagnac effect. They don't have actually any experimental validation for their assumptions that the Sagnac effect is caused by motion. We can't show that motion does affect optical gyroscopes, so we can detect very slight motion with the optical gyroscope. But there's other things that can also influence it. However, if we can detect slight motion with optical gyroscopes, which we can, then that whole story about Earth is traveling around the sun and the sun is traveling in the galaxy and the galaxy is shooting off, that's not detected at all. So they just destroy their own story.
Well, it's kind of hard to destroy something you don't actually have.
True. They don't really know the story. That's one of the reasons why it's so invulnerable, because they're just ready to jump on anything that feels right. It doesn't really matter that it's contradictory to the rest of the story that they believe.
You know, too bad we don't have a script of some sort that could let Jordan Peterson psychoanalyze somebody like him, like, take the stuff they say and turn it into Jordan Peterson speak, and then that could be funny.
What up, Grace?
I'm doing fine. How are you guys doing?
Oh, great, man. Taco Tuesday. You guys have Taco Tuesday over there?
Trial?
No. You could probably. I mean, there's tacos in the stores. Just that's not my family tradition.
Well, that's why you're the black sheep of the family, dude. You're a trailblazer. Show them some excitement.
No. My family was already the black sheep of the family, and so we have one white sheep in the black sheep family.
Ask Karma. Maybe she knows about Taco Tuesday.
No, she's also a black sheep with me. Maybe the middle sister might know about Taco Tuesday.
Yeah, on the AV, if you look in the side chat, I just posted the beefsteak that we have in there for tonight's Taco Tuesday.
Oh, that thing looks about ready, man. You probably need to. Did you marinate that thing?
That I just put Italian seasoning. I need to brush some of the stuff on it, but no, it's still really pink in the middle of it. But I am going to turn it down. I'm going to turn it down a little, but it.
Yeah, the homies call it low and slow. That's what you got to do to that meat.
Oh yeah, it'll be falling apart. Good enough for tacos come about 5 hours from now.
So what you're saying is that meat's going to be like the Globers that come in here? They're always falling apart?
100%. That's
I see what you mean.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be exactly.
Got a double meaning.
Yep. Yeah, this here, what I did with it is I'm basting it with, I boiled some water with some butter and the roast beef base from Gordon Food Services, and I put Italian seasoning on the meat with onions. My wife doesn't like a lot of spice, so it'll come out pretty good. We'll make some tacos with it, and then we'll make some barbecue with it for tomorrow or something. I'll put some barbecue sauce on it for tomorrow. So we'll use it several different ways. I've got some Sazon Completa to sprinkle on it when it's all, much closer.
Sounds awesome.
Oh yeah, can you get Badia spice there where you are?
I don't think I've ever heard of that spice.
Oh man, yeah. So we couldn't get it in the end, and finally one of the Mexican stores there started carrying it after I harassed them about it. They've got a Sazon Tropical and a Sazon Completa that's just phenomenal and out of this world. It beats the hell out of Goya, and the boys like it on any and everything.
Can you take a picture of it and put it in the text chat? I didn't know you were naming the actual. It's like a brand, like Goyo's a brand, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So Badia is the brand. Give me 1/2 second here. So there you go. It's in there now.
Might need a minute to load or something. It's not in there right now.
You guys got a Glober sitting in there. What's he doing? Sitting there just lurking? Got a big Globe Earth profile picture?
Yeah, that is weird. Let's see. It should be there now. I don't know why it didn't. I took the picture of it from the Discord app, and I guess it didn't add it, but then it put it in the side there. So, yeah, they're a spice company based out of Miami, but they're a really popular hit all through the Caribbean Spanish communities.
I'll look into it. Hey, we got Chris Lobb in here that Radwin said is in here. Chris, if you're in here, we want to know if you're actually able to tell us how that avatar you have is a real thing that's in reality, for real. Chris Lobb, you're there.
Of course it's real. How else would you get a picture like that?
Make decisions.
What's that? Chris, are you there? I'm getting the cold shoulder over here, Radwin.
I see that. Poor guys. Tony, man. Got all kinds of people sneaking in.
24/7 Earthers. लाइव रहते हैं फुल टाइम.
What's up? We got Wander in the house. What's up, Wander?
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. So it's What are we talking about?
The nature of the shape of the Earth, or lack thereof.
Okay. So there's a lot of people on this server. I don't know why no one's talking. So.
We're waiting for you.
Oh, you were waiting for me. Nice.
Yeah.
Great.
So why would you believe the Earth is a globe? Is it just a pure belief that you have, or do you know it's a globe?
To be honest, I don't care. You hear me?
Yeah, you don't care. So you don't know if it is one or, but you don't know if it is one or not, right?
No, I'm not saying I don't care, but I'm not sure 100% which is the Earth is flat or not. So I'm here to listen to you guys. Like, what do you think about it? Do you have any explanation about it or any thoughts on this matter? So enlighten me.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Water's flat, so the Earth is flat. Yeah.
That's pretty much what? Yo, are you guys pranking me?
Damn, he gone. That's all right. We still got Chris in here. What's up, Chris? What's up, El Boricua?
Can see the room starting to fill up. Do we have any questions or topics to put on the table in regards to Flat Earth? Do we have anybody in the channel who thinks we live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space? Welcome, welcome. The topic is Flat Earth.
Yes. So why do Globers fail to understand basic physics?
It's a great question. Is it that they fail to understand it, or is it that they refuse to accept it?
It's a little bit of both. They don't realize that everything outside our normal visual range is potentially an optical illusion.
You're talking about non-linear vision in depth at long distance. You're right.
Yeah. The human eyes were never designed to look that far away. Even the AIs are confused. They think that human eyes can see further because you go up higher, and that's not the case. If I want to look across the lake, from the South Shore of Lake Ontario to Toronto, I use binoculars because I can see clearer. Because the human eyes are limited in what they can see. And that's a short distance, not like something you would see out of an airplane.
I think I'm with you. Some of them don't understand, but I think there is a number of them who do, but they play the game. They try and have the same rules for short distance observations as they would for long distance observations. Maybe it's because they don't cover it, in school or university.
Yeah.
But some of them have caught on.
The education is disjointed. You'll learn about one thing one day, then they'll skip to a different topic, and then they might go back to something related to the first day. They don't do the topics back to back, so you don't develop that skill of, I learned this day, and then I learned something slightly different. And then if I put those two together, I come to a third conclusion. Now, they try to avoid that as much as possible.
The globe is especially bad when it comes to that because the majority of it gets taught to us as children with no good explanations or any evidence shown to support those conclusions. It's just little cartoons like, this was discovered, there were idiots back in the day for thinking it wasn't this.
Yeah, it's exactly. You get statements like, "Oh, we've known it's a globe for thousands of years," except we didn't develop high altitude balloons until 1931. Hasn't even been 100 years since we developed the technology to prove it's supposed to be a globe.
I think naturally we're a sucker for a good story. All the best belief systems have a great story to go with it. I think it's part of our weakness. If there's a good story behind it, we can buy into it, right?
And if you ask the wrong question, your teacher is going to admonish you.
Well, I mean, they did get the Nazi scientists to take control of, or when they started NASA and the CIA, they supposed scientists were used to form both of those institutions. And we got propaganda from both of them.
I talked to somebody that's a baby boomer, like legit baby boomer, someone like, I think she's like 80 something. She had no idea that Hitler was the time man of the year. No freaking clue.
I'd say most people don't know that, India.
But it's like her generation. Like she's only like 20 years removed from that actually happening. Like there might be she might actually run into a magazine just walking around, you know.
Yeah, well, most of what we know about World War II is incorrect.
I think Hitler was a proxy, like Ukraine is now. Germany was just a proxy, and then when the United States perceived they were failing, then jumped into the war. When they couldn't take the Soviet Union, when they started getting beaten back.
Yeah, I mean, Prescott Bush, the grandfather of George Bush, actually helped finance the start of the Nazi movement. So there is precedent there.
Yep. They forget to tell you that Prescott Bush was charged with trading with the enemy.
It's like most people don't know there was still debates on flat Earth up until a few years after World War II. And then people claim that they were still teaching it in schools in 60s? Up to the 60s. It's like people have blackouts of stuff they don't want to know or don't want to understand.
Yeah, if you control information hard enough and you destroy information that's not conducive to your information, then 3 generations is enough to make people completely forget their history.
So most people think history is. I mean, the storytelling has got to us so much that I think history should be a science. Like chronology should be scientific, but we've just turned it into storytelling, haven't we? And I don't know how. I don't know how things will change. I think maybe it's too late to go back to a science, but it should be a science.
Yeah, the languaging should be exact, kind of like how we like to have exact languaging. If you're speculating, it should be espoused as speculation. You should be 100% on all the things you're explaining. Like, we found this thing in the sediment, we believe it's this because of these reasons, but like, you need to have all of the caveats if you're going to be going into that. Because otherwise there's so many gaps that are oftentimes just weaved together into a story, and that has problems. Like if you look at Anatoly Fomenko's work on alternative history, or Isaac Newton's look on alternative history, you see that like there's problem with the math of these stories. They just don't math out. The dates don't match. Some people are used more than once in different locations. There seems to be a massive gap in the history. So, or the Dark Ages. So there's a lot of questions when it comes to history.
Yeah, I think if history isn't matching the stars, then there should be some sort of method. There needs to be an astronomical approach. There needs to be primary source, certain amount of primary source information. There should be like a rigorous process before it enters into the history books.
Yeah, that's the point. There needs to be veracity and a certain amount of sacred principles. Like, you need to have a certain amount of respect for history, and the people need to care about the history being recorded correctly and not tamperable, and that's just a cultural thing that I think we've kind of lost with how all over the place everyone is. We've all been distracted into different boxes with different entertainment.
I think that's by design, brother.
Oh yeah, divide and conquer. It's always been the plan.
you think it's
Most
too
people
far
are.
gone to actually? I mean, if we did, for example, Fomenko, if his work went mainstream, do you think it's too late to change the history books? Do you think it's possible to change history?
Yeah, I think you can definitely find some things and reveal them, and it can become mainstream. But it kind of you got to always think about. It's just like in science. They talk about this in science. Like the old ideas, they don't die off because like a new idea came along and people thought, oh, it's a better idea. It's because the old idea is entrenched within all that sunk cost and that their whole life, their whole credentials are built on this belief. So it's really hard for the old guard to let it go. It's not until they die off and the young guard who's been brought up in this new idea takes over, and that's kind of where the systems shift. And I think this has like implications in other fields as well. That's why the education is so important.
Well, that's why I was questioning, can it even be changed? Because identities are built on history, pride, nationalism. Everything really hinges on history, doesn't it? So to change it would destroy not just illusions, but probably lives, many lives.
Well, I wouldn't go so far as say destroy lives. They change the history books all the time. Like people adapt to it, and they learn what they learn. Like if the school system changed tomorrow, and all of a sudden they taught nothing but super hyper logical things, and they was all geared towards the old trivium type of thinking, then I honestly think you would see a different outcome out of the schools.
Well, it's like what was it? The Gulf of Tonkin incident was a pretext to go to war. Like that's pretty much mainstream now, but in like talking circles about it, doesn't really come up that it was all based on a lie. Do you know what I mean? People still go with the old narrative that it was a justified war. Like it's like it doesn't really change much, even if it comes to light.
Yeah, I think they are desensitizing people to that kind of stuff. However, like back in the 80s and the 90s and early 2000s even, they were constantly calling everybody conspiracy theorists for like talking about the things that they admitted in front of the world, like weapons of mass destruction. We didn't find those weapons of mass destruction because it was based on lies. But because people are so far removed from it, and people are so desensitized to these kinds of things, they're not as much up in arms, even though people are still stuck in the delusion that was propagated like decades ago.
Well, there actually were weapons of mass financial destruction in Iraq. That's why they had to go in and occupy the nation.
That's actually true. Well, it would have been massively destructive to the current banking system.
Yeah, same with Libya, right?
Yep, Libya did with the gold dinar was a huge problem for the Americans.
Do you think the BRICS? I'm hearing the conspiracies that the BRICS nations are a threat. Do you think that's going to have any sort of consequence?
Well, they're a little bit more of those nations together or have a greater chance than individual nations trying to take on the American petrodollar.
Yeah, I just see it as more globalization, like European Union. It's just another version of that, and eventually it's all gonna try to merge into one.
Me too. Under the guise of independence, right? I agree.
Yep.
I always had this fascination with, I think it's 1984, where there's three factions at war, and it's a never-ending war. Is it 1984?
Yeah.
That narrative? Yeah, I just always felt like that was on the cards, that there'd just be like three major nations, and then they'll just be at a constant war.
Yep, it's same thing. FDR's plan was to create his United Nations and have Russia as the other superpower.
Because it's more realistic than a one world nation, right? But if you've got the Council of Foreign Relations managing everything, then you've got a small group. If you select people from each country, part of a bigger group, right? It can all be managed.
Yeah, it's the illusion of separation, so that you have a bad guy to blame on all the problems. So both sides can be like, I am the hero of my side.
Exactly. It doesn't work without someone to blame. Like you said, you do need to have another big bad country who's the cause of your problems. Otherwise, you look at your government. And then if there's three, then it adds enough complexity for it to be unresolvable, right?
Yeah, it kind of makes it into a stalemate, because if one guy attacks the other guy, they're both making themselves weaker, and then the third power could just come up from behind on any of them and just mess them up. Classic war game strategies. You don't want to get pincered.
That's why FDR needed Japan to attack America, and he made it happen because he knew the American people were not interested in having another war with Germany. They got sick of fighting Germany during the First World War.
German history is really different to like British and American history. Like there's it's hard to research. Have you done a deep dive on German history before World War One?
Oh yeah, they ran everything about the Weimar Republic. Very difficult to get good information about it.
Yeah, they were a very different nation to your average, even the French and Spanish, the English. I just feel like there's similar histories there. They were all sort of on the same page. Germans were doing their own thing, and they were a little bit more religious as well, a little bit more, I would say, righteous from what I can tell. But yeah, like I said, it's really hard to research.
Yeah, like I said, because they had to get rid of that information because it exposed who was attempting to destroy Germany.
Yeah, I think it also shows like how bad it is to try to erase such information or limit the access to such information, because it shows you that you are doomed to repeat it if you are not aware of the dangers of the consequences of it.
Yeah, they were like economic powerhouse. They had like the infrastructure. Germany before World War One. Oh my God, like some beautiful buildings, some high end technology that well beyond their time. You know, I've seen conveyor belt walkways, monorails. You know, we're talking about the 30s and stuff. Like it was really impressive.
The German people always had a good work ethic and a very analytical thinking, so I'm not surprised.
It looks like they embraced the technology that we shunned and banished as well. And there was a time period where they were really flourishing because of it. It could be another reason why they had to go. You know, they were comfortable with the old world tech, maybe.
I do not. David? David? Yeah, could I get the...
That's your hot mic, dude. Sounds like he's about to order his lunch.
Yeah, he's at Chick-fil-A or something.
So has anyone got any cool stories, good conversations they've had lately? People who have either switched from the globe to questioning or gone back the other way? Anything cool been happening?
I am turning back into a Glober as soon as the Globers present Earth curve measured.
I'd like to see that day. I'd have no problem with that day. Shame it's never going to come.
Yeah, the Globers don't understand that you can't see the entire Earth from low Earth orbit.
Not sure about this low Earth orbit stuff.
Yeah, I use that term and then I think, why am I using that term? But I don't know the right term to use instead. I know orbit's the problem here, but you know, is there a? You can obviously have an orbit on a flat Earth, which is why I think I'm comfortable with it. But what would you say instead, Professor Triangle?
Low Earth altitude would be a good substitute.
But low Earth altitude sounds lower. Like just off the top of my head, it just feels lower.
Yeah, because the other thing has the connotation of being in outer space, fantasy land.
What's the highest layer? Because I know the stratosphere is quite low. That's not low Earth orbit. What's low Earth orbit supposed to be? What, like 100 miles, 150 miles above?
I know the ISS is in the thermosphere, so it's around there.
Thermosphere. So even that, thermos and then sphere, doesn't feel right.
Thermos layer.
Yeah, thermos layer, I can work with that. Because the low Earth orbit is supposed to be is it above our atmosphere? So it's actually outside of our atmosphere officially, right?
Nah. Well,
they're claiming now the atmosphere goes all the way to the moon.
Oh yeah, they changed it. I forgot about that.
Yeah. So they claim there's particles still extending out in the cloud all the way out beyond the moon. And they just claim the gradient gets less and less and they can't measure it.
So don't we need like another like 10, 15, 20 more layers then to be named?
No, I think they just overgeneralized because according to their models and their like imaginations, like there wouldn't be much pressure differential from this point to that point, so we call that this. There's a little bit of differential here, or like in the temperature, for instance, so we call that this. There's like a band of like kind of static air where like they call it like the pause or the mesopause and different things like that, where and they name it based on the different characteristics that they claim are in those different zones, but I can't go verify any of that.
Sounds like they've added just enough complexity to get away with saying anything between those points.
Yeah, and it really depends on who you're talking to. Like, they have no problem jumping between theoretical models to try to explain something, and then after like 10 explanations, those 10 different theoretical models actually don't jive together. It's just explanations to try to explain a phenomenon or a thing, but it doesn't have any weight to it because it is not based on any verifiable information. It's just modeling and imagination. Like, I believe this would work this way.
Drace, they call it a model, but it's not even a model. What they have, like you said, it's an explanation, right? So one explanation didn't work, so let's create another explanation for this phenomenon, and then let's create another one for that one, another one for that one. Now we've got 10 different explanations. Now whenever we see a phenomenon, we just plug and play, like, oh, that explanation doesn't work, let's use this.
Yeah, you just search for a model that appears to match your thing, and if no model appears to match your thing, you just make up a new model and you're good. It's kind of like with the Einstein and his like predictions of what, like failing at the galactic level. When we see tiny little galaxies in the sky, what we think are galaxies in the globe model, and the rotation on those galaxies is way too fast on the edges, And so they're like, oh, there must be some invisible mass there. And then they calculated that's like 95%, 97%. It's just invisible mass and energy, supposedly. But that is you observing the theory not matching reality and then just making up 97 to 8% of all of reality to fill the gap because the theory didn't work.
And then they get mad when we say, I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Well, at least we have an explanation for it. No, you don't have an explanation.
Yeah, anybody can make up an explanation. Like, just like when AI is like, here's an explanation. It's an Einsteinian Rosenfold manifold, or whatever it was, and they just don't want to accept it. But that's kind of how you gotta play with Einstein. You just gotta accept his bending and warping of space-time. The standards aren't the same. They're willing to accept bullshit just if it sounds intelligent from one side because it confirms what they were taught as children. But the other side could say whatever or show them even verifiable empirical proof, and they're just like, no, the other story is more comfortable.
So what do you think the reason is for them extending the Earth's atmosphere? Is it because there was problems with the pre-existing model, or do you think it's to address the container thing that flat earthers have been talking about for so
It's to
long?
explain why rockets can take them to the moon.
But I thought they had an explanation for that, claiming that they were bringing their own atmosphere or whatever for the
You
gas
have
to push
nothing
off.
to push off of. You're not going to move. They can tell you all the stories in the world.
Yeah,
Yeah, they know that you can't. They know you can't propagate through in an empty space. You have to have something to push off.
Or at
Yeah, 'cause
least
I've
some
heard
of their
them
engineers
say-
do, and you need to be able to somehow gaslight them into following you.
Right. Yeah, because I hear Globers say they bring their own, basically their own gases that allow the thruster to have something to push against. But I guess in a vacuum, that's just non-logical. That doesn't work, I imagine.
No, it would just go into the vacuum as quick as it comes out.
Yeah.
Just disperse everywhere.
Does somebody have the gif of them doing that with that little rocket in the little vacuum chamber, and like you could see the smoke coming out of that little rocket, and it wasn't until it hit the surface that the rocket or little fake rocket started moving. Like all of that thrust out the back was just freely expanding into the available space. It wasn't until it hit the wall that that force could then be transferred into motion off the rocket.
Yeah, it was like a 0.3 or 0.5 second delay.
So ChatGPT seems to think rockets actually perform better in a vacuum because there's no air resistance, no atmospheric pressure pushing back on the exhaust, and that rocket nozzles can be optimized for space.
That's the story.
Watch it. I'll stick my chat bot on yours, and it'll come back and tell you exactly why it won't work.
Yeah, I just didn't expect ChatGPT to just completely go against that. And you reckon it's Newton's third law?
Well, the reasoning behind what they say is doing is that because there's nothing to push on out the back, it's pushing in both directions. So it's pushing forward through the rocket as well. So explanation for it.
Yeah, they're saying it all happens within the exhaust, within the actual contained exhaust.
Yeah, the rocket fuel is supposed to be expanding and
That's
pushing
like
it forward.
being down in a pool and kicking or just pushing off the water instead of off the wall, and see how if you go anywhere. If you push off the wall, you'll go. If you just push off the water with your feet, like one big push, you won't go anywhere.
Well, I have yet to see any demonstration of a rocket being able to go forward in a vacuum. The only demonstrations I've seen where people have tried to do that, every time when they get it to move, they repressurize the chamber with exhaust from the rocket. And when they try to keep it evacuated, the thing doesn't move.
That's why they screwed up by saying we live in an ever expanding universe, because that means the vacuum is always getting even greater and greater. So it's worse for them.
Yeah, but this is a pick what you want as long as it conforms to our belief system. Like you can believe like the space is made out of plasma and like all sorts of random nonsense if you're a glober, and that's fine. It's a plasma, but it's also a complete emptiness, a vacuum. It can be whatever you want, just as long as you believe it's a globe.
So I'm looking up this deep space propulsion systems, and they're talking about electric propulsion using ion thrusters. Like we didn't have that in the 70s, right? They're not claiming to have had that for the Apollo missions, are they?
No, they claim to use like just air bursts out of the lunar modules to move it around.
And the space shuttle. If you look at the videos of the space shuttle, you see the little things on the side going. So,
right,
shooting the air out.
So I mean, it should have took a hell of a lot longer to get back from the moon than get to the moon, right? Because there was no chemical rocket that boost they could use to begin the flight.
Well, if you look at the lunar takeoff, looks hell of a lot like they got the rockets working with like fire and shit and vacuum.
I can't watch any of that footage, seriously, really. I just find it ridiculous.
It's garbage.
And I don't know about you, but as a astronaut, I don't want to be strapped to a 1 billion pound explosive device just to get into low Earth orbit. Because the original plan was to have 2 separate vehicles, one a heavy lift vehicle with nobody on it. So if it exploded, nobody got killed. And then the astronauts would ride a smaller rocket that was more reliable and less explosive. And then they would meet up in space, in orbit there, and then connect up together and then make their way to the moon. It seems to me like that would be the smarter deal.
No, they just YOLO it and get to the moon with less computing power than a pregnancy test.
And they never really did solve the Saturn V's pogo problem. It's such a massive vehicle with so much weight. With the whole thing would pogo in and out, almost to the point of self-destruction.
Hey, don't let a pregnancy test fool you. I've seen somebody playing Doom on it.
True.
Hi.
Hello.
What's up, Rich? What's up?
Good. I mean, do you all? Do you all believe in flat Earth?
No believers here.
We know it's,
it's
flat.
it's not really a belief. It's more of empirical data. Shows us we live on a flat stationary plane.
Okay.
Obviously,
It's
there's
measured that way.
topography.
You don't need to believe in it. It's just a measurement.
Yeah, just don't get offended, but I might ask some questions.
Yeah, please do. That's what we're here for.
Mhm.
Far away.
Let's say, oh shit, sorry, my bad. Okay, so I was saying that let's say the equations that we have about the circular movement of Earth towards the sun. Well, that works because the Earth is round, and also the formulas of relativity about 2 objects, and also the Newton's formulas about the gravity around 2 objects also works because the Earth is round and it's known as one mass, not a flat surface. Also, another point I want to make is, let's say we are observing Mars or Jupiter or something like that. If it was flat, like Earth, then wouldn't it just look like a coin when we are trying to observe it? But
Are
it's
you
not
asking
looking
a
like a.
question? Are you asking a question, or are you making a point?
He's trying to. I think he's trying to give us like 10 proofs at one time.
No. I'm just
Yeah, it's
saying
just
that these are the things that is not convincing me that Earth is flat.
That's fine. Let's
No,
go.
Are you saying, Mark?
Math doesn't do that. Math's not going to
I'm
make
sorry.
you think it's
I'm
flat.
sorry, bro. I told you I'm not here to offend anyone.
You're fine, Spark. It's just, here's the thing. If it's flat, then everything that you thought you knew is wrong. The whole story is wrong. Everything.
Yeah, that's it. That's the point.
There's no
But
story
all
about
of the
outer space
equations
anymore.
works. All of the equations works.
It's not about the calculations. It's about whether or not the surface is curving.
Okay, let's just focus on the coin part. Let's say the Earth is flat and the Mars should be flat.
Let's focus on. Hold on for a second, Spark. You're saying the calculations. You're saying a calculation work. What is a calculation? Answer that for
What?
me real fast. What is a calculation?
Let's talk about the weight, like
No.
the
I
weight
asked you a
of
question. I need you to answer it. What is a calculation?
what is a calculation.
Yes. You keep saying it works. So what is a calculation?
Well, I cannot give you a definition because there are a lot of
You don't
kind
know
of
the definition of
calculation.
a calculation. Yes, you don't know the definition of a calculation, but yet you're
Well,
putting it to us saying that it works, but you don't know what
oh,
it is.
no, I know what it is, but it's not like
Okay, let me ask you another
well,
question.
I
You
can
already
give
said
you
you don't know. Now it's my turn to talk again. You already said you don't know. Now it's my turn to talk again. So are you going off a script of what somebody told you about a calculation that works? Because you don't know what it is.
okay, bro, you're not just I mean, can you just not speak? I mean, Roots maybe his name. He was
Okay, now
speaking
you're
more
talking about
politely.
me. Now you're talking about me. I ain't
Yeah.
saying anything about you. The only thing that I said about you is where did you get your information from and are you relying on that?
Well,
Because
you're
you
just
don't
assuming
know.
that someone gave me a
Okay,
script, and I think it is about for me.
Based off of your own words, you don't even know what your main point even is.
Well,
Off your
I
words.
told you there are a lot of. I mean, there are different type of calculations, so I cannot give a definition
Okay,
of
but
one.
yes, got you. The calculations that you don't know what it is. What is the calculation?
Yeah, be
What is
specific.
the calculation?
What calculations are you talking about?
Okay,
Okay,
got you.
he just has to let me finish. Let's say the calculation about
No, I want you
the
to
weight
answer my
is.
question. I'm going to interrupt you every time you don't answer it. What is a calculation? Because you're talking about it again as if you know what it is. You told me you didn't know what it was. Now you know what it is again. What is a calculation?
Bro, I told you there are a lot of kind of calculations.
I don't care about what kind of a calculation. What is it? It's only one meaning of a calculation.
Something mathematical evidence which is proven theoretically and physically.
Great. Mathematical.
Which,
And what is mathematical?
yeah,
What is that? What is math?
bro, what?
What is math?
What the fuck do you mean? What is math? Have you lost your
I mean,
fucking
why
mind?
what the fuck you talking about it? Why are you getting mad at me? What is math?
Bro,
Have a
what
go.
is? What,
Try and
I mean,
answer.
what do you
No.
mean?
It's not a trick question. Just try and answer it. What is math? What is it?
It's not at all. It's a simple question because you guys love talking about it. So what is the calculation? You said it's math. Okay, what is math? It's not a trick
Math
question.
is a long series of. Math describes the calculations like it's a subject in which you have a lot of sectors which helps you to create, which helps you to predict, which helps you to calculate the things that you're trying to understand and to calculate the possibilities.
No, that's not even what math is. What is math in elementary terms, bro? What is math?
Okay,
What do
so
math do?
trying to explain what do you want me to answer you so that
You're
you would be
too busy
happy.
trying to repeat that script of
Just
yours, and I'm
answer
getting you
yourself.
away from this. I'm trying to get you to the fundamentals of what you're talking about, and I'm trying to get you off of that script of yours. So I asked you, what is the calculation? You said it was math. That's only half of the answer. But what is math, since you try to run the math? Or should I just say it for you, and then you're going to pretend you already knew?
Well, this is his first time here, Reg. Let's give him a little bit of a break. I know he came in hot. I understand why you've come
This is
in.
not Spark's first time here.
Oh, it's not his
He came
first
in
time.
If this guy is representing you, I mean, on behalf of you guys, or the theory of flat Earth, in which you guys believe, then I think he shouldn't be explaining someone because the way how he speaks is not something that I'm going to be listening to and gonna take very positively.
Right, we don't need that. We don't need that ad hominem attack.
Bro, are you sure that you're here to explain?
Okay, I'll answer it for you then. Since you don't want to answer, you want to be funny, right? Calculations is a descriptor terms in language that we use in math in order to describe things that we observe in reality. Elementary school. Why couldn't you just say that?
So Spark, math is a language.
So math is a language. So math is a language, which means that it's a concept, correct?
Bro, math is not a language. It's not a concept as well. It's an applied thing that is never wrong.
So you can show me math. then.
Math
So
is a
you can
language.
show me- You can show me math. Hold up. So math is physical, right? You can show me math.
Okay, you said math is a language. Can you just name me a nation who speaks math? Yeah.
Great.
Can you describe me what is the definition of a language?
Hold on. Let me say it
I
again.
asked you a question, you haven't
again.
answered it, and you're
Let me say
jumping
it
somewhere.
again. Let me say it again.
Answer this
because
question,
you-
bro. Answer this question.
You're not answering my question.
Answer this
Bro,
question.
no, I have to. You have to answer my question. Just you said math is a language. Explain me what is the definition of language and name a nation or a country who speaks math language.
All,
Yes, that's
all
a silly
nations
question.
speak math.
All nations, yeah.
Hold on. I'm going to end this so that way we can move forward. Hold on.
You can't speak Mathish.
Hold on. Math is
Why
a
not if
language
it's a
that
language?
everybody speaks. Math is a language
Nah,
that
bro.
everybody.
It has
Bro,
to
if
be
you're not going to let me
something
speak,
communicational.
I'm going to mute you.
Okay.
Or if you're not going to let me speak, I'm going to mute you. So, math is a
Mhm.
language that everybody speaks. You literally said that the calculations for Newton work, and the reason why they work is because it explains how the Earth is a ball. You literally gave the reason why math is a language.
Okay, now let me speak.
Hold on. Now it's my turn to speak.
I said it
Yes.
first.
No.
I have to answer him.
Now it's time for me to defend myself.
Spark.
Now it's
Okay, I'll
time
be
for me to
respectful and
defend
just listen to him.
myself,
Yeah,
Spark.
go ahead. I'm listening.
Sir Spark,
All right, let's
you
chill
can
out.
go
Let's
ahead
chill
and
out.
write down whatever point you could write down whatever point you want to address with him. He jumped in the middle of me and your argument about math and what math is and how
Not
math
language,
actually
not
utilized
math.
in the world. Great.
Jump to where?
Now
Reg,
it's time for you to stop
just for the sake of the room, you jumped into my conversation, so we're all able to jump in here, and let's tone it down a little
You
bit.
can jump in as much as you like. I don't care about that. I just told him to
Please stop
write down
screaming.
whatever you said to him. That's
Yeah, let's
fine. You could jump in.
let's just chill out.
Anybody could jump in. I
Wait,
don't care
wait.
about
I
that.
have a question.
I just
Joe.
don't want him to miss my point because he's misrepresenting what I said. So I just want
Right.
him to basically address my whole point because that is not the only thing that I said about math. The only thing that I said about math wasn't that it was just a language. I just said that it was a language that is used in calculations to describe things that we observe in reality. So nobody
Joe, I have
said
a
that math
question to
is
you.
just a language alone. I didn't say that. I told you what math is. I told you how math is used, and I told you how we actually utilize it in reality. But math is a concept. It is not something physical that you could touch and see and works and stuff like that without observing something in reality first. Am I
Joe,
wrong, Spark?
do you believe in a flat Earth, or are you against believing flat Earth?
Am I wrong, Spark?
La la la.
Hold on, somebody muted Spark. So let's just get to the bottom of this with Spark, and then we'll come to you next. So, Spark, are you following what Reg is saying? Because he's very correct with what he said.
Okay,
You agree?
let's just be peaceful here. Okay, I'm just gonna make few points first of all. I'm not here to argue about something and create some how do I explain arguments or some unpeaceful moment between some people, and I'm here to talk politely and trying to understand what you guys believe in and why you guys believe in, as we humans are rational human beings. I mean,
Do you agree or do you
believe.
disagree?
Oh
You
my
said
god,
that
let me
earlier.
finish, bro.
Let him
Can
talk.
someone mute
Let
him?
him talk, bro.
Let him finish. Let him finish, and then Reg, you jump in.
Nobody want to hear that. Do you agree or disagree?
Bro,
Stop
your
talking.
mic is ass. Your mic is ass.
Right,
Great, I
Spark.
got you.
Can you respond
agree or
to?
disagree?
Yeah, respond to Reg. Do you agree with what he said or not? If not,
No, first
explain
of all,
why.
he said that math is language. The definition of language is not the way how he said. Well, language is something that people use to communicate with someone. It's a sound that can be written, and it's a sound that can be understandable by a human. And it's a data that a human can try to process in his mind and
There
understand what
you
the other
go.
people is trying to say.
Yeah,
Language
here you
is not
go.
something what he described. Math cannot be a language.
It's very good.
I got you. So
you're wrong.
you didn't hear them. So can you address the other part? Since you want to say math is not a language, which is actually yes, it's actually utilized in language. Language is just not speaking. Address the other part. What I said, math is a concept. Math is a concept that describes things in reality.
Well, math is not a concept. It's a real thing.
Great. So show me math.
Oh, you think math is real? Mathematics. You think mathematics is real?
Well, in mathematics, you can see imaginary numbers. I think you don't know. I'm just gonna assume that you don't know about this, and you can't even touch those imaginary numbers, but yet somehow it works, and it is working on your system as well.
You could touch.
I told you, imaginary numbers, you can't touch them. It's something like you can't touch it.
So it's not physical.
Imaginary.
Then. It's not real. Yes,
So it's a concept.
It's not real.
Conceptual.
You can't touch Chinese either.
Okay, well, listen. I mean, you're getting excited over here, and you're not trying to understand what I'm here for.
Do you know the difference between real and abstract?
Yeah, my mic is just ads. I'm not getting excited. I'm really just. I don't know why you trying to.
Try to understand why I'm here. Try to understand why I'm here. I'm not here to debate about Earth is flat or round. I'm here to understand that why do you,
based in math,
bro?
And you do
First of all, bro, you didn't even you just came from nowhere. Are you even listening?
Got you, Spark. Your whole argument is based in math. You said the math works.
Argument. I told, bro, rules. Try to explain him. I mean, I told you at the beginning. I'm not here to argue.
No, he's just addressing your points. But listen, Spark, he's just addressing the points that you're making because you're wrong. Math is conceptual by definition. Yeah.
Okay, I might be wrong. I might be wrong.
But listen, you are wrong. You are wrong. It's a collection of abstract concepts put together to create what you would consider a logical framework. But math is very much based on the input of the user, just like language. Language is a tool that can be used to communicate ideas, right? But then it depends on the input of the user to whether that language is consistent, logical, etc. So it is conceptual. It's a tool.
Well, math is not a language. I can't agree with that.
And I'm not saying you cannot use math to prove your point. And I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is, in order for you to prove your point in reality, such as the surface of the earth, you're going to need something in reality, such as a physical observation, to go along with your calculation.
So here is the problem. Listen, mate. I'm just saying you again. I'm not here to argue or debate that if the Earth is round or an ellipse or it's a flat thing. I told you. I'm just here to understand that what are the rational reasons for which you believe in flat Earth. I'm just making it clear
Well,
again.
if you want us to explain them, you got to be quiet.
I'm sorry.
I mean, Spark, a simple Google search, this is basic. A simple Google search will tell you that yes, math is a language and yes, math is a concept. I'm not sure where you're getting this from, but this is
think we're
basic.
past that, Bruce. Honestly, I think we're past that. He wants to know the logical reason of why we think the Earth is flat if all these calculations seem to work on a globe. And the reason is that the surface measures flat. So again, if gravity is real, and I'll give you gravity, if gravity is real, how big is the Earth?
See, he got my point.
Yeah, and I'm not giving them gravity. And the point of the matter is this. This is my point. The point is that you don't have any math that works with your globe because you don't have any physical observation of a globe to begin with. So no, I'm not giving you gravity. No, I'm not giving you curiosity. No, I'm not giving you a globe.
Give it to him because he doesn't have it.
None of
Give it to him because he doesn't have it, Greg.
Bro, Rage. I mean, Joe, you need to calm down.
When you started off with math, you have the math work with the
Okay,
sorry,
listen.
math
So
work with the globe.
why I bring maths here is that the satellites were orbiting the Earth is
We
the
don't even know it's an orbit.
equations.
How
Well,
big is the Earth?
You keep making points after points. You're scattergurning. Let's start with the math.
How big is the Earth?
Hold on. He started with
Let's
the
start
math.
with the basics.
Yeah, he
He
started
says
with
the
the math.
math works, so let's start with the first order measurement. How big is the Earth?
Yeah, sheepdog. Let's start with the math. He said he had math. Let's start with the math, Spark. What math do you have about the globe?
mm-hmm.
Yeah, the first thing we're
maths
going to
do
need is
I
a
have about
circumference
the
and a
Hold on,
radius.
sheepdog.
Okay, can you repeat your question for me, please?
You said you had the math works with the globe. Let's start with the math.
Yeah. Yeah, for example, like the equation for a satellite to orbit around the
What is the
Earth
equation
is.
for that?
You want me to say the equation for the velocity
Yes,
or the
please.
equation for
Oh
the?
my God, he's not
That's
even
it. Tell
answering y'all
me the
questions.
equation.
How big is the Earth, and how did you observe it?
What?
Oh my
No,
God. How big is the?
Mm-hmm.
What's the equation?
Okay, so I'm not saying about the definition, but the mathematical equation for the
So how do you know the
satellite.
math works? How do you know the math works if you don't know the
Because
equation
the
or haven't even
satellite
tested?
is not falling into the Earth and it's
What
really moving
satellite?
around.
What satellite?
Let's say a satellite of Starship.
one?
I mean, Starlink. Let's say.
Okay, what was the math they used?
Well, they use equations so that the
What equation?
or satellite. I mean, the velocities equation so that the
What
satellite
equation?
doesn't. Mathematical equation for the
Which one was
velocity
it?
and
Can you tell me which one was it and how does it use?
v equals to root over of gm divided by r plus h, and r here is
All
the
right, so now
radius
you
of
looked
Earth.
it up,
H
right?
is no, I haven't looked it up, bro. I'm an engineer.
Oh my gosh,
Dude, you
Did
do
I
not
ask you like
use the
3
radius
times?
of Earth. Shut up.
And it took
You do
you.
not use it.
It took you
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You don't use the radius of Earth for anything.
Oh, here we go again, bro. I'm just trying to explain.
How did you get the radius?
How did I get the radius?
Yep.
Well, there was a scientific method, but I right now I don't remember that.
There was a scientific method for the radius.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. What causes the radius?
Like the way how we find out the speed of light, there was also a way how we find out the radius of Earth.
So you're just making it up as you go, aren't you?
Bro, just calm down. You're again making
I'm asking you a
personal. I
question
told
and you just
you just need to calm down. I told you I'm not here to fight or prove
you're
my.
making claims and I'm asking you about your claims, man.
I'm not making claims. I'm saying that as
okay. So did I bring up the math works? Was I the one that brought up the math that math works, or was it you?
Then can you just give me an example of
Hold
a
on,
person?
give me a question. Stop asking me what something.
Yeah, my bad. Ask again.
You said the math works, right?
Yeah, the math works if it's right.
So now you're giving a caveat if it's right.
Well, if you're just gonna say 2 + 2 = 5, then it's not right.
But you're saying the radius. How did it get the radius?
Well, how did you calculate the speed of light?
Why are you asking me about the speed of light? You're saying that they have the v over r.
Can you measure speed of light? Can you measure speed of light?
Jesus Christ! So why are you going? That's a red herring. Why are you?
Because I need that point so that I can explain you that there was a scientific
are
way.
giving me a red herring. That's a fallacious argument, meaning you're distracting from the point. I asked you about the radius, and you're asking me about the speed of light. You're reversing the burden of proof to start with.
I was explaining.
How did you get the radius, and you're asking me about the speed of light?
Well, if you think the only way that we're gonna calculate the radius of Earth is by digging a hole around the core, then I'm gonna say that this is not the only way that how we know
Okay,
the
so how
radius
do you
of
get the
Earth.
radius?
Bro, I told you I don't remember the process right now, but there are many ways to know
Engineer,
about
you
the
should
radius
know
of
how to
Earth.
get the radius.
Like the way
Engineer,
how
you
we.
should know how. You should know how, engineer.
Oh my God, bro! I told you not to make
So
it
how do
personal.
you know the math works if you don't even know how they got the radius?
Okay, I mean I'm gonna explain it with an example. Do you know the speed of light?
Again, why are you red herring me with another question?
I'm making
And
a
then
point here with that explanation.
no, I don't care what crap about your point. I'm asking you, how do you know about the radius?
And to answer your question, no, nobody's measured the speed of light. There you go.
Oh well, the speed of light has a constant velocity,
No,
and
it
it's
doesn't.
measured.
Nobody's
Oh, so
ever
you're denying the
measured
Sagnac
it. We
effect.
can move on. We can move on now. Nobody's
Yeah,
ever measured
this is why I didn't want to go there because it distracts. You go.
No, you're just destroying yourself by destroying physics.
Yeah, he wants to switch and bait, man. He's bait and switch.
I'm not switching.
Yes, you are,
I
because then
told
we're
you.
gonna go into that
I told
conversation
you.
where you
Okay,
want to go into that conversation
make your point.
instead of answering the questions about the radius. You don't know how they got the radius, first of all, and they use it somehow in their calculations, right?
Well, if you measure your weight on a scale like, let's say I weigh 600
herring.
newtons. Let's say I have 600 newtons. It works because of the formula of the formula of the weight, and it includes radius in it.
Spark, why are you disrespecting this forum?
Bro, he's just trying to. He's just asking me, why did you get the radius? I'm telling him I don't remember it. How did they measure the radius?
No. I'm asking you why you're disrespecting this forum by not answering a direct question. Why are you using red herrings? Why are you disrespecting him?
Bro, I told him that I don't know that how did they measure the radius, but yeah, I believe that.
Well, that's all you have to say. Great. So you have a belief, but you don't actually know, right? That could have been taken care of a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So it's just a belief system. So therefore, you're religious. That's your religion right there.
Bro, it's a believing system because it gives me proof.
Yeah, you believe. You have faith. You have faith that they're giving you evidence, but they haven't given you any proof because, first of all, they haven't shown you how they got the radius. Then you can't actually find no curvature anywhere.
Bro. Like for real?
Yeah, where have you found curvature? Can you tell me where have you seen the curve of the Earth?
The Earth is too big.
So you haven't then.
You've got to be willing, Spark. You've got to be willing to actually question these things. It sounds like you keep saying you're not here to debate, right? But you don't seem willing to question these fundamental beliefs that you have, and you seem to think that it's some sort of knowledge. There is a difference between knowledge and belief. And if you have no way to validate these things, you are working off belief. So have a bit more patience. You are debating whether you know it or not by not addressing the questions. So just slow down a bit. Be prepared to question what you fundamentally believe.
Okay, I got you. And I'm gonna answer this that I don't know how did they find the radius. I don't know the process. What was the process to find the radius?
Right. So you haven't seen like Jedi said, right? So you haven't seen the radius. I mean, you haven't seen the curve of the Earth.
Well, it's not possible to see the Earth's radius if Earth is too big.
I'm talking about the right. So it's too big to
like
see.
A football.
Right. So
no, then
it's a football now.
So the answer is no. Have you seen the curvature of the Earth? No.
No.
Explanation because it's too big, but the simple answer is no. Right.
I haven't.
Yeah, cool. It's the first step. Just be honest.
I'm being honest.
We know, and we appreciate that. Thank you.
Great. So you can't affirm that the Earth is a globe because you haven't seen it.
Come again?
You can't affirm that the Earth is a globe because you haven't seen it. Not even partially seen the curve of the Earth.
Well,
I mean, all you have is
I haven't
somebody
seen-
telling you. All you have is somebody telling you, look, this is a picture from space. You can't validate them.
I mean, what? I mean, okay, I haven't seen the curvature of Earth, but what does it proves?
That you don't know
the thing
what
that
it
you
is.
would need to measure to calculate a radius. It's the only thing that you have access to on a sphere, right? It's either the circumference, the rate of change of slope, the diameter or radius. Being as we're not digging to get a radius and come out the other end to get a diameter, we've only got access to the surface. Now we're going to need to measure a rate of change of slope to determine that it is a curved surface to then calculate a radius value for it. Simple, right? You need that bit to get the R bit.
Okay, hi.
Made everyone go quiet again? Oh, you are there.
Sorry, I was just trying to fix my phone. Yeah, I can listen now. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, so I didn't. Okay, I'm gonna ask something that maybe I have missed. Well, I was saying that what does that prove? I mean, what does it proves if I'm saying that I haven't seen the curvature of Earth?
Okay, I'll say it again because you wasn't listening because you couldn't. That's the thing that you need to measure to determine the radius. Being as you can't get a radius or a diameter, you only have access to the surface, which can give you two values. One, the rate of change of slope, and two, the circumference. You need to measure the rate of change of slope to determine it's a sphere. And then from measuring the curvature, you can determine the radius, diameter, and circumference.
But don't you think that the Earth is? I mean, it is not like the ideal flat thing. Like it has on the surface, it has some. How do I explain? Like some ups and downs on the land.
Topography?
That's why we use water. Like mean sea level. The bit that the land pokes out of and is underneath. That's what we get altitude from like aeroplanes. Heights of mountains from sea level. That water's 70% of the surface of the Earth. If the surface was curving, we would measure it over distances of water.
Okay, I got the point you're trying to make here. Now let's talk about another part which is confusing for me. Is that okay?
As long as you understand that you need to measure curvature to determine a radius.
I told you I got the point.
Cool, yeah. Like I said, as long as you understand that, we can move on.
Yeah, I told you I got the point. So I'm not I'm just now trying to speak about. Let's say, do you guys believe that the Moon, the Mars, the Jupiter, the other planets around the Earth is also flat?
No, bro, we're not a replacement belief system to replace your old belief system. We are the people who left the cult you're in. We don't have a new replacement belief system for you to believe in. We just have irrefutable evidence that your belief system is false.
You didn't answer my question anyway. Do you guys believe that the Mars and the other planets are flat?
How would we
I'll
know?
answer that for you.
Sorry. How would we know? We have access to the Earth. We can measure that. We can only look at the things in the sky. To determine what shape they are, we would actually have to go to them and measure them. We can't do that.
Haven't
So
heard about
we don't
the concept
know.
of telescope?
Yeah, still looking at what's like a disc in the sky.
Yeah, but that disk changes. Like the craters is not visible after a few days or a few
Sorry, we
months.
always
It
see that if
depends
you're
on the
just
planet
talking,
size.
if you're just talking about the moon, the same size always faces us.
Not moon.
Yeah, I'll give you shadows and stuff. And me and you can sit here and come to a most probable answer. Why are you talking? I'm trying to agree with you. Me and you can stand here and look at the moon and give a most probable answer. But until we go there to validate our most probable answer, it's just a speculation at best.
But we can look at Jupiter using powerful telescope.
That's good. We can look at it, and it looks a certain way, and I'll give you 99.9% it probably is, but until you go there, you don't know for 100%.
Yeah, but all the planets that we observe in the sky is a disk. It's never like a coin's one side. It's
That's
never like a
nice,
coin's
but
one
you
side.
have to remember.
With fixed side.
Good. Right, but I'm trying to just like gently get you to understand that yes, you can look at them and we can come to agreements on the most probability. But until you go there, you can't confirm your speculation. It's not my fault that this is how things work. Otherwise, it's just a story I'll give you with logic and it seems probable.
But don't you think that there must be one planet which is looking like, looking like a thick side of a coin?
No, stop.
Why not?
We don't think the Earth is the third planet disk from the Sun in orbit around the Sun with other spherical planets.
It doesn't have anything to do with the solar system, third planet.
Okay, so the Earth isn't a planet then, and the things in the sky are in a different category to the Earth beneath them. The category of a planet is a curved ball that moves. The Earth doesn't measure any curvature, so it doesn't fit into the category of planet. Whatever they are doesn't change what the measurement of the surface of the Earth is.
Okay, my first question was, do you guys believe that the other planets like Mars and other stuff is round or like flat? So you're just now saying that Earth is not in a category of planet, it's something else.
What's the identity of the category of a planet?
I don't
what would
know.
fit into the category of planet?
I just thought that anything which is, well, I don't know for now.
When you're asking the question and using the word other, you are including the Earth in the scenario that all of these celestial objects and the Earth are planets, round balls in space. However, that is not the original definition of that word, but that's not for now. The point is, the reason that we're here is because, like we got you to discuss before, there is no measurement of Earth curve. There is no way to detect Earth curve. And it turns out that everybody, including yourself, uses and measures the Earth to be flat. So the idea of Earth being a planet is entirely debunked based on the measurements of the Earth that you live on. It is a flat and stationary plane. That means that everything else that comes from that idea, the Earth being a sphere, like the distances to these other planets, quote unquote, is also entirely debunked. Their size is debunked. Them hovering in outer space, debunked. All of that is null and void. So we can't give you answers.
You said Earth is stationary.
Correct.
Yeah.
Then why does the distance between Mars and Earth, like it increases?
It doesn't.
Decreases. It doesn't.
It doesn't. No.
It doesn't.
No. How would you measure that?
Oh my god! Like by the size, like how do I explain? It's a very long thing for me to explain you that. I mean, it's not explainable by just words.
If something in the sky gets closer or further away, it's getting closer and further away from a stationary flat plane beneath it. I tried to explain to you, then you interrupted.
Anyway,
you see how it doesn't matter if something above.
No.
If you measure the ground flat, bro.
Wait.
No, listen for a second. You see how it doesn't matter if you measure the Earth to be flat. Whatever the lights in the sky are doing above your head have no effect on the measurements.
Okay, the things I just wanna say that I like the points that you guys made, and I'm gonna think about it, and I hope that I try to understand what you're trying to say, and I'm gonna come back one day and have a nice
Hey,
talk
hey,
again.
remember
Let's
this.
try.
Check this out. Hold
Remember
on
this
before you go.
part.
Before you go.
Remember this. Space is fake.
What
Before you go,
species?
Spark.
Yeah,
I want to
sure.
show you a picture I took of Jupiter.
Space is fake, dude.
You like
Space
that
is
picture from?
fake.
I took that picture from Jupiter.
You that took
Of
that
Jupiter.
picture from Jupiter.
Of Jupiter. Of
Well,
Jupiter.
where is the ring of the Jupiter? Like the massive something darker. Like
like
the what do you get? Like the storm side of Jupiter, like the round thing.
Saturn's rings are flat, so Earth must also
No,
be
not
flat.
Saturn's ring. Not Saturn's ring.
Your ring's flat. That's just because you're a boyfriend.
You like the picture, bro?
Well, it doesn't look like the picture of Jupiter.
That looks like Jupiter.
I don't think this is a picture of Jupiter.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Okay, so I was saying that thank you for the conversation, and I'm gonna think about those things, and maybe if I'm free, I'm just gonna research. You say, I mean, maybe just try to dig into the points that you made about the curvature and how can we measure that, and is it even measurable or not, something like that.
Cool.
And
Awesome.
since you're an engineer, you need to come up with
Why are you making it personal, bro?
how do you have gas
Why are you
pressure
making it personal?
without a container?
Why are you making
let's
it
not make it
personal?
personal.
He's alluding to the fact that you've probably got some intelligence. You're an
Yeah, but-
engineer, so you've
Yeah.
got some intelligence. Here's a question for you, intelligent person. He's
So
literally
you're
giving you a
making it
backhanded
personal,
compliment,
JD.
dude.
Is it something like you couldn't make it and make it to be an engineer, and you're just
No,
trying to
he's saying
show
being as
the,
you are an
show the
engineer,
anger that you have with your parents, and you're just trying to
dude,
show that with me
dude,
because you can't
dude.
No,
respect
those
your parents.
implications
Dude.
weren't there.
Wow.
No, you don't have to make it personal. Why are you trying to pull those
It's not
things up?
personal. He's literally saying that you're intelligent.
No, it's illogical that she's just saying that since you're engineer,
It's also an engineering problem that he was trying to
making
give
it
you.
personal. No,
Dude.
it's bro. Just stop defending him. Be just honest with yourself.
No,
I'm trying to give you. You seem to be crying like a little baby.
Bro,
Can
he
you
made
go?
it personal.
Can you just go
No,
now?
bro, we're saying, hey, you're an engineer. That is an intelligent position generally. It means you have an analytical mind. You can think through this thing. So, when you look at these so-called experiments and what you think are proofs of the globe, try to look at it with a critical eye. Examine where they're getting their information from.
I told you that I'm gonna look at points that you guys have made.
Okay.
Why are you being so? I mean, like, why are you being like that?
He was just giving you something else to consider, bro. It's one more thing for you to consider. That's all he's asking you to do. Now it's going to become personal because you're being a snowflake today. He's asking you to challenge yourself with one more question. That's all he was doing. Don't you take it personal.
What?
Yeah. He was asking you. He was gonna ask you a question for you could kind of think about it. Go ahead, Professor. Professor Triangle.
Yes, I told him that space was fake, and he said, "What?" Like that. So now he has to prove how space is real. He has to prove that you can have air pressure around a ball in a vacuum. So since you're an engineer, you should be able to figure that out.
Did you get that, Spark?
Huh?
Did you get what he's asking you to do?
No, I was just answering what is his name? Obvious?
Yeah, no, Professor.
Obvious to be. I was
Professor
typing something for him.
Okay, Professor
It's
Triangle
too
was
much. It's
telling you
too
something.
much
Anyway,
for him.
guys.
He
Anyway, guys,
ain't
let's
coming
not
back
argue.
anyway. You won't be back. See you later.
Well, okay. I mean, if you think like that. Anyway, JD.
Well, you just literally ignored him. So yeah.
Oh, okay. I think you guys are not gonna understand anyway.
No,
It's
I don't think
quite
you
simple.
understand. You can't have gas pressure without a container.
Again,
It's quite
I
simple.
cannot
Stop.
believe in
Like,
that
seriously,
because
stop.
the gravity
Stop.
can pull the gases, and there is also an equation for for any gas to release the
There
atmosphere of
you
Earth.
go. We're coming up with the equation. That's my answer for your equation. You were pretty much lost.
Anyway, have a good one, guys.
Bye bye.
Wow. It's like gross
Yeah,
in that country.
I'm willing to give him gravity at full strength on the Earth's surface. He just needs to make a demonstration where he shows me gas pressure being prevented from expanding up into an available volume using that gravity. Good luck. And since I'm not expecting a response, I'm just going to cook. See you guys later.
Yeah, guys. Yeah, guys like that. You just cut them off at the legs. Yeah, because they not coming to have an honest conversation.
People are just so defensive these days. They can't even challenge themselves without getting upset. It's crazy.
It's they coming to stroke their own ego, bro. I was like, just go ahead, just cut them off at the legs. You don't have a globe. You have to prove it to me. So, I mean, he comes in here and he say, "Well, I want to know why you guys believe in the flat Earth, or why you guys believe that it is a flat Earth, and I want to know just what you guys' thoughts on it." And instead of him being quiet and listening on why we know it's a flat Earth because of the measurements and because of the evidence that we do have, and everything that is being measured, traveled, and navigated upon horizontally, north, south, east, and west, left and right, things of that nature. He don't want to hear that. He just go on going point after point after point because he want to get you in a conversation about the globe. So it's just basically confirmation bias about his globe. He don't want to hear anything that have anything to do with the flat Earth. He want to dismiss that and get to talking about the globe again, like satellite, like orbit, like gravity. All of these is globe claims that he haven't proven yet. So you don't want to hear what we got to say. You want to hear what we have to say about the globe. We don't care about the globe. We haven't proven the globe. We don't believe in the globe. There is no globe. We only here to talk about how the earth is flat and how it's measured.
Hello.
No ha hecho todavía ni un poco ya tenemos un ratito.
Silent, I miss it.
The hell, PMAC? Dr. Law, what's up, man? Haven't seen you in a while.
Hey, what's up? Who was that?
AV, you probably known me as Miggy back in the day.
Oh, it's Miggy. I'm sorry. I'm painting and I wasn't looking. I'm just listening. Yeah, it's good to hear from you, brother.
Yeah, we're just waiting on the world to change. But these Globers are still having trouble. So we're kind of giving them some therapy.
Yeah, I was listening to you guys yesterday. I think you were battling with some retarded guy, Jason, and some other guys, and my sister was listening. Yeah, even she agreed that the Globetards, they're really just liars and retards.
Yeah, fact.
Hey, so Miggy, I have a question for you.
What's up, man? I'm working, so I'll answer. But it's like if I give a little pause, it's not because I'm not trying to answer you. It's just I'm working right now. But yeah, what's up?
Oh yeah, no worries. Anyone else in the room too can answer too. Just people's ideas. You know, I'm just seeing what everyone's thinking about what's going on with Nathan and QE, man. I mean, this is one of the saddest days for FE for me.
What happened? I don't know. Like, can you say or? I'm not keeping up with those guys, so I don't know what's going on.
Oh, yeah. Nathan's already said in his show like 3 weeks ago or so. This is about his book. You know, Adam and QE wanted some profit proceeds off it. Well, not well. They wanted to be co-authors first, and then whatever proceeds, I guess.
Yeah. So, was there any issues or what?
Oh yeah, Nathan was irate. They no longer talk to each other. They left on bad terms, man.
Oh, it was a bad breakup. Okay.
Yeah, just getting people's ideas and perspective. I mean, I'm just yeah, it's kind of sad.
It's all about the money, that filthy lucre.
Yeah, but how much money could you make? It's not going to make you a millionaire overnight. Come on now.
Well, if you're in this for fucking money, you're in it for the wrong reason in the first place.
I totally agree. Yeah, so I've been listening a lot on YouTube, and you guys have some these guys have some serious issues that come in here. This is, but yeah, it's terrible.
They all do. Some of them find it hard to tie their shoelaces.
I was just thinking that.
That was a good one. I laughed.
Yes.
Obviously B, wasn't it? I think it was 10 points for that. I must say, at my age, I'm finding it hard to tie my shoelaces some mornings.
Don't say it's old age, man.
Don't forget to do your stretches, P-Mac. No matter how old you are, do your stretches.
I've been thinking about that. I need more stretches in my life.
Don't do another stretch.
What's that then, do?
Oh, you're not talking about prison time? Never mind.
Okay. I get to know. That was a long stretch for you, huh?
Yeah. The doctor, I heard you just say, we've been getting some people with problems. A guy last night, he was like, give me a credible source the earth is flat. And I pointed out that he's observed the earth to be flat. And then he was like, I'm not a credible source. So I don't know where I go from there. Like, if you don't believe yourself, like, how am I going to find a more credible source in your own eyes?
So do stretches help rise, Evie? It's like my body's fucked.
I'll speak from my own experience. I used to not be able to reach my toes, and I had real bad back problems. And I just kind of incorporate that every morning. Just stretch a little, to where it feels like I feel like the stretching, like the limit, and do it for a little bit, couple of seconds, and then just release. And just by doing that, I feel like there's a bit more mobility that I have, like in range, and like the range of movement.
Yeah, I think I need to start doing like you sort of grab things, you hang on to them, and then like you get on the floor and you do a stretch and all that kind of stuff. Like you just like we used to do, like we do in the, or like I used to do in the gym.
Yeah, I mean, not really go crazy with it. Just normal stretching and kind of get everything kind of a little bit stretched out, a little loose. But don't. I mean, it's not meant to be like overdo it or whatever. Just like if you can sit on the floor, kind of get the back muscles of your thighs kind of stretched out.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just reach out your arms, reach out your legs, just reach out.
Just reach. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
And also, as you get older, try to keep your grip strength up.
Oh yeah, no problem with that.
Yeah.
I can grip it. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Health Society. Health tips. Hello.
Hi.
How you doing, Hotmaker?
What?
Hey.
What?
I says, how you doing? ¿Cómo está?
Estoy bien. ¿Hablas de español? Español.
Now. Not
English.
Really. English.
Where are you from?
Irlande.
Islande.
Irlande.
Ah, Irlande. Okay.
Jawohl.
I'm from Brazil.
Speak English.
You're Portuguese.
Yeah. What's your name?
Aquí se dice
Ajá.
bienvenidos, pero aquí hablamos la idioma de inglés, ¿eh?
Me llamo Pablo.
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 Nice.
What's your
How
name?
old you?
Ese es Pablo Rodríguez,
My
¿ya?
name is David.
You're Rodriguez. I'm 156.
Hello, you.
I drink orange juice, tequila, ginger, and turmeric. Every morning, and I do stretches.
Dabaso, is water flat and level? Oh, he bounced.
He ain't about that life, Indio.
What? Taking baths? That's all you need to know water's flat and level. Take a bath.
That's hard for some parts of the country, for some parts of the world, man. You know.
Even England, you have to think about filling up your bath. Costs you money.
I never got the bathhouse thing where dudes freaking hang out with each other naked.
Oh.
Like freaking why?
Isn't that self-explanatory?
I mean, yeah. I was hoping it was on the up and up, man.
Yeah. That works two ways of what you just said.
What is all males? Dude, no matter, like, bro, like, even in the Roman Empire, warm water is a scarcity. I do not like warm water enough where I'm gonna go hang out with a bunch of dudes in a bathhouse. Like, I'll go without it. Thank you. I'll pass.
Yeah, different strokes for different folks.
Yeah, no kidding, right?
T-Mac's about that life, though.
Yeah, you go sausage parties.
Hey, Stark's back. Just so you know.
Fucking Taco Tuesday. Dude,
I
I'm
want to
getting
say it, but
tacos
it's too
today. I'm ordering
vulgar.
out. I should order out right now. I should get like freaking 100 goddamn tacos.
You're a saint, sir. Among men.
Burrito.
Yeah, don't commit heresy and eat like a pizza or something. Come on now.
No, I'm not getting a taco pizza either.
There's only one word that comes after pizza, and that is pineapple.
So what's the word? Pineapple. Mexican. Boom. So here we go. What do we got? Fucking Chipotle. Never. I want fucking food poisoning.
That's massive in America, isn't it? Chipotle.
Dude, I want shit off the back of a I want shit off a truck, man.
I was gonna say Cambridge doesn't have like hole in the wall restaurants over there. What's going on, bro?
Oh yeah, dude. We yeah. We don't have you gotta go to so much that own a business here. I mean, they got lots of taco places, but it's but they're gourmet tacos. They got taquerias all over the place. But the old school shit, you got to go to East Boston, where most of the Mexicans live. Hondurans, El Salvadorans, you know what I mean? Salvadorans.
Don't forget the Alamo.
That's if you want the authentic shit. I mean, I could order from there, as a matter of fact. They would deliver here. My son does. My son gets a burrito from over there, dude. It's freaking gigantic, man. It's like bigger than your freaking bicep.
That's
I like
why
the sound of that.
burritos. Yeah, they're big. They're big.
You need to get one from over there, man, to straighten you up. You can't. Yeah, don't be messing around with this Chipotle business. Taco Bell and all that stuff. Come on, man.
Never. I've never eaten Chipotle. Never, never, never.
That's not proper Mexican.
First time I ever heard of it was an article about food poisoning. So fucking, I've never eaten it. We got Machu Picchu. Dude, we got like all sorts of shit here, dude. They even got like what the hell is it? Not Uyghur. They got Uzbekistan restaurants, Afghani restaurants, freaking Uyghur restaurants, like everything. Every nationality you can think of, they got that shit here. But it's gourmet type shit. It's not like, dude, I want shit out the back of a truck, dude. I want a yuck truck freaking taco.
Cost you like $50, $60 for a sit down. I've seen them on YouTube. That's amazing.
I want a taco truck taco. They have a taco truck. Hold on, dude, what's the taco truck place?
You need a taco from the place where there is no cat. That's the kind of taco you need.
Fuck.
When you don't see no dogs or cats in the neighborhood, you're like, hey, man, what kind of meat you using?
Yeah, there's a reason why you don't see no dogs or cats.
You do see dogs or cats. Cut that out as soon as you order. You'll see dogs and cats. When you open up the taco and you look inside, cats and dogs everywhere.
Listen, bro, you don't taste that shit because the flavoring will cover that up. Enough of that seasoning, you won't even know.
Hey, somebody finally opened a churros burrito truck here in a supermarket in Derry, okay, Northern Ireland, right? This is like very, very unusual. And it's like
a Mexican in Northern Ireland? I don't even know what that's like.
Yeah, it's like he's got an accent. But it's like
that man's out of place over there.
Yeah. He's got a like a 1920s or 30s camper van type thing, and he put the big sign up and he's parked it outside, and he's doing well. Like people are, because it's kind of genuine Mexican fucking burritos, and we don't, that's.
You guys probably rag on that dude, huh? You're like, what the fuck is this dude doing over here, man?
I don't see no dogs or cats around here. But it's quaint. It looks. I must get a picture of it. Maybe post it sometime. It looks well. Like he's doing. They're doing well. Like people are just lining up to get these like genuine tacos and burritos and stuff. Like it's like an old-fashioned Mexican truck from the 1920s. You know.
So this is what I'm talking about. One taco carnitas is $5. I'm not fucking paying $5 for a taco, bro.
Bro, they see you walking through the door if you're paying those prices, bro. Got me another gringo.
Gringo.
This is like the reason I picked this one is because they actually have a taco truck. They started on the taco truck and then opened a restaurant. So they got the truck and the restaurant. But it's like a hole in the wall restaurant. It's freaking. But the thing is, they're near a freaking. They're near college. Taco Asada? What the fuck's that?
I like the sound of that. El Gato Taco.
That's the kind of meat you want at asada. So, unos taquitos de carne asada. That's what you want, man. With some, you need some onions and cilantro.
I need to figure out how big these tacos are, dude. I'm not paying $5 for a little teeny fucking taco. That shit better be gigantic.
If $5 a taco, bro, what?
I want to take it home and feed my family.
$5.14 for the Taki Carnitas. Torta
That
asada
better
is
be for
$14.95.
That better be for a 3-pack. What the fuck?
Nah, just one.
I mean, I know times are hard, but golly.
Let's see what the cheapest taco I can get is. Price.
You know what's hard? Men bathing together.
Fucking stop it already, dude.
He's got that. Freaking P-Max got that old-fashioned feeling right now.
He freaking started it, bro.
Dude, they're all fucking $5, bro.
Damn, brother. Do I need to go to Cambridge, man? What the hell?
Yeah, if you want to be broke. Hold on.
Nah, I'm just going to be the Walmart of tacos and have everybody come to me.
I think I found a cheap one. Anna's Taqueria.
Everybody's trying to make $1, man, but you can't just be doing that to people. Like, what
Figured
the
out
hell?
Taco. No, see, this looks. God damn, I'm not paying $5 for a fucking taco. There's just no way.
Hey, but those snobs are paying $5, bro. That's probably why they're charging them. Like, hey, man, they're willing to pay it. So shoot, I'm gonna charge you.
I mean, I got the money. This is a principle, man. Not fucking paying $5 for a fucking taco. This is like bottled water, dude. I'm not paying for bottled fucking water. I'll drink out of the hose. Dude, I never thought bottled water would ever take off. I'm like, nah, man, people aren't fucking, they're never going to go for it. Fucking water.
All right.
It's the most plentiful
All right,
thing on earth. Like, why would people buy water? They fucking buy water.
It's the biggest seller now. It's outsold Coke and Pepsi. If you look at the stats, it's incredible. Bottled water is probably the biggest seller.
Dude, a motherfucking bean taco. Cheapest taco I can get is $4.97. Something like, oh, $4.30. One taco. Chipotle. Fuck no, dude. Rather die.
Bro, if I lived near you, you'd be like,
what Taco Bell is for something? Nigga, what?
Dude, whatever you weigh now, you'd be double that.
Bro, if you lived near me, I'd move house.
Yeah, that's good, man. I don't want to take baths with you like you're used to. I'll be sitting in a bathhouse with you.
Get that old multicolored flag up there.
Dude, Taco Bell is $4 for a soft taco. Taco Bell.
Okay.
Okay. Literal
yeah,
fucking
Soylent
Taco.
Green. Soylent Green. There you go.
Dude, that's ground up squirrel.
Yeah, you get what you pay for.
No, it's not. This ground up human.
Soylent Green is people. You're eating people.
It's fucking people.
This is why I order pizza all the time.
My God.
Don't get sausage on it.
Don't get
It's all right, but a little bit of salt would be grand.
God damn.
Anybody bring their best globe proofsies today?
Nope.
Apparently the best GoPro is I saw it on TV.
Well,
No,
my
the guy
teacher
before
told me.
the guy before I packed up to come home, he's the engineer that's going to go and learn how air sticks to a ball inside a vacuum.
That's a good one.
Oh, that's gonna be good. That's gonna be real good.
Nah, he was hey Radwin.
Did he
He was
promise not to
upset.
go to sleep until he does it?
No, he was upset at Radwin for calling him an engineer to go do this thing. He got offended by it. I was like, dude, what's so offensive about?
All I said was, you're an engineer, so here you go. What's wrong with that? I would say that at work.
Well, he got pissed off at you for saying that.
Like I
Let's
would say,
welcome
you're a tech, here you go. You're an engineer, here you go. You're a operator, here you go. That's how it works.
Yeah. Welcome in Yumi, Vintage Bait. We got Richie. You guys, we got Adyal. Is that Adyal? Yeah. Oh, and they left. If you guys believe in a globe, we need your best globe proofsies.
Yeah, don't worry. It's only Level Lioness. She doesn't bite. She only scratches.
Yeah. Speak up. Speak up about it. You know, the more that there's globers that sit in a flat Earth server silent, you know, the worse it looks for a globe Earth. You know, the globers come in and they don't even defend their position. They'll just sit in here.
Well, Evie brought up a good point. They don't even know how to defend their position. Like, they don't even know what to type into Google other than flat Earth debunk.
Right. And they'll get a whole bunch of that .ws bullcrap.
Oh, yeah, and they're the worst. Oh, my God. One this morning, man. You got to be pretty gullible to buy their memes.
Who, Jason?
Yeah. He's a special one. He's touched.
What? Well, so far, yeah, I love doing this part, but each time I say, hey, space is fake, so far I've got a good record going, and everybody says, what? When they say it like that, you know their head hurts.
Yep. You know, none of that WS bullcrap, that anti-flat Earth crap, none of that is debunking the flat Earth. They've got cartoons and cartoon pictures, and they think that they're going to debunk reality with cartoon pictures from an anti-flat Earth site. That's hilarious.
Could we get in trouble for ripping up? Could we get in trouble for copying their site and changing it around a little bit and then releasing it?
Well, that's not a bad idea. Why would we get in trouble?
I mean, it's already laid out. We just gotta put the actual proofs in instead of the pretend globe proofs. Put the actual thing. So,
yep,
It could work.
About that.
When it could work, just blame it on the outage. Yeah.
Oh, that's perfect.
There you go.
I was up in my server. I was showing my observations of oil rigs, my own observations from Sunset Beach, and I was doing the math, and I was trying to figure out just how far these oil rigs are, and I'm seeing them with my naked eye. Right, I'm like knee deep to waist deep in the ocean, seeing these rigs, and I find out that they're 14 miles away. So that's about 4-foot elevation, observation height above sea level, with a 14-mile view. And I love it. I love it. I've got pictures where I'm not even zooming in, and I took them with my phone, and you can blow up the picture and see the oil rigs that are 10 to 14 miles out. It's amazing. And I was on Sunset Beach. Let's see if I find them. There we go. Here we go. Here's, let's see. There we go. So that's me up on the shore. So I'm shorter than 6 feet. So less than 6 feet. And if you blow up the picture, you can see these oil rigs out there. And then I zoomed in on a couple of them. And it's See, Platform Garfield and Platform Edith are the platforms I was looking at off of Sunset Beach. So if anybody wants to, check the math. Yeah. Which makes me think that the what they tell us about the optical limitation of the human eye is bullshit, because when you go look up what the optical limitation of the human eye is, they say 3 miles. Well, how in the hell am I seeing oil rigs 14 miles out with my naked eye? How does that work? 3 miles? 14 miles.
You
How does that work?
photoshopped it. Photoshop.
Photoshop, because it has to be. Yeah. Not these. Not these. I got no reason to Photoshop shit. Unless I'm, making a meme that makes fun of a Glober troll. But yeah, those are way out there. And when I was standing on the beach, I was like, those have got to be at least 10 to 15 miles out was, the estimation that I made with my own eyes. And then, I go doing the digging and everything, and I find out that, yeah, they're 14 miles away. Like,
Did you get all the Did you get all the specs written down so you can post something and an overhead view from Google Maps and all that yet, and get the temperatures from when you did them?
No. No, I didn't. But the
Bad
temperature was
girl.
about.
Yeah,
I know, the
bad girl.
temperature was about 72 degrees. You can see there's a lot of haze in the air. Yeah. The water was nice. The water was probably about 68 degrees. Whew, nice and cold. Yeah, about 72 degrees that day. Water was about 68 degrees. I'm standing, knee deep to ass deep in the water. And I find out that these rigs are, here they are on the map. So that Sunset Beach, that pin drop, would have been my location thereabouts estimated. And there's those oil rigs out there. But I'm gonna get as much information attached to those as possible. You got
Shouldn't be able to see him at all. Shouldn't be able to see him at 14 miles at all.
Exactly, especially from once I was in the water. Once I was in the water, up to my hips. That's what, like 4 feet, less than 4 feet. I'm 5'8", and so that's less than 4 feet. Once I'm ass deep in the water, and I can see those at 14 miles out. Platform Garfield and Platform Edith. And then there was another one, I think, a little bit closer off to my left, Platform Edna, I want to say it was. But yeah, I shouldn't be seeing those. I should not be seeing those. I think my favorite one is the one that I took, the first one that I posted, where I'm not zoomed in on anything, but you can blow up the picture and you can see these. That one, the further one that you see, the one that looks smaller, is Platform Garfield. Pretty cool. There's another one a little bit further out towards the right side, but you can barely see it. It just looks like a blurred little thing on the horizon. Oh, but wait, I forgot about squawk fraction. I'm in a deep sleep. I'm not, you are. Welcome to the channel, sir, ma'am, whoever. You can open up your mic and say hello. What is up with this? I'm in a deep sleep. Are you there? I'm in a deep sleep. Say hello. Dang, man, worse than the damn cat. In or out? In or out? Welcome in. How do you say your name? Azalam Salma. I don't know how to say your name. You're gonna have to mic up and tell me how to say your name, so I don't get it wrong.
Hello, my name is Abdul Sir.
Nice to meet you. Welcome to the discussion. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Do you believe that the Earth is a
I'm from Guinea. In Guinea.
From
my
India?
my English is my English is very bad. I don't speak well English. I'm learning English for the moment.
Well, you're doing a great job so far. I can understand you pretty well. So
thank you.
You're doing good.
Okay. Thank you. How about you?
I'm good. English is my native language. So yeah.
Okay. Your name is Lionel. What is your name?
On here, Level Lioness, or you can just call me Jenna.
Okay. Where are you from?
I'm from the United States. I was born in California.
Okay. In California. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
God bless you.
God bless you too, man. Yeah, I'm from out there where the Black Swan was made, man. The Black Swan. We've got a Black Swan for flat Earth. It's a real world observation and distance that debunks the globe math.
You speak very fast. My ear is not very developed.
Okay, I will slow my talking down. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I come from the same place that the Black Swan comes from. And what I mean by Black Swan is it is a picture of some oil rigs, some off the coast of California, and they are 6 and 9 miles out from the shore.
Yeah.
And the distance that we can see those oil rigs off the shore is more than what a globe Earth would allow. Because if the globe Earth is a certain size, the size that they say it is, well, then we should not be able to see those oil rigs off the coast from 1 foot observation height above sea level. So
okay.
Yeah, so it debunks a globe Earth with a 3,959 mile radius.
Okay.
And when I say Black Swan, it means that some people came. They say all swans are white, right? The Earth is a globe. That's what it is. They say Earth is a globe and it spins. The all swans are white, but we come with many black swans to prove that not all swans are white, to prove that Earth is not a globe. Pretty cool
Okay,
stuff.
I understand. Okay. Okay, thank you for the explanation.
You're very welcome, my friend.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome to the people that have just joined the room. Cristiano, welcome. Anas, welcome. Cauliflower, welcome. Do you guys think that the Earth is a globe?
Hello. Yes, I do think it is.
So why do you think that? Why do you think that the Earth is a globe? Give me your most honest answer.
So there are a couple of answers, but one of the answers would be like your own shadow is is proof enough that the Earth is a globe. If you want me to explain further, then yeah, you
Yes,
can ask.
yeah. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead and explain further. Yes.
I mean, if the Earth would have been flat, then there wouldn't have been a chance that you had a shadow of your own body.
So you mean to tell me when can you mute your mic? I'm feeding back for your mic. Okay, so you mean to tell me that I'm going to go out on a big flat football field, right? And the sun's going to be up in the sky, and I'm not going to cast a shadow on that football field because it's flat. Because it sounds to me like you're saying that casting shadows would be impossible if the Earth were flat. And I don't see how that makes any sense.
So, by the way, I like this conversation. And also, I like your voice. It's kind of entertaining. So, back to your point. So, what do you mean, cast shadows? Like, I don't get what you mean by the definition of casting a shadow.
Well, it's just the term that's used when there's a shadow being cast because of light, right? Your shadow is cast on the ground, on the wall, whatever. So,
Okay, yeah, you got a good point. So let me tell you another point, another argument about why the Earth is a global, round. How do you call that?
Before you do that, I gotta ask you. Do you think that it is impossible for a shadow to be made on a flat surface?
No, it's not impossible. It's not impossible. It is
Okay,
possible
continue.
to cast a shadow on a flat surface.
Okay. Go ahead and continue to your next point then.
Because my point was kind of dumb. Because you can, if our body stays like, how do you call, vertical to the flat surface, it still casts a shadow. Because I mean, it's still like the dimension is still there to cast a shadow. You know, get what I mean? So let's forget about this point. That was kind of weak. I have a lot of other points. I mean,
Well, I appreciate your honesty.
all right, let me think for a moment. I mean, my English is not that good, but I try to explain it to you. So, do you think the Earth is flat? Just checking.
Oh, I know that it is. I know for a fact that it is.
All right, you know for a fact that it's flat. All right. So explain me then when we have, I don't know where you're from, but I'm from Europe. I'm from Europe, and when it's dark, like now in Europe, it is it is day. When we have night, it is day on the other side of the earth. So explain me that. How is that possible on a flat surface that you can create a daylight and a completely darkness on a flat surface? How can you do this? Explain that to me. The only thing you can say, wait. The only thing you can say is it's just as simple like a paper. You can do on the other side like daylight and on the other side darkness. Like on the paper, you can only look to the one side of a paper. But then explain me this. If you fly with an airplane right now from here to Australia, from Europe to Australia, then you will see that on the same surface you found yourself, it is dark and daylight. Explain me that. Like, you get what I mean?
What?
You get the point?
Yes.
that I tried
Okay.
to say?
So when you're up in a plane and you see daylight out one side of the window and nighttime out the other side of the window, that is because the sun has a limit, a range. There's only so far that light can reach. If the sun is in fact local, then it's dark where you're at, right? It's light where I'm at. The sun is local to me right now.
Okay.
It's not local, so it's not local to you. So that light isn't going to reach you. It's like going into a large warehouse with a spotlight, right? And you're not going to light up the entire warehouse with that one light, with your flashlight.
Okay, yeah. You had a point where you said the sun has a limit. And you actually proved my point even stronger, because imagine the light which the sun gives out, like puts out, you said it's limited. So the light can only be limited when the surface of something is curved. For example, let's say, okay, explain me. I explain the point why I think that. So,
okay.
Imagine you are on a curved surface, right?
Okay, can I stop you right there?
Okay, yeah, stop me right there. Explain.
Because you're telling me I have to imagine being on a curved surface, and that's the entire problem with the globe Earth, is that you have to imagine. You have to imagine that you live on a curved surface when you don't.
Okay. You got there a invisible, like, not an invisible argument, but you got there a psychological argument. You tried to say that I should imagine. You don't have to imagine. I can explain you like this. Let's say the Earth is flat, right? The Earth is completely flat, and you tell me that the sunlight is limited. So imagine a paper, right? I always take this example. Imagine someone said imagination explanation. Okay, do not imagine. I try to not use this word, imagine. But let's say we are on a flat Earth, and we try to, with a, how do you call that? A torch, yeah, something like torch, yeah.
Mhm.
You use your torch and light it on a flat surface, like on the paper. So explain me this: how can you limit the light on a flat surface?
Well, I'm not.
Is that
not limiting
a natural phenomenon that the light is limited from the sun? I mean, you cannot prove that the light is limited from the sun. That is
Actually,
almost impossible.
It's called the inverse square law of light, and all light has a limit to how far it can reach. And this would be true over a curved surface or a flat surface.
Sir, you're creating a false equivalence. So you can't just say, if I have a piece of paper on a table and I use a flashlight, or torch as you call it, to illuminate that piece of paper. That's not at all what we're describing. We're talking about reality, so we can't imagine pieces of paper on the table with a flashlight. It's incoherent nonsense.
Yeah, the Earth is a lot bigger than a piece of paper on a table.
So you say the light of the sun doesn't reach the other side of the let's say paper or the huge flat surface.
Let's go back to the warehouse example. Okay, and get your torch, and you go in a giant warehouse, and it's completely pitch black in there, and you're going to turn on your torch. Okay, you're not going to light up the entire warehouse floor with that torch. You're only going to light up a small portion of that warehouse floor with the torch. And you know the warehouse floor is flat. Okay? So that's an example of light having a limit, a range. Okay? The sun is the same way. The sun has a limit, a range to how far it reaches. Between 32,000 to 100,000 watts.
Okay, you got a point there, but I think this point is kind of, I mean, I don't want to call it like nonsense, but the sun is a star, right? And the light from the sun.
Don't know.
Whoa. Hold up, bro.
Wait. Just let me explain further.
No. Hold up.
Okay. Well, tell me what you wanted to say. I mean, I'm listening.
Go ahead, Level. Go ahead.
So you said that the sun is a star. The sun, we don't know what the sun is. Okay, there's lots of claims about the sun, but nobody knows what the sun is. All you know is that it's a light in the sky, and that it's warm, and that it makes things grow. Okay, it comes and it goes. It has a range. It has a range. Light reach. Right now, the sun is over me. Right? It is 1:56 in the afternoon. The sun is over me right now, and it's dark in Europe. Okay, it's absolutely possible with a local sun where the light is only going to reach about 3,000 to 5,000 miles.
Okay, let's say, you know, guys, I want you guys to convince me that the Earth is flat. I want you to convince me, but I have another point. So explain me the shadows on the moon. When the sun is not on the surface, like my situation right now in Europe, but I see the who says water? Please don't tell me that it's water. Wait.
You don't. I'm sorry. Did you see the channel name? It doesn't say 24/7. What the hell's going on with the moon? It's 24/7 flat Earth. We're talking about the Earth today.
Yep. So.
Okay.
So real quick.
All right. So can I make another point, just quick?
Okay. Well, real quick before you do, because before you do make another point, I would just like to make it very clear that when, like, we're trying to look for curvature of the Earth or flatness of the Earth, and your brain deflected upward. You looked up, away from the surface of the Earth to the moon. That's not going to help us. That's not going to help us determine what the surface of the Earth is doing. So nothing about the moon, nothing about things in the sky are going to tell us anything about the ground. If we want to find out what the ground is doing, we should look to the ground, not away from it. So maybe you're good at math. Maybe you need the numbers, because some people do better when they get the numbers. Okay.
Just a quick question to the round. I mean, does everyone think in this call that the Earth is flat?
Most everybody in here, yes, knows that the Earth is flat.
All right, that's good. Because, can I make another point? So, we all know that the Arctic and the Antarctica are like cold ice, right? And the middle of the Earth is warm. Why is that? How can this be possible on a flat surface?
Yeah, the sun moves, right?
The sun moves, right?
Okay, so the sun moves, so that's heliocentrism. If the sun is moving, that debunks heliocentrism, because in the current cosmology that you believe in, it's the Earth that goes around the sun, right? But you concede the sun is moving. So the sun moves and it warms this part of the earth. How is this impossible on a flat earth?
All right, guys. I want to show myself, but I can't. I don't know why I cannot turn my camera off, because I want to show with my hands. How is that not possible on a flat surface? But let's imagine, but let's say the Earth is flat. The Earth is flat, right?
Callie, can I post something for you to look at in the side chat, please?
Okay, just yeah, pull up. Well, wait, you pulled something up or what? Did you say?
Yeah, I posted that there for you.
The flat. Right. Okay, I will read it out loud. Is that okay? The flat Earth theory does not believe that the Earth fits in the same exact heliocentric model, with one single exception, that it is flat. That is nonsense. We disagree with heliocentrism. No space, no gravity, no asteroids.
Wait.
Let him just get
Well, go on. Continue.
No asteroids, no axial rotation, no motion, no curvature, no globe. If you think this image represents what flat earthers believe, then you have already been deceived by the Google algorithm. Okay, wait.
Funny.
Okay, you guys also believe that the sun moves around the Earth?
It's not a belief. It's an observation that everybody makes, right? You see that, I see that, Toby sees that, Tactic sees that, Shaggy sees that. We all of us in here, everybody across the earth sees the sun as a body in motion. Even you said it.
Okay. Wait. Look at this picture. Do I cause echo? Well, I will wear my headphones because I don't wear any headphones right now. Wait a sec.
Yeah, there was an echo.
Excuse me 1 sec.
It's all right.
Yeah, I think we need to bust out the math, because
I wanted to hear what he thought was funny about reading that.
So
Yeah, for real.
does it still have echo?
no, that's
better.
Okay, perfect. So the last picture you sent me, obvious it be. You can see on this first picture on the left top, right? The sun, let's say the sun moves around the Earth. So
It doesn't.
the sun.
That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is that the earth, the ground underneath your feet, and the sea that you can sail on, that is the floor of the world that you exist in. That's the floor of what you exist. That's what you experience. Now the sun is in the ceiling, and the sun is moving, not the ground. It doesn't go underneath the ground, not once.
The sun does not go underneath the ground, not once.
Nope. The sun is always above the ground. Now, the observer sees it as if it comes down to the ground. It does not.
Guys, please.
Now, are you understanding, or do you need me to explain something instead of just, begging in a different kind of way?
No, I'm not begging. I don't try to beg. My bad if
Please,
it came like that, but the sun moves.
Callie, you must understand, right? We were all Globers for most of our lives. We were all educated in the same schools, saw the same media, consumed the same explanations for why the Earth's a globe. You understand that, right?
All right, if
We know everything. We already know every single thing that's in your head that convinces you live on a globe.
Okay, if you want to go to the education side, then I can explain what I do and who I am and what my education is. But I don't think that's necessary to
No,
understand.
I wasn't bringing
that the Earth is a
credentials
globe.
into this. I was saying we all went through the same public schooling systems that teach the globe. We all believed we lived on a globe for the better part of our lives
Mm-hmm.
until we actually went to verify the claims that are given to us. Specifically, that the surface of the Earth is curving at a rate in accordance with a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, right? Radius.
Okay,
when we go out into reality and we measure for this surface curvature, we don't find it. It doesn't show up. So you have to tell us, how can you have a ball when the only surface you have does not curve anywhere?
Okay, like there's a picture. Not a meme, but there's
No, not pictures. Can you answer that? How do you have a ball if you have no curving surface? Can you have a ball without a curving surface?
You cannot have a ball without a curving surface.
Well, that's good. At least we are on that page together, right? Because a lot of globers that come in here can't even answer that simple question.
Yeah, and someone said every flat earther used to believe they were on a globe. Stop trying to explain it to us again. But what was the argument? What was the point that convinced you to, or that showed you the fact that the Earth is flat? Which
and the
argument
fact that
exactly?
There's no curvature to the surface in reality.
There's no curvature.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it. We see way too far. We see beyond what the geometric limitation of a globe Earth should be. For example, here, I took this picture when I was in the ocean at about 4 feet above sea level. Like my legs were in the water. And that oil rig that you see is 14 miles out. It was Platform Garfield. You can look it up. From Sunset Beach to Platform Garfield is about 14 miles. I should not be seeing that oil rig at all if Earth were a globe. At a 4-foot observation height, I should be seeing what? Just barely less than 2 miles, right? If Earth were a globe and you want to punch it through the Earth curve calculator, I'm gonna get a distance that's gonna be way less than what you see here in reality.
1.2 times the square root of 4 feet will give you the distance to the horizon in miles. If you're seeing beyond that, you're not looking at a geometric horizon. You're looking at an optical effect.
Okay, wait. Can I make a simple analogy? If you take a blob of water in zero gravity, right, it automatically becomes a round sphere. So why is that? Because the water molecules pull towards the center. Wait. Let me prove a point for once. Let me finish for once, please. Wait. Someone. Excuse me. Wait. Someone's calling me. I mean, I cut myself out. Explain. Sorry, my bad. Explain. I'll listen. What do you want to say? So
you said something about taking gravity, and gravity makes things into a sphere or a ball.
Yeah, exactly. If you take a blob.
Okay, hold on.
Water,
Time out.
Right?
Okay, time out.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Wait a minute. When have you ever? Hold on. When have you ever taken and manipulated gravity and made things curve into a ball? When have you ever done that? When have you ever seen that in reality, in nature?
I mean, if you spill water to the air, right? It falls down. I mean, that's proof enough.
Okay, no. Gravity didn't cause that to form into a sphere. Another force caused it to move into a sphere. What she's asking you is to manipulate the gravity of an object in such a way that that object then becomes a sphere. Can you manipulate gravity?
You cannot manipulate gravity because the Earth is global and not flat. Wait.
Okay.
No, it doesn't measure that way, Kelly, so you have a problem.
Hang on.
I don't know why we're going on gravity. We were on measurements.
Yeah, I know.
We were
I'm
on
trying to
numbers.
drag it back to the point.
Yeah, we don't need that measurement.
And you do not have an example of you manipulating gravity and making a thing turn into a sphere. I'm going to allow you to have gravity, and your Earth is now causing all of the water to conform to the sphere of that Earth. Okay? Now, the surface of that water is curving, okay, because gravity is causing the water on the sphere that you believe to curve around at a rate that would make the radius value 3,959 miles. I'm allowing you to have gravity. Now, how do you measure the surface of that water to curve at the rate to show you the radius value of 3,959 miles? I'm asking for curvature measurement.
That's the thing about it. We'll give you gravity, and the Earth is still measured flat. So,
okay. I don't know. That's getting too complicated with the measurements. But let's put that to the side. Don't forget about measurements. We will come back to it.
Necessary to have the ball. The curvature is necessary. You have to have the measurement. You can't just say, well, I think the Earth's radius value is this, and I'm going to just make all of the math based on this value, and just make it up and toss it into some math. I can do that with anything I want, right? It doesn't make it true. What we're trying to do is make the globe true. You need the measurement in order for the globe to be true. Because everything else, without the curvature measurement, you're begging the question, you're affirming the consequence that it's happening on the thing that you imagine.
Okay, guys. Can I start talking, and I won't stop till I stop my own talking, okay? Do not stop me and do not cut me now, all right? I will prove you now from A to Z that the Earth is a globe, all right? Do not please cut me as a warning. So, now let me explain. My first point is, and listen carefully, right? You said to me that the sunlight has limit, and you said to me that the sun isn't a star. First of all, do not cut me. Listen.
Nobody knows what the sun is.
No, I know what it is. We all know. It's a G-type main sequence star, all right? I will have to prove my education now. It's a G2V star, all right? Now listen, if you want to Google this,
That's
Google
a cool
it.
story, Callie, but how did you prove it?
Dude, it produces energy through
Everybody can go and read Google. It doesn't make it true.
We have telescope proof of it. We have videos.
Oh, so you can look at it, right? So you think you can scientifically validate something by just looking at it?
Okay.
So first of all,
another point. Please, wait. Please.
No, you don't just get to keep waffling with illogical fucking points, Callie.
Okay, it's
Make it quick, because
but
right no access to the sun. You can't verify what it is.
I'll make it quick, but don't cut me. I'll make it quick. Don't cut me. I'll make it quick, please. So, this was my first point, right? Your weakest argument till now was that the sun has a limited light. How do you call that? Like it's output, right? A limited light output. I mean,
it does.
Think logically and do not compare it with a torch, please.
Yeah, we don't have to think about this, Callie. Look in the side chat.
Tell me.
I can demonstrate it to you right now.
Tell me,
Okay,
let me demonstrate it to you right now.
Wait. Tell me, is the sun bigger than the Earth? Tell me this. Is the sun bigger than the Earth?
Nobody,
Yes,
no. Nobody can prove that the sun is bigger than the Earth. Nobody's been able to prove to me or anybody else that the sun is bigger than the Earth. Okay? You can't prove that. I can't prove that.
How can you prove that the sun has a limited output of light? How can you prove that?
Because of the inverse square law of light. All light has range and spreads out.
Okay, the inverse. What is that? Inverse curve law?
Inverse square. The inverse square law of light. And it sounds like this is new to you, and so I would highly encourage you to go read up on it. However, you want to talk about the sun instead of talking about the measurements, okay? And we are going to talk about measurements. We are going to hold on, Callie.
You know that the inverse square law is only possible with gravity, and you don't believe in gravity. You don't believe in gravity, right?
Hold on, Callie.
It's nothing to do with gravity.
It's my turn.
Inverse square law has to do with gravity.
No, it does not. It has nothing to do with gravity.
Oh
Stop.
my God!
You don't even know what the inverse square law is. You don't know what it is.
I also know the formula. Should I?
Callie, why do they use the inverse square law for measuring light, as in light intensity? Double the distance, quarter the energy. That's nothing to do with gravity.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly. Nothing to do with gravity. We want to talk about the surface, the measurements, right? Which you said, the measurements are too complicated. I don't want to talk about that. Let's talk about the sun. No, we're talking about the ground and how it doesn't curve and how we've got measurement after measurement after measurement over increasingly longer and longer distances that absolutely obliterate the globe math. Time and time again. There's no escaping this. There's no coming back from this. The Earth is, in fact, measuring flat. The sun, the moon, the stars, these things have absolutely nothing to do with it.
Guys, please Google inverse square law, please. And then talk. Please.
Yeah, if we haven't, you know how long we've been doing this, bud? I think you need to read up on the inverse square law and understand that light, all light, especially from a thermal source like the sun, has a limit, a range.
Okay.
All light has limit.
Look.
That's why stars are really far
many
away
physical
and
forces.
very dim. And the farther they are away, the more dim they are. Light is not traveling with infinite intensity on the globe, and that's what we're claiming. So stop this.
Dude, 5 people are against me. Please
hey, bro. One sec. Yeah, 1 sec, bro. Wait, just relax. Okay, go ahead. Give him the floor for a couple of minutes.
Inverse square law. In many physical forces, that is it's a weaken with the square of the distance. You were right? But it is also in gravity, in electrical force, and you said it, in light intensity. That's true. But it also comes in gravity and also comes in sound intensity. It also comes in electric force, not only light. And you guys said to me that gravity, you don't get gravity, okay?
No.
Explain me the gravity on a flat Earth. Explain me the gravity on a flat Earth.
Callie, we're going to do this the easy way. If you're claiming the inverse square law affects gravity, as a human, wherever you can go, where is your gravity the strongest? At ground level. Correct?
Show me gravity.
His claim was that the inverse square law is a result of gravity.
No, we're gonna get to that. Don't worry. So your gravity, Callie, would be the strongest at ground level. So as you get further away, that intensity would weaken. That strength would weaken as you get further away from the source. Correct?
No, that's not true.
Then you've got no idea what you're talking about, because that's how the inverse square law works. As you get further away from the source, you lose energy.
But okay, on the atmosphere, when you are in the atmosphere, right?
What about the atmosphere? You were talking about gravity, following the inverse square law. So how about we stick to that for now?
Okay, when you're an astronaut, right?
I'm not an astronaut, neither are you.
But you're outside the sphere of the Earth, right?
No, you're not.
Outside of it.
Stop dreaming.
But let's say you are outside.
Callie, appeal to the future. You're not an astronaut. You've never been out. You probably don't even know someone who's been out. So where are you getting these awesome dreams from? You were talking about the inverse square law and gravity. Stick with that. Stop jumping around. You will only confuse yourself.
Actually, it weakens. It weakens when you pull away.
That's what I said. And now you're finally getting it. So the strongest bit is at the ground. Because unless you're going to dig a little tunnel, that's as strong as it can get. So here's a little test and something for you to think about. I want you to grab yourself a glass. I want you to half fill it with water. So go to the beach and do this. Half fill it with water. Get a piece of cardboard, place it on that glass, flip it upside down. Now that little tiny patch of air inside that glass is a vacuum. So if a tiny little vacuum can hold that bit of water at the strongest point, which is at ground level, what chance has your vacuum got if you get further out with your so-called gravity? Do you think you'd be breathing right now? If a tiny little vacuum at the strongest place where gravity is at its strongest that you claim can hold water away from gravity, what do you think's going to happen when you go higher into all these space fantasies where there's supposed to be a vacuum that's 10 to the 17 zeros behind it stronger?
Yeah, because you.
What do you think would happen, my friend? What do you think would happen to all the air, all the water?
15 times 5 quadrillions. Pressure difference.
So here we've just got an itty bitty little vacuum in the bottom of a glass holding water up.
What?
What? You've got a lot of problems with all your claims. The inverse square law is just to do with energy level. You get further away from the source, it dissipates, it weakens, it lessens.
Okay, for me,
and there is a formula associated with particular things.
Okay, for me, the source of gravity is at the center of Earth, right?
So that's a claim. So how about before you go claiming that it's at the center of something, you prove it's a ball in the first place? Because all you keep doing is circular reasoning. Gravity from ball from gravity. Round and round and round you go. So one of them has to break. You have to prove one of them.
So why does the ground beneath?
Do you not want to accept that you have to prove one of them? You just want to jump to another question?
Okay, don't cut me. Why do you think the Earth beneath the ocean is hot? Like at the deepest
Why do I think the Earth beneath the ocean has got nothing to do?
There's many like geological processes happening down there. Right.
Because
you got thermal vents, you got a lot of shit going on, right? What's this got to do with anything?
Okay,
hey Kelly, here's the most important thing right now is that when someone asks you a question and you don't respond to that question, and then you ask a question, you're never going to find out the conclusion to whatever you were talking about prior to your question. So I think the honest thing to do is just, can you answer the question that the gentleman asked, and then you can ask your question afterwards. That should be a better way to do it. But you're not doing that. You're not doing that.
I didn't get his question.
I know, that's why.
The vacuum.
The reason why I'm asking you right now is it's only to reason with you. It sounds like you're an academic, right? To me, it sounds that way. Like you know something about this. But if that's true, then as intellectually being honest, you should answer people's questions. Like you don't just skip to your question. If you're an academic, if you are who you think people might perceive you as, then you should be someone who's intellectually honest with them too, right? Am I right?
Yeah, you are completely right. You're right.
Okay. So there's a level of decorum that a professional should have if they're speaking to people that are not. That's all I'm saying, brother. Like,
Yeah, I only got to this point because you cut me off. 3 persons are always cutting me off.
I know,
I
and
completed my sentence.
I get it, man.
I only get to this point because I do not answer your questions. I discussed with the first person in this chat like beautifully. You heard it yourself, right? And the conversation did go on very well till 3 or 4 or 5, even 6 people were just cutting me off. And you expect
all right, so let's just reset.
Answer your questions?
Let's just reset, okay? Let's reset. We'll do one speaker at a time. And then Matrix was asking you a question. Perhaps we can go back to Matrix. Then after he asks your question, please answer his question. And then maybe you can ask your question. But you can't just keep asking a question if someone's asking you a question. It's not going to work.
Yeah, that's true. You're right.
All right, we'll reset to just Matrix, and everybody will just stay quiet until he's done, and then maybe pass it to somebody else. Because it's getting to be real hard to listen to on the outside.
Thank you.
So Callie, you said that the center of this gravity is the center of a ball. Okay, the source of gravity is the center of the ball. Well, the problem you've got to prove the ball in the first place. So what you're doing is claim stacking. So put a claim out to protect another claim, put a claim out to protect another claim. So with your gravity, it is just a mathematical formula to describe down. So whether you use Newtonian, whether you use Einsteinian, or even if you just use specific or relative density, it doesn't matter. Your first two are just mathematical formulas to describe down. We all know things go down. We drop them, they go down. But some things go up, so that messes that right up too. All right? So, with your gravity being the center of a ball, wouldn't it be wise to prove that you're on a ball? Do something that you can do at ground level. So you find out that there's no curvature. So the ladies and gentlemen go out, they measure the ground. No curvature. So they measure this across large bodies of water with high-powered lasers. So no curvature. So if you've got no curvature, and you said this yourself earlier, because I was listening, no curvature, no ball. Okay? So now you have just forgot about that bit, and you're saying, but gravity does these things. If you've got no ball, your source of your mathematical formula is not the center of a ball. Does that make sense to you?
Well, at some point it makes sense, but there are a lot of things that you said that I made a claim and made another claim and put another claim on it.
It's called claim stacking.
Yeah, exactly. It's all claim stacking, as you said, because it all has to do with another. But I've never got to prove my point because as I said earlier, some people cut me off. I didn't explain my claims 100%. When did I explain my claim 100%? Never, right?
That's great. So you were saying gravity. So you, in your head, have this idea that gravity proves the ball. But the problem is, there's people that have already measured for the curve and they don't find any. So which one is correct? You reading Wikipedia saying gravity proves the ball, or people out inside measuring for the ball and not finding it? Which one would you trust more?
So you're asking me this question. I will stay at my claim, like my thought of and my point of view, because let's say you made a hole through the whole Earth, global Earth, right? You made a hole through.
Kelly, just so you know, I don't do Imagination Land real well.
Yeah, look. When I start to make a point, you guys say we
Kelly,
do not imagine.
Just hold up for a second.
Imagine. And then,
have you ever done, Kelly, I want you to understand something. You're talking about Dreamland. The reason for it, you are talking about Dreamland. Have you ever dug a hole through the earth? Have you ever heard of anyone that's done this? Yes or no?
Yes.
You have. You're a liar. From one side to the other. You keep talking about stuff that's imagination. I don't want imagination. I want reality.
Yeah, and when I say it's reality, you don't believe me. I cannot make a point if you do not
Your
listen.
points are imagination. Have a listen to your point. If we dig a hole through the globe Earth, I've already told you, there is no curvature, there is no globe. So you're straight to imagination land.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is.
Please don't do that.
Okay, can I talk?
As long as you don't talk about dreams.
But how can we discuss and prove our points? Or one of the first things I said in this chat, I want you guys to convince me that the Earth is flat, right? I'm open to this. I listen, I answer, right? So what I try to do, I try to convince you guys, but that's not that easy.
No. So the people here, hold on. The people here, all they care about is if you can do something practically. So you know what practically means? Like a demonstration. You go out into the field and you do a test. These people here, they want to. Hold on, I don't know.
I want to show myself. I want to show myself.
Hold on a second, dude. I don't know what part of academia you're from, but if you are from a respectable field, then you understand that experiments and doing things in the field is what people want. They want to test. They don't want to hear you say. Oh, let me just finish. They don't want to hear you say like, "Oh, imagine that you can drill a hole to the middle of the globe." Like they don't want to hear that. That's imagination. They want to hear you say like, "Okay, I went, November the 1st to go and with my friend on this lake, and we tested for the globe." Like they want to hear this. They don't want to hear you telling them to imagine. That's not good. In this conversation, everybody here respects you if you did a demonstration. Can you provide to Matrix something that he's asking for in a practical way, not in an imagination? Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah,
Can you do this?
Completely understand. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I completely understand. I try to cut off the word imagine or imagination. I get it that you don't want to imagine, you want proofs. You want points, you want facts. All right.
Yes. We give you the floor for this, yes?
Thank you, yeah. So take a ball, right? Let's make it like this. Take a ball, make a hole through it, and let's say that's the Earth, right?
Why?
And
are we imagining? Hold on. Are we imagining?
Can I? Oh my God! I can never finish my point, right?
Are we imagining that the Earth is this thing that you're saying? Are we imagining?
But didn't you tell me that the Earth is flat and you couldn't?
No.
You couldn't. Can I finish, please?
You can't go to flat Earth. You can't go to flat Earth. We're asking you for a demonstration outside that you're going to show us that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, then demonstrate me that the Earth is flat. You also said
you can't ask this.
You told me imagination.
No, listen to me. You can't ask us this because you believe it's a globe and you don't have any proof that it's a globe.
Okay,
this demonstration needs to come from you. And you can't listen. You can't pick up a basketball and say, "Look at my basketball. The Earth is like a basketball." You can't say that because you don't know if the Earth is like the basketball. So you have to present to the people.
How can you explain me then that the Earth is flat? How can you prove me that the Earth is flat?
We can talk about this. We can talk about. That's not a problem. People in here are waiting. They're waiting to give you this information. But before they do that, somebody's hot micing. So you need to mute your mic. I hear a bunch of like clacking and stuff in the background. All right. Before we get into this, we're going to tell you all of the information you want to know. Everybody's ready to tell you. The problem we're having right now is for you to demonstrate to us if there's any way somebody who's intelligent like you are, like you say you are, to present a demonstration out in the field, not in your hand like a ball. I don't want to imagine that the Earth is something in your hand. I want you to go outside and show me some test that you've done that shows the Earth is a globe. This is what everybody's waiting for, and we're going to give you how we know the Earth is flat. We did some long-distance observation tests, some laser tests, mirror flash tests. I mean, there's many things we want to present, but let's hear from your side before we get into
Okay. You want me to get really smart, right? Where do you
Yes.
live? Where do you live?
One sec.
No, please don't cut me off.
Just one moment.
Please don't cut me off. Please.
Hey, I'm not cutting you off. I just want to add on top of AV. I want to
listen to
just want to
people,
compliment
I can
what AV said.
And you don't even finish what I
just
tell.
allow me
You don't
just
even...
one moment, please, sir.
Oh my days.
One moment. I just want to compliment what AV said by adding the other option for you is to say, I can't do that.
5 people's talking to me and I cannot even...
I just wanted to present you another option, sir.
Please let me finish one sentence.
Okay, but you just know, just understand that you have the option to say, I don't know and I can't do that for you. That's another option you have.
That the Earth is global.
All right.
Now listen.
All right, let's go.
Where on Earth do you, for example, live? Let's say you live in Australia, right? What time is it there?
7:35.
7:35, right? You're an Australian, right? Now listen to me. The fact that we have time zones on this Earth proves that the Earth is a rotating sphere, right? Lit by the sun, right? It's daylight on the side of the Earth while it's night on the other. And you said the sun has a limited output of light.
Just how? Like, wait a minute. Yeah, we hear you. We hear you. We hear what you're saying. Hold on. We hear what you're saying. Brother, we hear what you're saying. Hold on a minute. Hold on.
Callie, listen.
Dude, I'm going to have to stop you.
Callie, listen.
Dude, wait a minute. Wait. Stop. We have to at least advise you on something. You told us that there's light and there's darkness, right? We understand what you're saying. We want...
How did you link the fact that there's time zones to the fact it's a ball? I want to know, and a lot of other people in here do, want to know how that you put the 2 and 2 together. You claim the fact there's time zones equals the fact it's a ball. So how did you get those 2 put together?
Yeah, that's what I was going to...
Yeah, that's a good question. I will answer your question.
Yeah.
When it's daylight on the other side of the Earth and it's night on the other, this only can prove that it's a sphere lit by the sun. Why it's a sphere? Because the only side that it's lit by the sun, it has to be curved that it can be dark on the other side. You cannot have a dark and a light side on a flat surface. And you told me
that's wrong.
The light weakens. The light weakens with the inverse gravity law.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm telling you to stop, bro. You're not proving the Earth is a geometric shape.
That is a legit fact.
No, it is not a legitimate. Let me tell you why. What shape can happen if you don't think that the Earth is a sphere? Is there another shape that this can? What other shape can happen with the light and darkness that you displayed right now? Can it be another shape?
No, it cannot be another shape as only a
How do you
sphere.
know? How do you know? How do you know? Did you check all the infinite possibilities of all the other shapes that could possibly be? Did you check all the other shapes, sir?
Yeah, my only strong argument to this is that the sun output
you're not
light
asking.
is
You're not
unlimited.
listen to the words carefully. Listen to the words carefully. Did you check every permutation of shape that could possibly exist to say that it can only happen on a sphere? Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
How really? I'd like to see the test. Present us the test that you checked every. No. Listen to me. You made a claim. Yes, you did. I want to see
I did.
The test that you've did every other shape that ever existed in the history of the world. I want to see that test right now. Put it in the text chat. Now that's your burden. You're going to carry the burden. You're going to show me that you've tested every single shape and the only one that fits is a sphere.
Okay. So, what do you want me to do? Like, text it in the chat?
Yeah, do that.
Or count down. Should I count it?
No, put it in the text chat. Put it in the text chat. Because you told me that the only shape it can work on is a sphere. That means that you've already checked every other shape that ever existed. Every shape. And it can happen on no other shape but the one you said.
Okay, on a 2D flat surface, can it be possible?
No, don't ask me any questions. I want the evidence that you checked every other shape.
Oh, you want the evidence?
Yeah. You said the only shape that it can happen on is a sphere. I want to see proof that you've checked every other shape.
Can I show myself? Can I turn my camera on?
I don't know.
I can't, right? How can I show you?
Put it in the text chat that I want to see the work that you've done. I want to know what work you've done to prove that every other shape has been examined and it can't happen on any other shape.
Like, should I make a link or how can I?
I don't know.
I don't understand this, AV, man. Like, Callie, what is it you're not respecting about our intelligence here? Like, we all understand the concept presented, right, of a fucking... We all understand already the concept of a spinning sphere, right? And a singular light source, right? The sun. And as the sphere spins, right, some goes into night, some goes into day, you know?
Mm-hmm.
We all know this, Callie, and here we are, still asserting the Earth is flat.
Okay, let me go to the point where you didn't prove that why on Earth, not on Earth.
Callie,
why is the moon? Why does the moon have a sun?
Oh, now you want to talk about the moon? No, we're not talking about the moon.
Because the moon is the same shit as the Earth. It is.
No, we're not. You don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know that.
You haven't listened to a single thing that's been said to you, Callie.
You can see
You're
it
not
with your
listening.
eyes. That's crazy.
You're not using your ears, Callie. You are just yapping endlessly. You haven't heard a single thing that's been told to you since you've come in here.
Then prove to me that the moon is also flat, or you don't believe that.
Excuse
the moon
me.
is flat.
Nobody's making claims to the moon.
Why are you escaping from this fact? Why are you?
Okay, Callie, shut up for a second.
At this point.
Okay, Callie. Nobody in here made the claim that the moon was flat. So please don't straw man the good people.
Not only that, we're not talking about the damn moon. We're talking about the Earth.
That's your guys' weak point. That's your weak point.
No, your weak point.
Callie,
you keep talking about.
Make it.
Callie, this has got nothing to do with the shape of the ground. For some reason, all you guys can revert to is pointing up to the sky and go, hey, look, there's things in the sky. Therefore, I live on a ball. That's your thinking. It's very simple and it's very broken. Number one, you have to go up there to confirm what they are and then look back and confirm what we are on. You have done neither.
You didn't go out into the field and test that the Earth is a globe, bro. Yeah, we're not talking about Neil Armstrong. Yeah, you didn't listen. No, listen. You didn't go outside.
You don't believe in the moon landing?
Shut up.
You don't believe in the moon landing? You didn't go outside.
I'm gonna have to start muting you, bro. You didn't have to be quiet. You didn't go outside into the field and test that the Earth.
Be quiet.
Yes. Be quiet, bro. So you didn't go outside and test in the field that the Earth is curving anywhere. You didn't prove it to anybody. You're just making this idea that we're thinking about a sphere and all. We don't need to think about a sphere. We need you to show us a demonstration that the Earth is a sphere, that it has curvature, and outside. Listen to me, bro. Listen to me, dude. That the surface of the Earth is
like the spaz you really are, man. Sorry, AV, but this guy's a clown. He's not listening to anything. You're just la-la-laing through everything. You're looking at chat, not hearing anything. You're wasting time, man.
All right. So the only way we're going to progress forward with you is that you show us a demonstration. You went outside and you tested the curve. And then you came back and you found out that there is curve. So if you don't have that, I don't want to talk about Neil Armstrong, the moon, or any other shit.
I went outside. I saw the stars, which you didn't. Do you see the same stars in Australia, which I see in Europe?
We're talking about the ground. Callie, we're talking about the ground.
No.
Callie, yes. I'm going to do you a favour. And everyone else on the panel a favour too. Seriously, guy. I've got 1 minute before I go to work. We've just told you that we're talking about the ground. Number one, you want to talk about the sun. And then when you got nowhere with that, you want to talk about the moon. And then when you got nowhere with that, you want to talk about the stars. Why, Callie, do you want to talk about everything else except for the ground? How hard is it? You go and measure it, you confirm what shape it is. have you done this? And we all know the answer. I shouldn't even need to ask it. This forum is about discussing the ground. Yes, we believe in the moon. It's up in the sky. Yes, we believe in the sun. It's up in the sky. Yes, we believe in stars. And if anyone doesn't believe them, at night time, go out and see the stars and the moon. And at daytime, go out and see the sun. It's there. We can all see it. We don't disagree with that. You'd have friggin' rocks in your head to say they don't exist. What they are, my good friend, I don't know. And guess what? I can assure you, you don't know either. So, how about we get back to the room topic, discussing the shape of the ground. Have you got any
You're going to start getting muted every single time. You're going to start getting muted every single time you talk about something else other than the ground. How about that? That's my bet to you. Every time you say something that's talking not about the ground, I'm going to mute you. You got a choice. Confirm that the ground is curving like everybody thinks it is, or don't.
All right, all right. Well, let's talk about the ground, all right? You guys do only want to talk about the ground because your only argument.
What's your field of expertise? What's your field of study, by the way? I was just wondering.
I muted him right when you said. Hold on, let me.
You know, ETH Zurich.
What's your field of study? He asked you a question. What's your field of study?
Yeah, I'm explaining it to you. In Switzerland, ETH Zurich. Science. Physics.
Physics.
But I'm only
so you have a physics degree. You have a physics degree. Oh, you're in your second year.
In Switzerland,
you're in your second year of physics.
The best university in this world, and you guys are talking.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. Cheers. Thank you.
All right, now talk about how you the ground. Go for it.
Let's talk about the ground. Yeah, let's talk about the ground.
Yeah, let's go for it.
When I make a point outside the topic of ground, you guys run it. You guys run from it.
No, Kelly, you agreed early on.
Why are you running from the sky? Do you see the same star?
Kelly. We went over
I'm going to mute him every time.
On. This is why I asked you the question. If you don't have a curving surface and you don't have a ball, do you agree? And you said, I agree with that. Now you have issue that we're focused on the ground where there's no curvature. Because somehow you think in your head you can have a flat surface and still have a ball? Is that what's going on?
You're going to prove that
the curvature is disproven, the globe is disproven, as much as it fucking pains your little heart.
You're going to prove the Earth is curving, or I'm going to mute you every time you talk about us or anything.
All right, let's talk about the proof which I'm going to give you. And do not mute me because you're scared. Do not mute me, all right? All right. My point, and this is a fact, you guys, let's say.
You can't say it out of you guys.
No, you guys is all I needed to hear. You academics, man, you're all the same. You're a bunch of like hot air. None of you can actually provide evidence that the Earth is a globe. This is a demonstration of that. I'm glad you said what you are, and the top of your field and all this other nonsense, so that everybody else who's listening to you can find out that you, as an academic, can prove that the Earth is a globe on the surface.
He's not an academic, he studied, right?
That's he is.
Not a fucking academic. I'm not giving him that.
A student.
All right. You didn't let me finish again. I didn't talk about you. I only said you proved that the Earth is flat. Okay? You said the Earth is flat, and let's say that's true. So if the Earth is flat.
Sorry. That's not happening either. Every time I'm going to stop you until you prove that the Earth is a globe, or we're just going to move to another caller. Because you don't have what it takes.
We need to show him the black one. Yeah,
the Earth
Callie,
is
we
flat.
need to
And
show you the
why?
black swan.
Hold
We
on,
need to
Jenna.
show
Hold
you.
on, Jenna. Just is this
The-
last attempt? Then I'll let you continue.
Yeah, you didn't let me finish. So the Earth is flat. Let's say the Earth is flat and the light is limited. That means the light doesn't reach me right now because it's dark. It makes sense, logical. We can all agree on that. And where the light reaches is
It
daylight.
just makes
Okay.
sense. It's self-evident.
So
Not for
every
debate.
time, wait, let me finish, please. Every time when it's my turn in daylight, and then it's your turn in dark, that means you can see the same stars as I saw.
That's enough of that. All
So
right. I
you're
don't know if you wanted to
still
finish your point.
looking. Just the fact that he's still looking away from the ground. He starts talking about the stars. No, I don't know what makes you think that I'm going to see the same stars that you're going to see. There's light attenuation. Okay.
Yeah, we need to
My
stop
goodness.
playing into this rubbly fucking tangents, to be honest.
We're not. You didn't get anybody, Callie. You're not understanding that the real world observations, long distance observations and measurements are not matching up to how big they say a globe Earth is.
All right.
This is the
I don't know. I
problem.
vote. Maybe we go to another caller if you like.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
You, Callie. You can sit here muted,
Callie
but
thinks.
we're gonna go to another.
What Callie thinks is you can go confirm the surface is flat, and then go and look for something else elsewhere that's going to change the physical fact of the surface being flat. That's what Callie thinks.
Yeah,
And we do have Alminator Edilio. Welcome. Sorry, you guys had to go through that. It's part of the process. Though.
AV, I'm just going to let you know that the end of your sentence keeps cutting out.
Guys, look at my text. Look at my text in the chat. Look at my text.
No one cares, bro. All right. Sorry about that. I am cutting out. But is there anybody else that wants to chime in? Any of the other?
Well, is it Afshin? Afshin is very active in the side chat. Wondering if he can mic up.
We got Leon, Vagabond, the Reader 123. Sorry's upset. Looks.
So Afshin, can you open your mic? You want to speak with us?
Hello. What's up?
Hello. Awesome. Welcome in. Thanks for joining us in the VC.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to show me a photo of the movement of the sun.
What do you mean? You've never seen the sun
What did
move?
he say?
He wants us to
He
show him a photo of the movement of the sun.
Yeah, the path of the sun.
I can do that.
Movement.
I can do that.
I just wanted to know on the flat Earth. Okay? Because the movement of the sun is really vary between seasons.
I got you, bro. I got you. I'll show you. Just one moment.
Okay.
One moment. Hang on. Just let me get out there.
I think the guy's never seen a sunrise.
Yeah. This is strange, isn't it?
Wait till he sees the sunset.
The sun doesn't move relatively to the Earth. Why?
What?
Right, inside chat.
You guys want to talk? These guys want to talk about anything except the Earth. It's ridiculous.
That's the theme for today.
There you go. There's several instances where the sun is observed moving. Look, see that? There you go.
Yeah.
I just
sun moves
want to
across the
say
sky.
that.
Wow, shocker.
Stop the press.
Well, look at that.
You want to say the
Videos
sun
of the
is like
sun
it?
moving. What?
Is it the movement?
Yeah, we say the sun moves, right? You say from your perspective the sun doesn't move and that you're spinning backwards on a globe away from the sun. That's what your claim is. You don't have any evidence that the globe's moving, right?
Don't
And then when
change
we
his
go out,
claim. Don't change his claim. Don't change his claim.
Kelly,
oh my
shut
God, are you on
yapper
Jerry
up.
Springer or what? Is this Jerry Springer where you keep repeating yourself over and over again? Like a ghetto?
You got all the time in the world that they gave you to provide evidence that the earth is a globe, and you squandered it by talking about everything up in the sky. So sit down. Go ahead, Afshin.
What? I'm waiting for a photo. He told me
Yeah,
that he
weren't you
wants
shown
to
in the,
share a photo.
Yeah, the sun.
I think you-
There's
Is
videos,
it this one?
videos in the side chat.
You know,
Guys, get some help, please. Get some help. Go get some education, please.
Oh, where did the flat
Didn't help.
water
It didn't
hurt
help you any.
Flower boy.
No,
The
dude.
flower boy.
Please don't be upset, dude. You're gonna be all right. Don't be dainty. You're okay.
If you need a hug, go hug a cactus, man.
Yeah, so we're looking for evidence that the water is curving, right? Most of the globe is said to be covered in water, okay, and it needs to curve if it's a globe. When we go out and test it, there's zero curvature every single time. Okay, so I challenge any of you globe earthers to present one observation of Earth curvature, one measurement of Earth curvature throughout all of history, up until now. No talking about the sky, measurements of the actual geometry.
I would give somebody nitro right now if they actually proved that.
Yeah.
You get 1 month of nitro from me.
Yeah, I'll double that. 2 months.
I'm not kidding either. I am not kidding you guys. On my honor, you would have 1 month of nitro if you provide that evidence right now. Should be easy, huh, academic boy from Switzerland? Give me a break.
He told me measurement of Earth curvature is too hard. I'm using his words. That was about 40 minutes ago, 45 maybe.
Yeah, they were shucking and jiving when you were telling them tactical. I was listening.
The reader 123 made a proof.
Where? No, if you prove to me that the Earth is a globe, I will give you 1 month of nitro, for sure. No, we're live right now, Sig.
And what does Dave Weiss have to throw in?
I don't know, a few Bitcoin, 2 or 3, maybe 3.
Thanks, 3 Bitcoin. And I think there's a few others that have sweetened the kitty too.
This offer does not expire for me. So if anybody presents that to me, you're getting 1 month of nitro. That's for sure.
Nice.
Should actually put that on my bio if I'm going to be that bold with it.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
I mean, you might as well even make it like a year's worth of nitro.
That could be the case. Yeah, I'll do 1 month just to make it like it's not too far fetched. Like as if it's a big item, they'll probably be, yeah, you won't pay. 1 month seems reasonable.
So what does this purple microphone thing mean on here?
I've been wondering that too. Why is my microphone blue? Purple.
What?
You guys are the dumbest people I've ever faced in my life.
Being rude, Callie,
Okay.
stop.
Thank you for that. You think that doesn't work in here, bro? You know how many times we've heard that over the years we've been doing this?
Look at
doesn't
the
affect
sky. That's proof enough. Look at the sky. That's proof enough. You guys don't get it.
Proof of what?
If
Proof of
the
what?
Earth was flat, you would see the same shit as me on the sky.
That's not
Oh my
true.
God, he thinks we claim a
Why is
disc in
that not
space or
true?
something.
I don't get it,
Well, hang on.
dude. Why is that not
What
true?
are you?
Hang on a sec.
What are you looking at up in the sky, bro? You seeing globes up there?
Dude, the reader 123 said it's common sense. Dude, it's really common
really?
sense. Why you keep running
Common
from
sense?
this fact?
No, it's not, Golly.
You say the light from the
common
sun is limited.
misunderstanding,
Are you
if
dumb
anything.
as fuck? Are you messed up?
Callie,
Are you
relax.
messed up?
Your education,
Dude,
your
no, I
education
cannot
failed you,
relax.
bro.
You
Just
cut me
admit it.
1,000 times. You cut me
Your
1,000 times, and now
education
I won't
failed
talk.
you, bro.
I won't stop
It failed you.
talking.
2 years of education failed you, bro. You might as well just go get your money back for the. You're an idiot, bro. You can't even argue your way out of a flat Earth channel.
Dude,
You're
I'm
silly.
working. I'm working with the telescope. I'm working with the guys on the ship.
Yeah,
I
we've
always
spoken
work
to
with
much
them.
smarter people than you, Callie, and they failed to prove a globe too, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, Callie, you're pointing that telescope in the wrong direction, my friend.
Well, hang on a sec. So, Callie, so you accept that the sun is moving just as you observe it? Do you, Callie?
Excuse me.
Do you accept that the sun moves just as you observe it?
No, the sun does not move around the earth.
Okay, why do you deny that which you are? You said to look up at the sky. Okay, I looked up at the sky and I saw the sun moving.
Yeah, you see the sun moving from your point. But
Right.
let's imagine this.
There you go.
We have other
No,
planets.
I'm not imagining. I'm not imagining. No, I'm not imagining.
Yeah, okay,
no,
do not
I'm
imagine. We have other planets. Stop cutting. We do not imagine. We have other planets. That's facts. We have Mars. We have
Yeah, okay,
Jupiter.
you're
We have
wrong. Bedtime
Mercury.
stories are
We
nice,
have that,
Kelly.
right? We have that. And why does the sun not move around them? Why does the sun not move around them? How does Saturn or Jupiter get the light from the sun if the sun's light is limited from the output? It wouldn't even
How do you know
reach
it's light
Jupiter.
from the
But
sun?
how is Jupiter?
Who said they're illuminated by the sun, Callie?
How do you know it's the light from the sun?
Oh my God, guys, please.
Yeah, where's the
Please,
scientific
do not talk to
validation
me
that
if
it's
you
the
are
light from the
so-
sun? Where is the scientific validation? Where's the scientific validation that the light's coming from?
Where is the
You don't have
scientific
it, do you?
validation that is? Where is the scientific validation that the sun has limited light? What the fuck? Stop talking like this to me. I can talk like this to you too. Show me
Yeah,
the
because
scientific
you never-
validation
you
that
deny
the
that-
light is
you never
limited.
You deny light sources have a limited range,
you
then.
dumb?
Callie,
Show me
you,
the
you
scientific
deny
validation.
objective reality.
Come on, let's talk like that. Show me the scientific validation of light has
You're getting all hot and bothered because you don't understand inverse square. You don't understand the attenuation of light through a medium. Nah, I don't believe that. I don't believe that you understand.
You say I don't believe. You don't have to believe. It's a fact. It's a fact. You guys said to me, no imagination, no belief, none this. I only say facts, and you guys believe. That's the only.
No, you didn't say.
That's the
You
only,
didn't. You're not
that's
saying
the
any
only
facts,
thing
bro.
we
You're just
have
talking
here.
about your belief.
You
The only
believing?
thing you're saying is,
I'm proving.
yeah, the only thing you're saying is
You
just
imagine? I say facts.
All right.
You're
All right, Callie.
Callie, you have
guys
no
have to
idea,
cut
man.
this chat. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You guys are
Yeah, you're right.
120 hours, dude. I made millions in 120 hours.
Callie.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Callie. You were talking about facts a second ago.
You make
who proved these facts? Callie, who proved the facts? Who demonstrated this for you?
Are you, dude? I'm working all day. I know that the Earth is global. Why don't you guys believe me?
I'm sorry, Kelly. I don't know why you're not answering the question. Who proved to you that the sun light is hitting Mars as a planet? Who proved that to you?
Oh my God! Study astronomics and then talk to me.
No. I know the claims.
The 4th of November, that Mercury was in the sky. You can see that with your eyes. Mercury,
You are, dude, you're melting down, friend.
He's in a psychotic trance, guys. So just be aware.
So if no one has proven this to you, and the claims, not the facts or the evidence, but the claims that this is happening, then you do indeed live in just an imagination land. This is all just speculation by somebody else, and you believe it. There's no facts. There's just speculations.
Ja. Dude.
I think he's talking to somebody else.
You know who I'm talking to?
Yeah, I don't know.
Your mom? This professor next to me. Yo, don't go.
Oh, bro, tell him to come into the chat. Tell your professor to come in. Tell your professor to come into the chat right now, bro. I want to talk to him.
My professor doesn't have Discord.
Tell him that he can't. Dude.
I'll just put him on the mic.
I need that guy in here right now.
My professor wishes to come to the like lecture of him because he's very disappointed in the I don't know what you guys were told in the school, but
Charlie,
he's very disappointed.
I want that guy. I want that guy in here, bro. Tell him that if he doesn't come in. Listen, brother. Listen, brother.
Respect his position. He's not a guy. He's a professor.
Yeah, that's great. Tell your professor to come into this room. Tell your professor to come into this room. Yeah.
How should he come? How can he come?
Dude, show him how you got here. Show him how you got in here. Just show him how you did it. Show him. He's smart enough, right?
I could. I could.
There you go. And then you stay here.
I'll show him tomorrow. Yeah.
Thank you.
Get him to say something. Yeah. Get him to say something right now into the microphone. Say hello. You know, because I think you're full of shit and you don't have a professor next to you right now.
Yeah, can you say something to the mic?
What are you doing?
Oh yeah, he really sounds like a professor. He sounds like he's your age.
Have him say hello.
Wait a second. I have to tell him that you said this.
Tell him to say hello. How are you? Into the microphone.
Oh, it's going down.
He should say hello. How are you?
Yes. Into the microphone.
Hello, how are you guys?
Oh, very well, thank you. What do you teach at the university?
Can you tell them what you teach me, or yeah, can you?
I teach him about the Earth, why the Earth is round and not flat.
Exposed. You guys are so full of crap. This is pathetic.
No, what study?
You're making a fool of yourself.
What is that? Was my own voice? You think that?
No, it could be different. Listen, what is the type of?
Who gives a fucking shit? His professor's probably as retarded as him, man.
Yo, you disrespecting my professor right now? That's crazy.
Well, where do you think you're learning all your fucking illogical thinking?
Dude,
where do you think you're learning to look at the sky to prove things about the ground?
And that's like a debate. I'm giving you proof, but you don't accept it.
You've given zero proof, Calvin. Given zero proof.
Look at the chat. 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 What the reader wants to read.
Dude, we just want your professor in here. If you say he's a professor, I want him in.
Yeah, you will have him tomorrow, hopefully. If he's
thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, as I said
let's
before,
leave on a good note. Let's leave on a good note so that you can bring him in here. I don't want you to get banned out of this.
I said this before. I said he will come tomorrow, hopefully.
Sounds good.
Listen, man.
Sounds good.
Oh my God, man.
Man, let's do it.
Listen.
Who are you saying that we're still talking when we're not talking?
Answer to the reader 123 in the chat. Please don't talk to me. Answer to the reader 123. Look at what he's
Don't read
posting.
we're not
that.
going to
Don't
talk.
accept what he's.
He
Talk
needs
to
to get on the
the
mic.
reader 123. Don't talk to me.
No, we're not going to talk to that guy. He needs to get on the mic and talk for himself. You don't need to be a lawyer for him. He needs to get on the mic and talk for himself.
He talks in the chat, you fucking idiot. Look at the chat.
Well, then we're not going to speak to him in the voice, dumbass. We're not going to talk to him on the voice. If he's
You
not...
guys are running. You guys are running from his arguments. That's crazy.
I'm still here.
Yeah, we're running. Yeah,
You don't want to see. You don't want to see and are open for new things. I'm open for new arguments and points of view, but you are not open for all.
Forms water into flat surfaces on the ball so that you can measure the curvature of the Earth. I gave you that, and you said no, measuring the Earth is too hard. I'm running away.
Yeah. I remember that because, you said that doing the measurements was too difficult and you didn't want to talk about that. So you obfuscated to, you think you obfuscated to the sun, right? So no, the Earth measures flat, whether you like it or not. Horizontal, 90 degrees to vertical. You can't have horizontal on a sphere, on a ball, on a globe. Horizontal is not a property of a sphere, ball, or globe.
Dude, my brain is smoking because of you guys.
I bet it is.
Look what the chat is saying. Obstruction of objects is not an exclusive phenomenon of physical causes. Why do you make the warehouse example with the torch and with the limited light? Are you guys even listening to yourselves? You guys are
Callie,
claiming
shut the fuck up, you retard. You're mixing things from one topic into another topic. You fool.
You guys say,
You're a fool. Accept you're a fool first, then we can maybe work with you. Yeah, in regards to him posting a boat supposedly being obstructed by Earth curvature.
Yeah, another garbage.
But we know that obstruction is not exclusive to physical causes, so it's a fucking bunk argument.
So I have a question here.
That's your teammate saying stupid shit.
So is Callie there? He's saying he's next to a professor at what should be like 9 or 10 o'clock at night there in Switzerland. Do professors really work that late in Switzerland?
Well,
he's full of shit,
Callie
obviously.
needs, extra time after classes because, he's a struggling student.
DJ called him out, though. I think DJ's right. I don't think his professor will show up tomorrow.
He said he teaches him about the Earth and how it's a globe. That's what he teaches as a professor to Callie Flower.
Wow.
So yeah, when you guys post junk boat observations, right, where it's zoomed right in and the waves look all choppy, right? You need to tell us how big the waves are. Okay, and then there's also different types of effects that can cause things to appear to disappear bottom up, which there's a whole range of citations for in the side chat, right? I'll just read the top one. Okay, so Oxford Dictionary of Weather. Okay, sinking, a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. Okay, and you guys aren't accounting for any of these mainstream explanations that could easily explain this happening. You guys just want to talk about the stars and the moon and the sun and not the Earth.
What's going on here? Do you believe that the Earth is flat?
Oh, dude. You don't really need to believe it. Yeah, you could just go outside and observe it, right? So no belief required.
What?
Yeah.
You for real?
You know
Or
how
you joking?
Yeah, no, you know how when you have like a large body of water and it's flat on the surface?
Yeah, but when you look around, it's actually like like a circle when you look around. Like
If you
you can
look
see the
around, it's
shape
like a
which is
circle.
going down. Like
No,
there's
no,
like
no.
a
You
lot
don't.
of
You
a
don't.
lot of different scientific, like a lot of different stuff in science that can very easily prove you that world is round. So why do you think it's flat? I cannot
Because we've
understand.
gone out and tested. Okay, look. Well, let me put it this way. If you get a certain size body of water, okay, like let's say we have a 20-mile lake, we can calculate how much curvature there should be over that 20 miles, and then we can test to see if it's there or not. If it's not there, then the Earth can't be a globe. Do you agree?
I don't really understand what you're saying. Sorry.
Yeah, so if the Earth's a globe, okay, the water should be curving. So if we have a 20-mile distance over the surface of the water, we can calculate how much it should be curving if the Earth were a globe. The amount that it should be curving is 267 feet over that distance. Okay, when we go and test for it, if it's not curving, then the Earth cannot possibly be a globe. Do you agree?
I mean, I don't really find like the way you trying to understand stuff. Like, I don't think this is a good way. Like, what about gravity? What about
No,
like
no,
the
no.
basic
Okay, so
laws of
gravity
physics?
gravity would be the reason that the water would be curving
I have
around the globe.
different question for you. Like,
No.
do you
We're
believe?
sticking on this question.
But
We're sticking on this
can I just ask you
question.
something?
No.
So maybe I
Not
can
a-
ask
you
the chat.
can you can no you can acknowledge my question, and then after you finish acknowledging my question, then you can ask your question. Because this is what you guys try to do. You try to run away from the actual thing that you would have to have a globe Earth, right? The Earth curvature. Okay,
That's
so
my
because of
question.
gravity, the water should be curving. You agree that
But
the water's curving,
why
right?
don't you believe science? Like, why don't you believe scientists?
No. We believe science. We don't just believe scientists. Science isn't about belief either. It's about testing and repeating. Okay, but we're talking about geometry right now, not science. Okay, so do you agree that the water is curving on the surface if the Earth's a globe?
Yeah.
Okay, and if you calculate how much it should be curving over a distance of 20 miles for this example, or this analogy, then we can know that there should be 267 foot approximately of curvature over that distance. We've gone out and tested for it thousands of times, and there's zero curvature over large bodies of water. That is impossible if the Earth's a globe.
Coverage of what? Of water?
Yeah, over the water, it should be curving, but it's not curving.
What should be curving over the water?
The water should be curving over the globe.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's not that easy.
Do you understand what sphere is, Jennifer?
Yeah, maybe I just don't understand the English or something. I don't know.
It's pretty easy.
What a sphere is.
Yeah, I know what sphere is, but I don't understand what you're saying. Like coverage, like circling around the water.
Can you describe?
It's like.
Can you describe the surface of a sphere for us, please?
Can I describe like the water is around the earth, like because of the gravity, it's
really it's a really basic question.
Uh-huh.
Can you just describe the surface of a sphere for us?
Can you explain the question more? Like, what do you want to know?
So you have an object, it's a sphere. Can you describe the surface of that sphere for us?
I mean, this is a sphere. Like, what should I explain more? Like, you want me to like scientifically proven that the sphere is a sphere? Like, you want me to do some mathematics?
What makes it a sphere? What makes it so that you know this is a sphere and not a pyramid, for example?
Because a pyramid is a triangle, first of all, and sphere is a circle.
So what defines a sphere? What defines a sphere?
That this is a 3D circle.
Right. And what's involved in a circle?
You tell me what's involved in the circle.
Well, you're coming in here and you're flabbergasted that we could believe the Earth is flat, but you don't seem to understand what defines basic shapes.
I mean,
which is
I
strange.
don't understand. What do you want to know?
Well, how can I tell like a circular line from a straight line? How do I tell them apart?
Why do you ask me? Why don't you say about it anything? You just ask me questions all the time. And they are not very having sense very much.
Well, DJ's tried to explain something to you regarding how we provide evidence for the claim that the Earth is flat and not a globe, but it doesn't seem that you actually understand the basics of even that, what he's trying to explain.
Okay. Well.
So
you won the discussion, but I still don't understand
it's
why.
not about winning. It's about do you even know what you actually believe in? Do you even know like the consequence of what you
I
believe in?
believe
Right?
into the scientific accomplishments of the humanity. I believe what they teach me in schools.
That's
I
not what we're
believe what
talking
I can
about.
understand, like the basis of physics. Like, do you want me to prove to you that Earth is
I
not
wouldn't
flat? I
put
can
much.
do that, no
I wouldn't
problem.
put much merit in your ability to understand complicated scientific.
I mean, you
things,
just gaslighting
right?
me
When you
because I
can't
cannot
even explain to me
understand the
what
question you are
sphere is
giving
sphere.
me.
So.
That's what you're doing pretty much. Like, you don't try to explain anything to me. You're just asking question and try to gaslight me because I don't understand the question.
I'm not gaslighting you. I'm trying to see if you have a basic understanding of geometry, basic
Yeah,
shapes.
so you tell me, like, I mean, I can tell you, like, explain to me why the wall is the wall. And you have not explained to me.
Excuse me, you don't even know the defining characteristics of sphere. How in the world could we possibly explain anything to you if you don't understand the consequences of a sphere?
Do you understand how the gravity works?
Oh, great. So you're going to go back to gravity when I asked you a pointed question. How are you going to understand anything if you don't know the characteristics of a sphere?
Like, it doesn't make any sense.
You don't even understand the question. You don't even comprehend or process the question that I'm asking you. That's how sad and pathetic this
Why
is.
are you so angry?
You're going to be the one that's going to be believing the teachers because you don't know how to think. And that's the problem.
Okay. I don't know how to think because I cannot define what sphere is. Like, more times.
Let's go to gravity. Let's go to gravity. You want to talk about gravity? No worries. Can you give me the scientific experiment that uses gravity as an independent variable for the cause of an effect?
Yeah, I can put.
I didn't think so.
I can put, for example, like a brush. I can like throw it in the air and it's gonna go right back on the ground.
Excuse me, I asked you a very specific question. Can you show me an experiment where gravity is the independent variable so that you can figure out that it is the cause of an effect?
I mean, if you cannot prove anything in the easy way, why do you?
Sorry. Now you're going to dodge the question that I just went ahead and asked you a very simple question about what you brought. I'm talking about gravity now. Excuse me. Excuse me. I asked you a very simple question. I don't know why you're trying to talk through me. All right, jeez. Oh, who do we have that's white knighting for her? Do you guys go out together? Are you guys going to go on a date later?
Bro, like, why
Who's
are
the
you
white
so
knight?
angry? Chill. Can you like have a discussion?
We're going to talk to Solitude now because you obviously don't understand what gravity is. Solitude, you're up.
You fucking idiot.
Here we go. That's the best you can do. Are you guys going on a date later? Is that your boy? Okay, so one more time. You can either just say, I don't know, or you can tell me which experiment uses gravity as an independent variable for the cause of an effect.
Experiments.
Yeah.
I take the pen.
That's not an experiment. I'm sorry, you've already got it wrong. You're already wrong. because you're not explaining to me how gravity is the independent variable that you're going to vary and manipulate in this experiment. Throwing brushes and pencils and stuff in the air is not an experiment. I'm sorry, that has nothing to do with science.
Bro, this conversation is so crazy for me.
It is crazy because instead of coming in here and having some and listening to people and understanding what's going on, you've decided just to go ahead and ad hom and
You're
make baseless
screaming at
claims
me
about
and
things that you
think
don't
I'm
even
gonna.
understand. I'm not
You think
screaming.
I'm gonna
You will know
respect you
when I'm
because you don't.
screaming. Sorry, you will know when I'm screaming. No one's screaming at you. Now you're going to play the victim card. Is this how you live your life? Are you just a victim all the time? Of course she is.
Who was
Oh
the
my
other guy
God.
piping up?
Fucking special class got out early today.
Yeah, man. It's been like that.
The White Knight bounced. I asked him a pointed question. He left.
Dady, you opened your mic for a second. Did you want to say something? And he bounced. Afshin,
Maybe
do you have
Spacer
any?
wants to talk.
Yeah. JD, Kenye or Kenjay?
I'm sorry, I'm just listening. I'm beginner in English. Just listening.
No problem, man. Enjoy.
Thank you.
What about Space R? Space R.
I'm innocent.
You think the Earth is a globe?
I'm innocent.
Innocent.
I think the term you were looking for is special.
Nah, who said that?
Is that Vagabond? Does anyone have any globe evidence? Does anyone have any questions about Flat Earth?
Is it my internet or is it quiet?
Quiet.
It's dark. Got a lot of activity today, man. What's going on?
Nothing.
That guy said his brain was smoking.
Yeah, man. That guy was raging.
Oh, well, sure got a lot of chat skanks today.
Hello?
Yes, hello, welcome in. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, what's happening?
Oh, nothing. We're just patiently waiting for people that join who want to discuss the topic of the Earth being a globe or being flat.
Does it matter to you if it's not flat or flat?
I have something to ask about the flat water never lying.
Yeah, please, regular trolls that stalk us and follow us around everywhere, please just retain from, just quiet, please. Do not participate in this hub unless you're invited. This is invitation only, bro. You weren't invited, so shush.
Was invited to the channel.
No, shush. You're not invited. I'll kick you out if I have to.
I'm in here. Like I invited.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you're not invited to speak at this very moment. We're speaking with new people that we haven't spoken with before. People that don't follow us around and stalk us. Right, so it's not an issue of whether it matters to me or not. It's an issue of what is the evidence, right? So what do we actually observe and experience and can measure and test in reality? And what does that tell us about physical reality?
It affect you day-to-day life.
Sorry, could you repeat what you just said?
Does this affect you in your day-to-day life?
Well, yeah, it can. Yeah, to a degree, it can. Yeah, for sure. Yep.
How?
Well, it's one sec. I don't suppose there's anybody else here that can talk at the moment. I just got to take a couple of minutes. Thanks, man.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. So what it actually affects is your biases. It doesn't affect the fact that you got to pay bills. It doesn't affect that you have to, go to a job and make money and live amongst the people, right? It doesn't change any of that. It changes your biases, the way you think, right? Because the Earth being a globe is an unconscious bias, okay? You just take it as fact. You haven't challenged it. All of your conscious biases, the things that you have to think about in order to process whether you think this is true or not, will be built upon that subconscious bias, that unconscious bias. All right, so when you address an unconscious bias, it makes you change the way you perceive the rest of the things that you consider, right? So, if you believe unconscious bias, right, that everyone's out to get you, okay, then that unconscious bias will drive your all of your conscious bias, and you will be looking at people's behaviors to identify who's actually actively trying to get you in the moment, right? Does that make sense? But in this case, whenever somebody tells me something is true and they're expecting my unconscious bias to be that of the Earth is a ball and everything that they've taught me in school is true, right? So whenever they say, we're going to be hit by an asteroid, all right, and everybody should just, buy insurance so that whenever their house gets struck, they can get paid, okay? Now, I don't have to go out and purchase an insurance because I know for a fact that my house is not going to be struck by an asteroid because it doesn't exist. So my subconscious bias, which is different from what they're expecting, is telling me that I don't have to listen to what they're saying. So it doesn't affect the fact that I got to pay bills. It doesn't affect how I have to go get a job, right? Whenever somebody tells me something that's supposed to influence me in some sort of way, like this phone that a friend of mine has titanium in it, and this titanium came from an asteroid, so the cost of that phone is going to be much higher than the cost of my phone, which doesn't have this titanium space metal in it. Okay, I don't have to go and buy the thing. You understand what I'm saying, right?
I get it, but this is not a matter of Earth being flat, like gold or the other metals do came from asteroid or the stars exploding.
Yeah. Well, the Big Bang, that is not true. If the Earth is not a globe, and it's not in a vacuum of outer space, and it's not whirling around the sun, the Big Bang is false. Now you have to address the unconscious bias because the belief system that you believe without actually having to think about it is now being questioned. Does that make sense? Do you see it?
So why people believe Earth is a spherical shape? Because when you take a mass and the gravity just like, I think it's least surface area is the sphere. If it put any other shape, it's gonna have more surface area. So naturally it becomes spherical. But I don't know. I'm just making a guess.
Here's another example. Your subconscious bias believes this specific form of gravity is the way it is. It does not necessarily have to be the case. Okay? So if you're saying, if you're thinking that I'm saying the Earth being flat is existing in the vacuum of outer space like the sphere globe, like the sphere Earth, right? That's not the case. Okay? So the story that you've been given is being built upon the unconscious bias that you're still believing in. I can pick up an object, I can let it go, the object's still going to fall. That does not mean that the reason that that's falling is because there is a gravity that requires objects to pull to the center of a thing. Okay, if the object is not being pulled to the center of a thing because the center of a thing doesn't exist, then the reason the object's falling down is due to a different cause. Or it is possible that the Earth could be a flat disk in the heliocentric model with this form of gravity, right? Either the mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time, gravity would still function the same way. You would still be going towards the ground for those reasons.
What's the eventual goal by spreading the agenda that Earth is not flat?
I don't have a goal, and it's not an agenda.
Yeah.
I'm just here so that I can have a good conversation with people and provide you with, information that you're not privy to. A different way of, thinking about something.
Right. Yeah, we just want to share the information with you that when you go outside, right, into reality, you don't see, experience, test, measure, or any of that what they tell you about reality. What you experience of reality is nothing like what you've seen on TV or learnt from a textbook in a school about the Earth being a globe, it being in the vacuum of outer space, it spinning on its axis, it orbiting the sun. None of that you can go out and test and verify to be true. Like, we just want to let you know that, right? What you do with that information after that is purely up to you, right?
I mean, it's hard to believe, I would believe a scientist or my textbooks versus someone I talked to on Discord. I never thought of getting a job in a space company like the NASA or any other.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify. Hard to believe that the Earth is flat?
You have
Hello?
a lot of wind noise.
So, you saying that it's hard to believe the Earth is flat?
I mean, I see it everywhere, like there's scientists speaking. I mean, I just think, have you ever thought of getting a job in NASA or any others
Sorry, I'm asking you a question and you're not answering the question.
Yeah, it's hard to believe for me, yeah.
Okay, why? Because don't you experience it as flat?
It doesn't make sense to me, that's why.
So it doesn't make sense that you experience the earth as flat and someone tells you that indeed your experience is true, but that doesn't make sense to you.
Well, why don't you go down if it's flat? Like on the edges.
Why don't I what?
If you go to the edges, you're gonna fall down, yeah?
What edge? What edge are you talking about?
I already told you that the space thing is not true. So it would not necessarily be the case that you would go to the edge, which would be the farthest from center, and fall off of anywhere. How do I fall out of my bedroom? The floor in my bedroom is flat. How is it that I go to the edge of my room and I don't fall out or fall off of my room? Do you see what I mean?
It's a simple question. You experience the earth and stationary in a pressurized system, and you find that hard to believe that your experience is true?
I mean, I've heard everywhere, even all laws of physics doesn't make sense.
What laws of physics would you be referring to?
The basic one is the gravitation laws.
That's not a law of physics. It's just a postulation based on mathematics. There's no physical evidence of gravity in the natural world. There is no experiment ever been conducted to determine whether or not gravity even exists. It is a mathematical construct. Space and time, in this case, both being conceptual mediums, bending and warping. Now, where will I find conceptual mediums in physical reality?
I'm sorry. Can I ask you what's your qualification?
I'm sorry. Did I just not ask you a question and now you're going to ask me about my qualifications? I could be a freaking janitor and still know more about this than you. I don't need any credentials. I want you to show me space-time conceptual mediums in physical reality since you brought up physics.
Yeah. I'm not qualified enough. You might know more than you. I'm just asking you, what's your qualification?
Who cares what my credentials are? What does that matter?
It does. Then I would believe you more.
Why?
I mean, if I go to...
So you believe people more because they went to college, is that right? Do you know how many retards go to college?
Yeah.
You know it only takes money to go to college, right? It just takes money to go to college. That's all it takes.
It's not about what you study there. It's about how the people you connect with, the environment. It's not like you can study.
It's not about people.
So it's about people. It's not about physical reality or scientific inquiry, right? It's not about performing experiments. It's about having a PhD and knowing people. What people do you know have ever validated gravity? How good is your networking?
I didn't study about this. I studied computers.
You studied computers. Okay. So, at the end of the day, you and I both know that there is no experiment ever been conducted to verify even the existence of gravity. So it is not a physical law. I don't know why you're referring to it.
I'm just saying I would trust my car with a mechanic, not a doctor.
Yeah, but I'm wondering what it even has to do with the topic. Is there anything about gravity which dictates that the surface that we live on must be of a certain geometry?
So it is not a physical law. I don't know why you're referring to it.
I'm just saying Hello?
Is there a huge delay, or is somebody playing back the recording?
SIG. It was coming through SIG. It was coming through SIG.
Which one is SIG?
I think he just left, possibly, or changed his name. I don't know. He was just sitting there. SIG. He's gone, I think. So I'm just wondering, is there something in particular that you want to, like a point you want to raise about gravity, because it dictates the surface geometry, right? Does it have anything to do with this topic?
Might not.
And he made a pretty good point as well. Take your car to a doctor, you want to take it to a mechanic. So why would we be using science to determine the shape of something? Shouldn't we be using geometry instead of science?
Yes.
Yeah. So geometrically, has there been anybody to measure, using geometry or whatever, tool they must use, whatever standard, to find any curvature on the Earth's surface? Has anybody detected or measured any Earth curve? I guess not. So if you're going to ask the question, just to kind of wrap this of, does it matter in real life knowing that the Earth is flat around? I think so. I think studying this particular topic has opened my eyes to a lot of things, that people are using stupid stuff like science to determine shapes of things. It's been a big benefit to me to know that this has nothing to do with science and it's purely geometric. That's one advantage, and it does matter.
You do you, man.
Right. So don't you feel better that you came in here today? Now a flat earther taught you something. You don't use science to determine shape. I'll send you a bill.
A bill?
Yeah.
Yeah, $3,000.
Charge your money. Yep.
I didn't sign up for this, bro.
I'll give you a tuition.
But you came in, didn't you? I mean, universities, they charge money to give people information. Shouldn't I do the same?
Yeah, this, like, they know they're gonna get charged.
Oh, you're right. I didn't give you proper notice.
Of course.
So can I ask you the same question? Has it benefited you knowing that the Earth, or believing that the Earth is a sphere?
Not exactly. It doesn't matter to me.
Right. So why are you here if it doesn't matter?
I was bored.
You were bored. So since you were bored, you were going to come in and ask flat earthers a question about something that you don't care about? That doesn't make sense.
Why are you being defensive, though?
I'm not being defensive. I'm just... Well, I mean, it's kind of a waste of our time if it doesn't matter to you. Is that your goal, to go into certain channels and waste people's time?
Are you getting paid to be here?
No, I'm not being paid, but, this is time out of my day. You ask a question, and now I find out you don't even care about the answer because it doesn't matter to you. It just sounds strange to me.
I'm not gonna start believing it's a flat or it's not square.
I didn't talk about that. I wasn't asking about that. I'm asking why you would ask a question of people that doesn't matter to you.
I was curious. Human curiosity.
I'm also not trying to get you to believe anything either.
Right. But that would mean it matters to you. To a degree, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and as Tactical pointed out, we're not trying to get you to believe anything. We're not trying to convince you to do anything, except if you're interested, you can test what you've been told, and you can test what we say as well.
How do I test?
By going out into reality and seeing if what you're told is true or not.
Yeah, 'cause if the Earth is flat or a sphere, if you say the Earth's a sphere, that's an objective truth claim. So that means the truth of the matter is going to be finding it in the object and not in the person's opinion. Asking me my favorite ice cream is a subjective question. So I'm giving you my opinion, which can change. So if they say it's a sphere and they tell you it has a radius value and they tell you the radius value, then you should be able to find measurements that determine this value to be true. And then you could go outside and check for yourself and see if that outside matches the claims that they're giving you. You would be testing the objective truth claim.
Who's getting benefited from, like, everyone's telling it's not why it's a sphere? Who's benefiting from that, and why would it come up in the first place?
You don't care. Why should I answer that question?
Makes sense.
Also, you should use that question to drive yourself to find the answers. You shouldn't ask the question, get an answer, and be satisfied with it. Like, if everyone just started saying, yeah, the Earth's flat, and, you know, the people who were the liars automatically said, yeah, the Earth was flat, I lied the whole time, would you just up and believe it?
No. Check for myself.
Yeah. So if you would check for yourself after everyone changes their mind, why don't you check for yourself right now? Why aren't you interested in checking for yourself right now? Do you have any of your own thoughts as to why somebody would lie?
Let's say it may be started from somewhere. It might have religious connections.
Okay. How about now?
And now you're just trying to prove that whatever written in the Holy Book is true. And if it's otherwise, it's going to create a chaos.
No, I'm not talking about a holy book. I'm just asking, why do people lie? Can you think of a reason why someone would lie?
Didn't hear anyone mention religion, except for you.
Yeah, I mean, religion is a lie to me as well. So, why would people lie? Maybe to save themselves or someone else?
Yeah, for money, control, power, all kinds of reason, personal gain, to control other people. It's like the list goes on and on and on. Right? But who are you specifically talking about that's lying? Professor at the university, do you think he's lying? Do you think the scientist is lying? Who are you claiming is lying?
No, they don't say they're saying truth. They say that that's what we know. It might be true, it might not be. But it's closest to the truth.
Yeah, so you're claiming that they're lying, though. You're saying, like, why would they lie and that kind of thing, aren't you? What would people gain by lying? That was your question. Now you're saying they're not lying?
No, what would they gain by making people believe the Earth is round?
Who?
Whoever.
They. Yeah, who's
Yeah,
they?
who are they?
I don't know. It's up to the flat earthers. Really, it's up to us, is it? Well, we didn't even make that claim.
You, I don't know.
You want to know what I claim? I claim that we have countless amounts of long distance observations that are literally impossible on a globe and show zero curvature over huge distances where there must be a huge amount of curvature, and that there's zero empirical evidence of Earth curvature throughout all of history from the globe side. That's my claim.
Okay.
And I could sit here and show laser test after observation for hours and hours and hours, showing that there's no curvature over these vast distances. And then when we want to, see if the globe side has anything to counter that or any observations to present, we don't really get anything. We get like, oh, how would this work on a flat Earth? Or what about the stars or something like that, right? Rather than actually empirical evidence of how people actually came to the knowledge that the Earth's a globe.
Well, what about this stream from ISS right now in the chat?
Dude, a FAR TV, right? That's not even the ISS stream, right? Most of the time it's showing CGI stream that has like all of these like stitch lines in the earth, and it's just ridiculous looking.
Oh, that's not live, dude. Why are you posting that?
Yeah.
Don't post something that's not live.
There's a posting from
Just because it says
YouTube.
live, though, guys. It says live, so it must be live.
No, I do that on my videos. I just put little red dots, say live, and then people don't know the difference and they click on it anyway, and then you get free clicks.
Well, to be fair, it's actually a live video on YouTube. Whether it's pre-recorded or not, I don't care. But
It might be.
It's a live
It's a
video
good point,
on
man.
YouTube.
A live video of what? A live video
I
of
don't
what?
know. Is it CGI? Is it not? I'm not claiming.
No, it is. You can see the stitching when it comes around. If you go ahead and scroll through it back and forth, scrub it, and go back where you see a shot of the Earth rotating, you'll be able to see the lines where the computer stitches it together.
It's true. I have screenshots of it, and when it's not showing that, like glitchy looking globe, it's not showing any curvature. Like right now, it's not showing.
Right now,
any
it's showing
curvature.
what I just posted. That's
Yeah,
what
right
that's
now
what
it's
it's
not-
showing right now. Yeah, cool globe, bro. Oh, that's great proof. Thanks for letting me know. I can determine so much from that.
Is that cloud over my house? I think it is. I'm going to look out my window. Oh, wait, it's dark out.
I don't think that video is meant to prove Flat Earth wrong. It's not.
I'm not trying to prove.
It's up there. Why do you think they have that shit going?
The image shows curvature of the Earth. It's just compounding the claim. So we should be able to measure this curvature on the Earth. We don't measure the curvature that is shown in these images that you've given us. So we can't verify the images to be true.
Have you guys ever been to Antarctica?
Just
We're done with the ISS.
where's
We're
the-
done with the ISS. He wants to go to the Antarctica now, guys.
Because I've been to Antarctica.
Cool. Did you see any curvature?
Curvature, no, but like 24 hours on. Close to 24 hours.
And
Okay, above a flat surface that measures flat. Cool.
did you take any angle measurements to that sun so you could see how high in the sky it was?
Haven't.
Hello?
Did you try to measure
had the
curvature of
jobs
the
to.
ground at Antarctica?
Wait a second. Did you take any angle measurements to the sun while you were there?
Nope.
Why? You're there, you're wasting all that time?
Well, it's the angles seem very similar to the time I was in Sweden. It was just the opposite way. It's just north instead of south.
Oh, so guess what? You can't get angles from the surface of a ball. So your ball Earth has been debunked if you took any angles. It's only from a flat surface because you obviously
get
don't know what a
angles from-
triangle is. You don't know what an angle is.
I haven't even made a claim, man. How are you telling me this?
This is the same guy that
You
keeps
don't-
coming
don't
back
take an
with a
angle.
different name each day. The same guy
That's
that was
okay.
called alcoholic.
This is my first time
Yeah,
here.
but there was a genuine guy in here asking questions, and this clown
No, you're
takes
not the
over.
first time I've seen your icon before.
My icon.
Yeah, your PFP, the eagle.
It's not an eagle.
Well, then what is it?
It's a red kite.
Oh,
Pixel Rix,
I
you
don't
still
know.
there?
I don't think I've been there before.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Like-
Drunken Rubber Band / alcoholic / whatever your name was last night. Put yourself on mute, bro. We're talking to the other guy.
I don't think I was there last night.
Thank you. Yeah, so Pixel Rix, like, if we were to actually test the surface of water and it's not curving, then that would debunk your globe, right? That would debunk gravity. That would debunk the entire heliocentric model. Do you agree?
I cannot say I don't understand it yet.
Okay, so most of the surface of the globe, over 70%, is covered in water. That's what they say. Okay, so if that water wasn't curving, then it couldn't be a globe, and the entire heliocentric model is incorrect. Do you agree with that? Basic logic, right? No curvature, no globe, essentially. I mean, how can you not agree with that? I mean, do you get what I'm saying? No. Did you notice I was asking you a question? Really simple question. If there's no curvature over the surface of water, the Earth can't be a globe, can it?
If you like, from our perspective, it's gonna be too big. Like if you go above the surface, then you might see the curvature, I guess.
Okay. So if we have a 10-mile body of water, okay, and we measure the surface of it and there's no curvature, can the Earth be a globe?
10 miles is too small, yeah?
How much curvature do you think there would be over 10 miles?
Negligible.
None? Really? How much? Yeah, what if I told you there was 22 meters of curvature over that distance, or 66 feet?
How you come up with that?
Just basic math.
Geometry.
Yeah, basic
geometry. And you can double verify
3,959 miles.
You can verify using AutoCAD. Yeah, you can verify using any CAD program too.
So what?
Okay.
So do you agree that if there was no curvature over 10 miles, the Earth can't be a globe?
I mean, Earth's surface is not kind of even. Like, it's not totally spherical. So,
Yeah. It is, though, right? Because of gravity, and they say that it's almost a perfect sphere. And if you were to shrink it down, it would be the smoothest cue ball. If you shrunk it down to the size of a cue ball, right? Like a pool ball or a billiard ball. They say it would be the world's smoothest billiard ball, the most perfect one. That's how close to it is being a perfect sphere. So the 66 feet over 10 miles, it doesn't matter where you are on the Earth. Okay, any large body of water anywhere on the Earth would have approximately 66 foot of curvature, taking into consideration that it's not quite perfect as a sphere, right? It's 0.33% off being a perfect sphere. 0.33%.
But
Do
if
you
we
agree that
don't
it-
measure any curvature, what are we left with?
Okay, what would you think about the landing on the moon? Do you think that was real?
Well, if there's no curvature on the Earth, then the Earth can't be a globe. And then that would mean that the pictures that they showed us from the moon are fake. So there we go. It debunks everything revolving around the heliocentric claim, the water. And that's the name of the event. Flat water never lies. That's a fact.
I've seen someone doing an experiment that they have reflectors on the moon and they're trying to bounce the laser.
Does
And
that
it's
measure
done
the
by
curvature of the
some.
Earth?
No, they were trying to bounce it from the surface of the moon.
Okay, so that's giving us a distance to the moon. I'll give you that. Still doesn't change the measurements of the curvature of the Earth, as in there aren't any. You measure a horizontal Earth. Why are you talking about retroreflectors on the moon?
Now, if Earth is flat, then all the other like satellites or planets, what about those? Are those flat?
Right through a script, huh?
You know, it's the silence then.
Why can't you address what was said to you previously before you move on to another question? Acknowledge the response. That would be the polite thing to do.
I cannot understand it too much. That's why.
No, you understand plenty because we've had a long conversation with you. You've shown exemplary English skills.
No, it doesn't matter with the English skills.
It's the globe skills that have broken.
So, if you don't understand, then you ask us to explain what it is that you don't understand. You point out what you don't understand, and we address it. You don't move on to a different question because then you just remain lost on the previous question.
All right.
So, what was the argument that I presented to you about the water?
That it appears flat, the curvature.
No, not that it appears flat. Okay, that if we actually were to measure it over 10 miles and it turns out that there was zero curvature, that would mean that the Earth can't be a globe and the entire heliocentric model is incorrect. Do you agree?
And they need to do this experiment from like different places.
Hypothetically.
Yeah, they will take different readings from different ways, then they come to conclusion. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's say we did different tests over different bodies of water, over lakes, over the ocean, over frozen lakes. Sometimes 10 miles, sometimes 20 miles, sometimes 30 miles, sometimes during the day, sometimes during the night, sometimes in Australia, sometimes in Canada, sometimes in all these different countries. And then we kept repeating them, and then we had thousands of them, and none of them showed that there were any curvature. Would that be good for Flat Earth?
Have you taken like a research paper?
No. Did you hear what I said? If we did all of the things that I just mentioned, that would be some good evidence that the Earth's not a globe, right?
Yeah, I would believe then, yeah.
Okay, well, you're in luck, my friend, because we've done that. And now it's just a matter of you putting in the effort to have a look at the evidence that we have.
All right.
I feel when we should have some music when you do the big reveal like that. Well, you're in luck, and then have like maybe a harp or maybe trumpets or something that says da da da, and then like big celebration for these guys.
Fanfare.
Sounds good. I like it. If this was back in the 70s or 80s, some girls would come on with a board or something. Do 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 do.
Man, they really don't want to know, do they?
So yeah, Globers. So we already got all. It's already done for you guys, which is lucky for you. Like he said, lucky for you.
Yeah, where is it?
Oh, you're waiting for it. Sorry, I didn't realise.
Oh, he wants to see one?
Like 95% of them don't watch what we post anyway.
That's what I'm saying. They don't want to know, most of them. Like they know if
So
in any other context, and you'd say if a surface has no curvature, can it be a ball? They'd say no. But when it comes to the Earth, they're like, not sure. How can I make a flat surface a ball? All they want is the ball. They don't care about the logic. They don't care about the measurements. They just want the ball. The ball in space. Crazy.
Okay, so but sign that.
Like the majority of Glober calories now are spent trying to figure out how to make a flat surface a ball.
You just need to be super small.
Yeah, refraction, and then the space satellites, but you can't tell on the ground, only in space. Only the government in space can see the truth.
Don't forget about stellanillion eclipses and how that you're not actually seeing the sun and the moon at that time. It's all refraction. It's not even really there, because though that's the only time where refraction makes shadows go upside down.
Yep.
This is first.
The Pixel Rix. Did you want to see an observation quickly?
Sure.
Yeah? Okay. All right, I'll be quick. Just give me a second, I'll just find one.
Use the windmills. I love the windmills.
Windmills, okay.
Yeah, that shit makes the Earth radius of 94,000 miles.
Okay, Pixel Rix. Okay, this is an observation done by a guy named Dr. John D, who lives in the United Kingdom. He went to the ocean, and he's going to be looking out at a windmill farm that's 11 miles out into the ocean. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, so he sets his camera up on a tripod at just 3.5 foot height. Are you okay using feet and miles? Or should I use...
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so he sets his camera up at 3.5 foot height. Now, if the Earth were a globe, the horizon should be a certain distance away, depending on how high the observer is. Do you agree?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know what distance the horizon should be from a 3.5 foot observation height?
A lot. I don't know.
Well, actually, it's 2.3 miles away. That's the distance. Do you agree?
I'm not sure.
Well, you can look. You could just take what I'm saying in good faith if you want, and then you could like check. If you're not sure about anything, you could just check and
Okay.
prove me wrong. But I guarantee you that's correct, right? You could look it up anywhere, and you're going to get that same result. So I'll actually post a screenshot right now from an Earth curvature calculator. A drunken rubber band. If you want the guy I was thinking about, I apologize for muting you. I'll mute you in a moment. Yeah, so look, here's the math, right? So this is a screenshot from an Earth curvature calculator. So you can just go to Google and type in Earth curvature calculator and pick any one, and it's just going to calculate how far away the horizon should be and how far away something beyond the horizon should be hidden behind the horizon because of the curvature of the Earth. Okay, so the windmill tower is 11.2 miles away that we're going to be focusing on. But the horizon would have to be way in front of the windmill tower, okay? 2.29 miles. That's where the horizon would have to be, okay? You know what the horizon is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
From
like
this calculator, it's okay.
what's that?
The calculator I put here.
Yep.
I put it the height 10 meters, then target distance like let's say 50.
Yeah, I got you.
You're
Right.
not
So
gonna
the height's 1 meter. So you've got to put in 1 meter, not 10 meters. Okay, and then the target
Alright.
distance is 11.2 miles. Okay, so change it to imperial. Put in 3.5 feet as the eye height, and then put in 11.2 miles as the target distance, and then hit calculate.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll take a screenshot from this Earth curvature calculator that you shared and post it in the side chat. Okay. All right, so let's talk a little bit more about the horizon before I show you the observation. Okay, so on a globe, the horizon would be due to the curvature of the Earth. And anything that goes beyond the horizon should start to become hidden behind the horizon. And you shouldn't be able to see any more water beyond the horizon line.
Yeah, but you
Okay,
see,
so
because of the refraction in the light.
That can only make
The
a very
light
small difference, right? So we're going to be doing the observation only in extremely clear conditions where we don't see any distortion or anything like that. Okay, so you can account for maybe some standard atmospheric refraction, but that's just a very small difference. Okay, maybe 7%, 8%, according to the mainstream.
Yeah, but a prolonged distance.
So we can account for that.
Distance.
Well, the distance isn't
distance is
far to
too
the
much.
horizon.
That's
Well,
how we see the sun.
It's only a couple of miles.
No, we see the sun below the horizon because
You don't see anything below the horizon. The horizon's in the way. You need to listen a little bit more closely, my friend. He's trying to give you the globe claim. We can deal with the refraction bit at the moment. We just need you to follow along so you understand. Before you start blowing out refraction and the sun goes behind it. If it's going to go behind it, it needs to be this physical thing for the sun to go behind. At the moment, DJ's trying to show you it's not that. Sorry, DJ.
You're right. Okay, can you see the diagram and do you agree with the diagram?
Yeah.
Okay, so you shouldn't be able to see any water beyond the horizon, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We can talk about refraction afterward, right? But it's just something small to account for. Because once you see the observation, you'll see that it's not a small difference. Okay, so the horizon, the physical geometric horizon, has to be at 2.29 miles away or 2.3 miles away, not far away. Okay, so on a perfectly clear day, like this observation is shot on, it should be there. It has to be there if the Earth's a globe, right? Okay, so let's have a look at the observation now. But first, here's a picture of what we're going to be looking at. Okay, these are the windmill towers out in the ocean. And this is what they look like close up, right? It's important that you know what they look like close up because I'm about to show you them from the shoreline, from 11 miles away. All right, so I'm just uploading a small section out of a video. Okay, this isn't the full video. This is just a small clip, just so you can see what I'm talking about. And if you want, I can share the full video with you. Okay, it's a guy named Dr. John D. Very smart guy. He's got a PhD. And he goes over all of the details in the video in extreme detail. Okay, but this is him zooming out to the windmill towers that you can see in the image above. Okay, and we're focusing on the right-hand windmill because it's the furthest one away. It's 11.2 miles away. Okay, do you see any sign of the horizon at 2.3 miles away?
Mm. Mm.
Nope. Okay, so we can see the water is just flat all the way out to the base of the windmills. And then we can see the bottom of the windmills touching with the water, just like the image that I posted of the close-up view of the windmills. Okay, so we don't see any obstruction. On a globe, the horizon would have to be at 2.29 miles, and then the windmill that we're focusing on here should be hidden behind the horizon by 52 feet of the bottom. Okay, so the bottom 52 feet of the windmill should be missing and cut off by that horizon, physically behind the curvature of the Earth. Has to be cut off, geometrically. It's a physical obstruction. Okay, so we don't see any curvature. Okay, and then it gets worse than that. Okay, because we can actually see a boat even further away beyond the windmills. Okay, and we tracked that boat, or Dr. John D, he tracked the boat on tracking radar, and the boat's about 14 miles away. So, this is not possible on a globe. Okay, so he went back and he did the observation again and again. Okay, he did it from different observation heights, and he did it from in different weather conditions and from different vantage points. So this is one out of many thousands of observations that are being done, right? This guy originally, he went out to try to debunk flat Earth. Okay, but he had to become a flat earther in the process because he couldn't find any curvature. Okay, he was also doing high-powered laser tests and using different spectrums of lasers. Okay, so this is one example, right? Because remember, you agreed that if we could repeat these tests in different locations over and over again, then the Earth can't be a globe. Okay, so this is one nice example that the Earth's not a globe. Hey, Drunken Rubber Band, I unmuted you, man, and I apologize for muting you before. I thought you were someone else that's been trolling us for 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, no worries. I'm not that guy.
Yeah, apologies, man.
I don't have much to say, but I'm glad I'm unmuted. Thank you.
Okay, let's just check and make sure Pixel understands what's just been explained to him. Do you understand, Pixel?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
You see that the globe predicts a horizon at a certain distance.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the distance is correct from
Well, it's
what
not.
you just
When we make the observation, it's not correct. That's the point.
Which distance are you unsure about? The distance to the windmills?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, just a second, because I took some screenshots the other day of the distance to the windmills on Google Maps. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so the wind farm's 8.
Sorry, DJ.
No, you're right. I think he understands, but now they've got to try to find faults in it, I guess. Okay, so that's the distance. Rampion Wind Farm. It's 8 miles out, but that's the beginning of it, right? 8 miles to 11.2 miles. And here's a zoom out. And using the distance marker on Google Maps.
Yeah, I see.
Okay, so you can also see a boat out in the distance. So that boat is called the Shetland Trader, and it is just over 14 miles away. Now, we looked up the boat, right, the dimensions of the boat, and calculated how much it should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, and it should be completely hidden. You shouldn't be able to see any of that boat at all.
Something must be wrong with the math.
No.
Right, so here's a diagram of the windmill farm. And then I'm just going to post now okay, so he used two different ship tracking websites. So here's some screenshots of the path of the ship and the name of the ship and the distance to the ship. All right, now here's a screenshot of the Earth curvature calculations to the ship. And here's a picture of the ship with the dimensions of the ship. And here's a side view, because we like side views. All right, so from a 3.5 foot eye height and a target distance of 13.9 miles, which is the distance to the ship, the ship should be hidden by 89 feet, 89.8 feet. But you can see in the picture that shows the height of the ship above the water, it's only 23 feet approximately. Let's say 50 feet, right? Just for fun, just to give you some leeway. But yeah, it should be hidden by 89 feet, so. And I will post the full video for you if you want to check it out later.
Yeah, sure.
So it's an 1.5-hour video, and he goes over all of the details. He goes over the weather reports. He's an expert in optics, right? So he knows a lot about refraction, and he tells you the water temperature and how that all interacts with what you're seeing, even though it's perfectly clear day. But he goes into detail about all kinds of different things in the video. It's very educational.
Are there any other details you've got there, DJ?
Yeah. So yeah, it's not a globe.
I see.
So yeah, we don't know what shape the Earth is, though. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, but it can't be a globe. Can't be a curving surface. Okay, here's an even longer observation. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but here's just another clip of the zoom. Okay, this is 21 miles, even longer. 21-mile observation across a giant lake on a perfectly still day in Utah, in the United States. And he zooms in across the lake, and he can see the shoreline 21 miles away on the other side of the lake. Horizon should be at 2.7 miles away. It's not there. In fact, there's no horizon over the whole 21 miles. So the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be hidden by 223 feet. That's like a skyscraper height.
So it should not be visible, but it's visible.
Yeah, not only should it not be visible, it shouldn't be visible by hundreds and hundreds of feet. Like, put it this way. You know the boat, the Titanic, that sunk?
Yeah.
That was 175 foot high. And if the Titanic was where the cameraman is, and the Titanic sailed across to the other side of the lake, by the time the Titanic got to the other side of the lake, it would be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. You wouldn't be able to see it. But he zooms in and you can see the shoreline. Okay, so I'm just gonna show you a picture of what it looks like on the other side of the lake. So when he went to do the observation, just uploading a picture. Okay, so this is what it looks like where he's zooming across to. Nice clear close-up. Okay, so you can see it's a big shoreline on the other side of the lake, and then you can see a big white tower in the background. And then we have, this is a screenshot from 21 miles away from the video that I just posted. And then he actually stayed there, and he did it again at nighttime, because it's good to repeat these things. See if the weather conditions had anything to do with the observation. So you can see at nighttime it's even clearer. So we can see the shoreline. We can see the big white tower. We can even see the lights reflecting off those puddles that you can see on the shoreline on the other side.
What's the height of this camera?
5 foot height. 5 foot height, Nikon P1000. Here's a picture of the camera setup.
That nighttime picture is phenomenal, isn't it?
It's a great one, yeah. Here's a good comparison. Okay, so here's a picture of the tower close up, and you can see the shoreline just beneath it. Okay, so take note of the bottom of the tower. Here's a close-up of the bottom of the tower. Here's a side view of the tower, and now I'm going to show you what the tower looks like from 21 miles away. Okay, that's from 21 miles away. And once again, that's close up. No curvature. No obstruction.
That's it then. Earth is flat. I mean, you can't just argue against that. There's nothing to argue.
The only thing you can say is, oh look, I can see that tower 21 miles away. That nighttime picture's so good.
Yeah, it's good because it's also the reflection that you can see. And then, look, just a quick icing on the cake. All right, so this guy's he's an attorney, and the guy on the other side of the lake's his buddy who's an engineer. Not that their credentials matter, but I'm just saying that they're not idiots. Okay, so they get high-powered lasers after they do these observations, and then they shoot the lasers from the same height, right? 5 foot, and they shoot the lasers across the lake towards each other. So here's a picture of the laser beam going across the lake. and then this is what the laser. You can see the laser beam right from the other side of the lake, and you can see the reflection of the laser beam on the water as well. And there's the video if you want to watch the whole video.
Yeah.
Ray Black or Rob Black, do you have something to add to the conversation? Or are you just hot miking?
Is this what it sounds like? Oh, sorry, buddy, carry on. Sorry, carry on, mate. What did you say? I think I overspoke you. That's it.
Yeah, I'm saying I'm gonna check these out and come back.
Okay.
Thank you.
So just before you go, right, I'll give you a third one to check out, which is the most technical one. I won't go over it. I'll just post it. Okay, so this is a team of field engineers, and they went out with a very, very expensive laser beam. I forget how much it cost, but I think it was more than $20,000 for the laser beam. Okay, and they conducted a whole range of different laser tests across a big giant lake, up to 40 kilometers in distance, and I think down to about 8 kilometers in distance. So they did a whole range of laser tests where they would shoot the laser right across the surface of the water and hit the target on the other side. Okay, and they accounted for all of the details, all of the conditions, and they wrote everything down on a 180-page PDF document, extremely technical document, goes over everything. And there's also a long video to go along showing you the entire process. So I'll post that as well.
Is that DJ? Have you finished now?
Yeah.
I was getting disgusting, man. Oh, I've got one more for you. It's a bit bigger, it's a bit longer, it's a bit thicker. Let me just shove that up there quickly. Oh, and before you go, this one I've got here, this one's bigger and it's thicker than the last one. I'll just cram one up there as well. You're an arsehole.
Bruh. Yo.
Hi.
Save photo. All right. Let's Oh, I can't post photos in here. Damn. All right. Anyways, the tier list of flat earthers on Twitter. Let's fill it up.
What?
Do you know the tier ranking system, whatever?
On Twitter of flat earthers.
Yeah, there's a tier. There's rank.
Like people that have X accounts that have flat earth accounts and they get ranked on like who's got the best arguments or something.
Yeah, is India here? Can you post the picture? The screenshot?
He's not here.
Oh, let me send it to you.
You can send it to me, yeah.
It's so funny.
These are kind of funny.
Can you post it in the side chat and like we can see we can work on it together?
Yeah, I'll post it because it's if you're gonna troll, at least be funny and that's kind of funny. So there we go.
Well, I don't actually know who the F tier ranks are at the moment, but like I know who should be S tier. Indio, AB, maybe me. Nah, I'll put myself at A tier, okay? Flat Earth Batman S tier.
Dude, the level of flat earthers on like TikTok and Facebook and stuff is horrific. Like when I scroll down my Facebook and see like the flat earth memes that they post, it's like 2015 memes, and they're all talking about like portals in the ice wall and shit.
They're probably not really flat earthers, dude.
Yeah, it seems like
they're just looking for clicks.
That could be it. Like it's consistently retarded arguments. Like it would piss you off if you saw them. So it's almost like they've found the worst flat earth arguments and they've got like maybe I don't know bot accounts or something and they're just spamming them all over these social media platforms to make flat earthers look stupid. Or it's really flat earthers that are really dumb.
What will happen is you'll pick up some really dumb flat earthers along the way, and then they'll start spouting that nonsense too. Yeah.
Right. Sig, they need a curve chart, right? Globers don't get to use levels. What's going on? Level means curved, unless we're talking about eye level. Don't worry about that. Ignore that part.
Or if you want to level out some land. Or use a level.
Right. Yeah. Tempted to go to construction sites where they haven't got any building up there. They're just, getting all the, leveling out the foundation. I was like, now does that conform to 8 inches per mile squared? Because if it doesn't,
yeah, go in and tell them, level it curved. I'll beat you up.
bricks thrown at me. Yeah, they used to use a water level when I worked for the Brickies for their line. It occurred to me, I was only young. I was in like my early 20s. Just doing some labouring and that. I didn't think about it. Didn't think about any of that stuff. It's amazing when you think in retrospect about like all the times you're exposed to the implications of things, right? Like that it's and you were oblivious to it, right? It's like duh.
Who's in here? DJ? All right. I just posted that on X.
All right, what did I miss?
DJ, do you think it's funny?
The Owen Benjamin thing?
Yeah.
Well, I was waiting for a funny song, like for him to start singing or something, but didn't
Yeah,
happen.
it's a song.
There's no lyrics. It's just him playing the piano.
What?
What? All right, let me check again.
There's some lyrics, and he says a thing that's considered not good by a lot of people, especially of his ethnicity.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't call it singing. He's pretty handy on the keyboard. Didn't realise.
He's nothing compared to 20 cups on the keyboard.
Oh no, I bet no.
Have you heard 20 cups?
I think I did hear a sample.
It's like
wanna hear
freaking
more, though.
Beethoven or something. Just like,
shit.
yeah, like the best possible piano playing you could hear, I guess.
I want to hear Sasha sing. Yeah, I didn't realize. We actually borrow a lot of words from his region of the world, like where he originates from. Like the word coach. There was another one too. I can't remember now. Yeah, it's just you see these snippets on YouTube, you know, and they talk about where some of our English words originate from, like, and you wouldn't think, you know, like Croatia. What? Like that word's Croatian? Yeah, interesting.
I wonder if any of them originated from England.
Yeah, does the English word consist of anything that originated from England, right? They didn't know how to talk. They just borrowed a bunch of their vocabulary from everybody else.
You guys see the Young Hoon Kim IQ 276 guy? No?
Nope.
He's going viral on Twitter saying, I have the highest as the world's record IQ holder. I claim this and this and this. And people are going crazy. Shouldn't he know the Earth is not a fucking globe?
Yeah, I think Indio will still destroy him in a debate.
Bruh. That would be a great,
Who are you talking about?
great time.
Hello.
I'll send it to DJ, this fucking guy.
You're not talking about Blitz, are you?
No.
No.
Someone said hello. Who was that?
Was it Amazondia or Lucifer 666? Or was it Dawn? No,
I don't know.
Moro?
Am I allowed to send a link here?
Yeah.
Okay, it's X's profile.
What's up?
Sub C.
Yeah, just gonna put it on push to talk. Like something's just not right.
No, you're loud and clear now. And no feedback that I heard.
Yeah, it was just something like my mic is supposed to. It's a headset, so I don't see where I'm getting feedback from, and it's supposed to cut off when you put it up, but it was still doing it. I put it on my the professional mic, and it was still doing. So I was like, I'm just going to use push to talk, make it easy.
Well, no, that's fine. What was weird though, it was like super delayed. Like it was like 15 seconds old. What was coming through? Like it was like, huh? What? It was like you were watching YouTube in the background or something.
Well, that's the thing. I did have it on in the back. I have the actual YouTube site up. You know, everything's a little bit bigger and stuff, and I can chat in there too. But I had everything muted. And then I paused when I came in. It's just, I've never had feedback like this.
Well, all good, man. Seems fixed now. You're good to go.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's just I haven't been around in a while. I used to be back probably a couple years now, and I just kind of got going again with that whole, what did they call that thing? The final experiment and stuff. And I'm like, oh my gosh.
Oh, well, welcome back. I do recognize the name. Not the profile picture, but I recognize your name from the home server, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, because you look familiar. I knew Helio. I remember when Helio was on all the time and he would fall asleep at the keyboard.
Yeah.
Obviously, I know who Indio is. I don't. Maybe Ron H. I know I knew a Ron back then.
Yeah, well, yeah, you probably know AI Overlord, and we got AV. He used to go by the name Mickey. Remember Mickey?
Maybe.
Yeah, probably if you heard him spoke, you'd remember.
I finally messaged him after about an hour. I'm like, I can't find the voice. What am I missing? And it's like a different disc.
Right. Jedi too. You'd recognize Jedi's voice.
Yeah, Jedi. That I was gonna say that too. He looks familiar, but everybody else in here, it's been so long. I don't know.
Yeah, like, you know, people come, people go, take breaks, return. Like, yes, the way it is.
Yeah, it's like my internet ADHD. It's like I'm on one thing for a while, and then I'm back to like video games, and it just never ends. But I had to see what was going up with that final experiment. It's like it doesn't prove anything, especially with all the ideas out there. of that there's other things it could be. Isn't that what science is about? If you have another one, you go with it. You don't just stop.
We have like some petition. We get like 1 million signatures for whatever we need to support publishing our claims or whatever, you know? They can't say no to 1 million signatures or 2 million, you know? Eventually we'll have enough.
Yeah, it's like I forgot, you know, I don't know if there's like some terminology, but when it comes to science, if there's something else that can be explored, like if it is what, you know, I know a lot of people like to say it's fake. I don't like to do that. I like to say, like, we're going off the fact that, you know, people want to say it's the dome, the firmament, but it's like, if that's true, then that could easily be a reflection. And I think one guy started working on it, and he was like showing it inside a bowl and how it could do that. So that's like, so you can't say the final experiment, end of story. That just doesn't work that way.
What the hell?
Nice shoes on us.
But you can't submit a theory to any of these organizations because they only take science. But what the fuck do they believe in the globe for then?
Where's the Tesla? Is it past Mars yet? Too soon?
Yeah, still in the studio, probably.
I just want to know what kind of armor all they use, because that's got to be really good stuff.
Now, is the air in the tires argument a good argument? When people say the tires would have exploded, you think that's a good argument?
I do. No, they didn't have air in them. They were just solid rubber. Like that.
But Elon said it was a stock standard Tesla. But yeah, like why would they send it up with pressurized air in the tires? If there was no air in the tires, then why would they?
I'm just saying it would be so funny if they said, well, they didn't use air, they just had solid rubber. Because that would it wouldn't make a difference. That would be a hilarious comeback.
Because personally, I don't think it's a good argument. But go on, sorry.
I just like, did it go through the Van Halen belt?
Yeah. Yep. Would have had to have, wouldn't it? I mean, because when they argue about things like that, it's like does a rocket work in a vacuum? It's already arguing from within the narrative that you've given them outer space, you've given them the vacuum of outer space already, right? So you're arguing from within that acceptance of that environment, right, being real. But I think it's a bad argument even from that perspective, because it's going to be dependent on the tensile strength of the material which is containing the gas and how much gas there is within that material. Right.
Oh yeah, but on your first point, if I'm thinking the same way you are, I think about that all the time. Like, if it's not true, it's really hard for us to like say anything because we don't think or believe that that's real. Or did I just make it 100 times worse? Like, for example, they say like the 20 watt little satellite on the rover or buggy or whatever, it could send it down, but if we don't believe that, it's hard to like try and like say anything about it because we don't believe that that's happening. Like, you're just saying it's happening, that, oh yeah, that 20 watt could do it. I mean, I don't see how a 20 watt could go that far and go through the Van Allen belts and atmosphere and stuff, but it's hard to do it if I don't believe it's true. Does that make sense? Or
You need to have also that Van Allen belt.
what was that?
You need to have that something passing through that.
Yeah, I if it's not there from what we think, then I don't. It's hard to even talk about it.
It's in the story, yeah, that's correct. But
What was I going to say about? But back down to Earth on more observations. It's just, man, I was watching some old debates and stuff, and it's just like every time you try and say anything, especially over water, they say refraction. There's so much involved with refraction. You can't put that in an equation. I'm sorry. It's not straightforward. There's so many like temperature and bouncing around and reflecting and refracting. And to use that every single time. That's why I brought up like when who was it? DJ? Or was it JD? DJ?
That was me, yeah.
That's why I commented. I was real happy you brought up the ones that weren't over water, because then you can't just say refraction.
They butcher it like crazy. They have no idea what they're talking about when they say that word. They just learn how to make the noise with their mouth. That's about it. They think that the problems go away if they say that word when we show long distance observations. It's their own worst enemy, actually.
Yeah, that's why, like I said, I didn't even think about that until you showed them. I'm like, oh, that's beautiful. Because it's just the water thing. It's just refraction.
If you put the observations that I presented into Walter Bislin's anti-flat Earth curvature calculator, it has a refraction slider, which changes the refractive or refraction coefficient. Okay, which is ridiculous, like begging the question, pre-assuming a globe refraction slider. And what it does, it just increases the radius value of the globe to try to like reverse engineer observations, I guess. But for the observations that I showed, you have to slide it up to maximum. You have to slide it up to where it has a K factor, which is the refraction coefficient of 0.99, or some people refer to that as like 1.99, which is like so much refraction that the Earth would just look flat, right? The radius is so increased that it would make the Earth just appear flat. And that's what you have to slide it up to be able to explain any of these good quality long distance observations.
Yeah, because that's the one that's been bothering me, that they have like something like that with a little slider. And I won't mention names, but I was watching an old debate, and the guy was saying, like, for the Mirage, it was exactly the Mirage one for Michigan to the skyline in Chicago, and he said, well, it's actually 180 feet up, which is fine. He wasn't like he was right on the beach. He was 180 feet up. And then the distance, and then that, and then just, he had it on, you know, as he was going down showing how to do it, he kind of skipped over the refraction, and I paid attention to what it said, and it just said 0.5. And then it just miraculously says 300 feet. So they're trying to say you're missing that 300 feet. And I'm like, how did you come up with 0.5 from a video on the news?
Yeah. I don't use that one because it's I don't know. It's just because there's so much better ones out there. But I think that with that one, they're saying it's like looming up, right? They're saying it's like a superior mirage type thing, right? It's looming. But I think it's actually like the opposite of that, if it's anything. Which would be like a sinking effect, and it's just a day where it's clear enough that you can actually see over there. and because you've got the city, right, which produces like hotter air, like it's going to be much cooler over the surface of the water, and then when you've got a big city, it's going to be much warmer than the air that's over the surface of the water. So it would be more likely that you have some sinking rather than a looming effect over it, and that would explain why the bottom's even missing. Because that's what the Globers will bring up. When you bring up the Chicago skyline, they'll be like, well, how come the bottom's missing? And it's like a known effect, right? Sinking. Something that would be normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. That's the other definition of sinking, and that's what we see when we see the sometimes when we see the boats over the curve, over the alleged curve, right? It could be sinking, or quite often there's like large ocean swells, or even medium-sized or small ocean swells, depending on how high the observer is, can cause drastic obstruction of the bottom of things in the distance. But yeah, the Globers, they generally don't even know about sinking. They just think that light bends and it just explains the observation, and that's it. They don't really know any of the details about how any of the effects work or anything like that.
Yeah, the other thing I noticed when I watch, like, it's probably easier to say it about the boats than it is about buildings off in the distance, but I like, okay, the boat looks like it goes over, then you know, zoom in 10 miles, and then it goes over again, but it's like, and you're saying that's the curve, it's almost like that curve is right at the line, is like a 45-degree angle, if that makes sense. That's what it looks like to me. Because it would just gradually do it. It wouldn't just go out and dip, you know, if that makes sense.
Well, it doesn't really. I mean, I challenge any flat earther to, and I don't think anyone in 24/7 uses that argument, but some flat earthers like David Wise will say, oh, you can watch a boat sail out, right? And it starts to look like it disappears behind the horizon. And then you can pull out some binoculars and you can bring the whole boat back to view again. And then the boat will keep sailing out if you keep looking through the binoculars. And eventually it will start to sink behind the horizon again. And then you can pull out an even more powerful zoom lens and bring it back to view again. But eventually it will fade off into the opacity of the air. That's what David Wise says, like every single freaking show. That's bullshit, right? There's not one observation that shows that happening. That doesn't happen. Right? You can never, like, if a boat is obstructed, you can't zoom in on the boat and resolve any more of the boat. Like, what happens is the boat will either get smaller and smaller and smaller and fade off, and it will get below a certain size and you can't resolve it anymore. And you can zoom in and bring it back to view again. That's what happens. And if it does appear to sink bottom up, or disappear bottom up as it goes out, it's usually just because of ocean swells. Obvious, reason why that could happen. Super common to have ocean swells in the ocean, and then occasionally it can be like a variation of a inferior mirage. Sometimes it's a full-blown inferior mirage, and you see like a bit of that mirroring effect right at the boundary where the water and the sky meet, right? And it'll look like you can see through the very bottom of the boat, but you can only see that when you zoom right in on it. Or sometimes it will be like a more mild version of that inferior mirage, and it just looks like it's sinking, and it fits the definition of sinking. But there's no observation where the boat disappears bottom up and then you zoom in and you can see the boat again. That doesn't happen.
There's some nuance to that claim. So it can be a bottom-up apparent obstruction, right? Like if the horizon is an apparent location where the sky meets the earth or sea, then anything that is being obstructed by the horizon is only apparent and is never geometric. So if people are telling us that boats or buildings or whatever in the distance is being obstructed, it can only be apparent. We don't have to explain things that are apparent. It just looks that way. It doesn't mean that it is being obstructed by Earth curve.
Oh yeah, yep, definitely. There's definitely a lot more to it as well than I just went over. I agree. And even with just the perspective, like the loss due to the angular resolution, the lower angle of view, right, from down low to up, to the boat, and you can lose resolvability of a little bit of the bottom. I think that's a minor effect. I don't think when we see any of these drastic giant tankers that look like they're like down a step, like down a flat step. That's very little to do with perspective loss. I think that's generally it's to do with ocean swells and or sinking, something similar to that happening.
Yeah.
It's actually the light from the hull isn't reaching your eyes.
Exactly. The light from the bottom of the hull, if there is any downward bending, would of course hit the water. So it's not reaching your eye.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But all these observations, they are made because ships are in the water in some distance, always.
Yeah,
nobody
often.
Yeah, nobody did observation. Let's say, let's take a boat from the shore, and now let's record all that travel, 1 mile, 2 miles, 3 miles, and then you will see the drop. But we all observation showing, the ship is on 10 miles. Do you understand me? Nobody recorded that travel to the 10 miles. Then you will see if you can see all that things. But you can see for sure if you follow 10 miles that nothing will disappear bottom up. You need more distance for that. It depends on the height, of course. But no, every observation, ship is there, And now you're making all because of, and now it could be everything, It could be because of whatever, Because of atmospheric situation, because of angular resolution, could be everything. But if you record from the beginning all that travel, you will show the observations and that nothing is happening. At least first 10 miles.
Yeah, and sometimes like this one, this first one I posted here, this was submitted by Globe Earther today. Quite often, that's the type that they're presenting. Usually, it's extremely choppy conditions with unknown ocean swells, unknown observer height, and unknown what's going on, with the temperatures and pressure and humidity. But then the one under it, and this is why I say it's I don't think it's perspective plays a huge role in it, because in the bottom up obstruction, because when we have a super clear day with no waves and no obvious miraging effects at all taking place, none of the bottom of the boat seems to disappear, or maybe just a tiny little bit that you can't really notice. But this is a good example of that. I think if it was this perspective thing, it would happen every time, but it doesn't. Well, almost every time.
Okay, so like the first one you posted on the recent ones here, like I don't know what that is. Is that an oil rig or a boat?
The first one?
Yeah, the first batch.
It's a boat.
What I was saying, like maybe I'm explaining it wrong, because I don't want to explain things wrong to people. I'm saying like, okay, you're going up to the horizon with the water, and then because it looks like that's the curvature causing that and stuff. What I'm saying, what sounds goofy to me, is that's one huge curvature. If that's the curvature causing it, does that make sense? Like,
yeah. It looks like it's also it's not tilting away either. It's just like it's down a step.
That would be small for that size. If you can perceive, if you can finish that circle, Earth is very small.
Yeah, so maybe I'm glad you put that picture up, because sorry, were you finished?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was just
Like, I'm
gonna
not-
say that's what I was talking about initially. That's a good picture because, like I'm saying, like when they say that's the curve, you're going up to the horizon line, and then all of a sudden, wham! That thing's way down. That's one huge curve, or
yeah, exactly.
the
It's
other
like a
side of
step.
a
Look,
speed bump or something.
have a look at this one. This one is one that a lot of the anti-flat earthers use. I took this screenshot. I think it's out of a Mr. Sensible video. And it shows the name of the ship and apparently the distance that the ships are away. So if we take that is actually the distance of the ships, the curvature, like you can see that Hungarian Spirit with the red writing, right? That's 9.9 nautical miles away. And then the next closest one is the one with the green writing. It's only 2.2 miles closer. So if you calculate how much curvature there would be, and it's nautical miles, so that works out to 2.5 normal miles. Okay, so that would only be 4 foot of curvature over that distance, but that boat with the red writing, right, that's a lot more than 4 foot hidden, like way more. And then there's only a little bit of difference between the one with the white writing and the one with the green writing, where there would be like next to no curvature, like tiniest little bit. So it doesn't match up with the globe anyway. And once again, extremely choppy conditions and unknown observer height. So yeah, all their observations are junk, and their own refraction argument, because they're making hyper-specific claims with their observations. They're saying, "Oh, this matches up with the globe." It's a hyper-specific claim, and they would have to know exactly what's going on between point A and point B in regards to the refractive index and a whole bunch of other factors.
I think I found it home.
They would have to know exactly what's going on between point A and point B to be able to make the hyper-specific claim. We're not doing that. We're not making hyper-specific claims. We're showing observations that are off by orders of magnitude. And we're not making, at all a hyper-specific claim. So their own refraction argument, it just bites them in the ass. It's their worst nightmare, and they don't even know it.
Yeah, I'm glad.
I used to ask them. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, I was just wanting to follow up with that. I'm glad you said that, because it's nice when other people see it. Because I'm thinking about this all the time, that you're saying refraction. There's a lot more involved. I mean, like you said, from where you're seeing it to point B where the boats are, there's a lot of stuff going on there. There's no way to really like calculate it. I'm sorry. There's so many factors.
Yeah, it's next to impossible for them to do. That's why they've never done it. That's why they don't have a single observation, a long distance observation where they're able to make a specific claim about the observation, because they haven't accounted for all these things. And it's constantly changing. Like you could have a hot pocket of air at 2 miles and then a cold pocket of air at 4 miles and all sorts of other shit going on in between.
Yeah, and that causes the light to go up and down and wave around. And the military is fully aware of this, and so the military uses multi-wavelength targeting systems to make sure they're hitting stuff. I think the general reason why people don't know this is because this is military technology.
I used to ask them or tell them that I would accept if they took a reading, every 10 or 20 or 50 or 100 meters between the observer and the target, to give us a good baseline for what kind of refraction that we could expect. Now, I don't do that anymore, because if they say refraction, and we already know this, right? But they don't hold on to the horizon being a geometric obstruction for very long, because they'll say, "Oh, boat's disappearing over the horizon." So we go, "Okay, here's the black swan." They say, "Oh, it's refracted." Okay, well then it's not a geometric horizon ever. So what is your claim? Then they have no claim. They've erased their claim. So
that's another big problem, because if what you see in the black swan, the horizon, that's like 10 times further than it should be, then all of what you're looking at in the black swan image is basically an illusion. It shouldn't be there. It should be sky. And so
100%.
The horizon, based on your condition between you and that point on the horizon, which is like miles, should be variant. And so you shouldn't have a flat line at all.
Right.
But you're observing the ocean and oil rigs. What? Not the sky.
Yep.
How do you know that ocean is there?
Yeah, that's the question, right? How do you know that's the ocean right there?
I'm in Chicago, so I can't prove it.
Back chat or we black?
Who's hot, Micah?
It's not me this time. Yay.
No, I think it's just the background sound.
Yeah. I don't have anything on, so I'm not sure.
Someone's got a sound speaker.
Muffin bread seems to be some issues.
Oh, I love niggers. White boy niggers. I love niggers.
And it has mental issues as well.
Classic globe proof.
Muffin bread, your parents have to be so proud. Do we have any new people in here? We got Lima that just showed up. What's up, Lima? Anybody talk to Lucifer?
Yeah,
We got Miguel.
I'm just trying to put stuff in there when it gets quiet to kind of keep it rolling until someone talks.
This is an interesting server. We have a lot of looky-loos, people that want to like listen to, I think, improve their English. And they don't want to talk because it's probably pretty broken. And that's fair enough. Like, I'm not going to give you a hard time about that. But for those of you who are a bit more fluent or native English speakers, we invite you to join the conversation or ask a question or any of that stuff. Be active in the VC. Lima, you got a mic there. I see that's muted. Unmute it and talk to us a little bit. What brought you by here today? Is the topic intriguing? What are you doing? For those of you that are here to listen, I want to give you some advice. So on Android and iPhone, I think it's pretty common that Discord is going to wreck your battery, and you don't want to deal with that. So you can listen to the live streams if you click on the YouTube links above. You can listen to us on YouTube. It won't be near as hard on your battery. But if you're going to be here I would hope that you would kind of want to join the conversation, practice your English, just interact with us if you can. Otherwise, just do the YouTube thing. It's way easier on your iPhone.
No, do both. That way we get views on both platforms.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on the YouTube side. It's pretty quiet over there now.
Just a primer. We always encourage people to be in the VC. If they don't want to speak, they don't have to speak. It's called population. So,
William Leone, welcome.
Hello.
Hello. What brings you by?
Where am I from? From Japan.
No, I was just wondering why you dropped in here today. Are you intrigued by the topic? Have you spoken to people who believe the Earth is flat before?
Yeah. And I want to have a side about the rule.
I didn't catch that. Could you say that one more time, please?
I want to have a side about this rule. So many people here.
There are many people here. Yeah. Some of them believe the Earth is a ball. Some people know that the Earth is not a ball. In fact, it's quite planar in nature. Do you have an opinion on the topic?
No, I just want to listening. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Listen away.
all right, pop quiz. What's gravity? Anybody can answer.
Concept.
It's not proven.
Well, what do you? It's not proven. Okay, that wasn't an answer to the question. It was a non-answer. At least a concept is an answer.
Yeah, it's a concept. So I can.
About what?
Yeah, it's a concept involving an idea as to why certain things move. We observe certain things move the way they do in nature.
It's something of extreme importance or seriousness. It's the gravitas.
All going back to the etymological roots. I like it.
Well, I think as Yoda was talking about earlier in the day, he meant that gravity would be that things roughly fall at a certain rate in a vacuum. And then the globe earthers would claim that the cause of that would be something specific. But the actual gravity, the little g that Yoda was referring to, I think he was just talking about the rate at which things fall approximately in a vacuum.
So we have multiple different answers, which I think, depending on the person that you ask, they may answer a certain way. So some people, it's a pseudo geometry or a concept. For some people, it's a force. For some people, it's a speed. So I don't even know if we actually have a definitive answer about what gravity is.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I heard people mention something, which is things falling to the ground. Okay, let's all agree that things do fall to the ground, right?
Nobody's denying that.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, something.
No. All things that fall fall to the ground, correct?
Well, there's nowhere else for it to go.
Yes, prerequisite.
It's in the definition of the word, fall, F-A-L-L. So things that don't fall don't apply. So they're not exclusions. They're something else, correct?
Yeah.
So all things fall where? To the ground. Correct? Anybody in denial of that fact?
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, is something going up, falling? Like, no.
Toward the ground.
No.
Toward the ground.
All right.
I'd say.
No.
That's called rising.
Could land on something.
Unless you say some things fall up and some things fall down, which doesn't even make sense.
I'd like to qualify that one more time. Towards the ground. I could have a drone that falls and not make it to the ground. So towards the ground.
Yeah,
China balloon,
or you could say down. You could also say down, because like the other homie said, what if it's going to the water? But then you just say, well, there's ground under the water.
Well, Yeah, but that makes fall redundant, right? If you can say falls down, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
But go on. We get the.
Damn it, AI, get to it.
Experience. Right. So the common experience throughout nature is that things that fall, right, are falling in a particular manner, and the definition of falling is the tautological loop of that observation, right? Falling. I mean, it's self-evident. Everybody witnesses things falling throughout their life. It's not up for debate, unless you're blind.
I agree.
Yeah, I think even the blind person realizes when he tripped and fell that what falling is.
Okay, so that being said, if somebody then describes things falling, right, and uses the word gravity to describe it, and then somebody else comes along and says, well, what if I let go of a helium balloon? Does that actually change the common observation that things fall? No. Now, you might say, well, this isn't being affected by falling down. Well, no, duh, because it's not falling. Duh.
True, however, in those particular conversations, well, yeah, but sometimes people will just say, if I pick up a pen and let it go.
And what does that mean?
No one used the word falling.
Right. If they say I pick up a pen and I let it go, what happens? It falls.
Who calls it?
So if they say that something falling is gravity, then fine. Gravity is things fall. There you go. So now you have a common observation with a name attributed to it. Now you can parse out all the particulars of why that happens, how it happens, what things it's applied to. But look, let's be honest with ourselves. A lot of people think that gravity just means things fall to the ground. That's what a lot of people think.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
But if I pick up a pen
it's
and let it go in a different medium, then the effects could change.
Oh, so you mean it wouldn't fall?
Bingo.
Yeah.
Right. So now you have to. So what they're describing as gravity still applies. Things falling. Right. So if you're putting it in a different medium, it's not falling anymore. It's floating. If you put a Bic pen in water, it floats.
Yeah.
So again, what have you done? You've just given them something else that's not falling. You haven't actually
gravitating.
Oh, there you go. Okay, so in other words, it's uncharitable to force someone into some hyper focus of what they should be meaning by what they're saying rather than what they actually mean by what they're saying. And you should attack them based on their meanings and their parsings. Or you should, show them where they're making an error in their observation or connecting the words or what the common meanings are, et cetera, which all requires a conversation, right?
You're right. We should Steelman, what they're trying to say, like, you mean things falling down? Yeah, we can all agree that things fall down. Like, you don't need to push them into affirming something they don't even understand.
But then they may make the statement that why does everything fall down?
Well, that's a question.
And that would be inaccurate. Well, maybe it's not inaccurate.
No, it's not inaccurate. It's not inaccurate.
It's correct.
Hold on. Everything falls down, period. Everything.
Right. I corrected that.
Everything. That is an absolute 100% correct statement. Because if it's falling, it's going down. So everything falling falls down. So everything falls down.
Right, but that's
if you
not
then
what they
give me
mean.
an example, if you give me an example of something not falling, then it no longer applies to that.
Well, typically,
everything
then every
falling
circumstance
falls down.
would be.
If it's falling, it's very simple.
I know it's beautifully stupid, isn't it?
But we know that that's not what they mean.
Right. So then you have to help them understand that there's a difference between the two phenomena that's occurring: something traveling towards down or something traveling towards up. Right.
Or in other instances,
it's disingenuous.
Not doing either.
Yeah, fair enough. Right. But it's disingenuous to attack them on something that you haven't parsed out with them yet, right? Because then you're just getting hostile with them and not actually having a conversation with them. Because they're clearly talking about things they don't fully understand. But you're the one claiming, if you're, have researched it, claim to understand it better. And of course that required research. And so then you're then demanding from them a level of intellect without them having done the research, and then punishing them for lacking that intellect. When they're just talking about what they just commonly understand, what they've commonly been talking about with their language their whole lives.
What I've done.
So in other words,
sorry, go
ahead. So let me just help you out. So in other words, you're being an asshole.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that we shouldn't punish people for their ignorance?
I mean, not unless it's willful ignorance, where they've made a conscious decision to willfully be ignorant.
Well, what I've done in the past, like, they've asked about gravity, why do things fall, blah, 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 blah. So what I've done is just passed out what I can actually observe and test and measure in reality, and that would be that there's a propensity for liquids and solids within a medium that they're more dense than to go towards the ground. They go down, right? While other things go up, right? Depending on the surrounding medium. Some things we observe remaining, aloft. Clouds move, will remain aloft or go sideways, right? Like, I just point out the different types of motion and different types of things that we observe in nature, right, in reality. And then I say, as to an ultimate cause, I don't make a claim, right? As to why this up and down vector, I just don't make a claim. I don't know.
Yeah, I like that. But AI here is saying that we shouldn't punish people for their ignorance, which I completely reject.
Right, and then following that, I would invite them, like, if
wait a minute. So you should hold on, bro. So you should punish someone for something they're not aware of. How does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I think you should be charitable to the ignorant, but once they know already and they're just being obtuse, they're not really ignorant, are they?
I should have known that sarcasm does not go far in this forum.
Bro, if you want to be sarcastic, you got to at least have a general change of intonation so people could have a cue.
Yeah, where's your inflection?
My bad.
However, think about it this way. Just because he doesn't have an intonation doesn't mean he wasn't really being sarcastic. And if you're ignorant of his sarcasm, right, then if you're taking it seriously what he said, and then based on that seriousness, you give a retort, the only way to solve that problem is for the other individual to let you know what they meant by what they said, correct?
Yeah, I would agree. So Josh did this last night, right, where anytime he was essentially saying something that was untrue, he would later kind of, give a nuance. Oh, I was just being sarcastic. It's like, at what point are you going to be serious with us and have an intellectually honest dialogue? But whatever.
Right. So check this out. All this could be solved by one question. Who knows what the question is?
Is it falling?
I give up.
No. The question is, what do you mean by that? How many conflicts could be solved when you're having a discussion where one person's assuming what the other person should or is meaning, and then they run off on that rather than just ask the person what they mean by what they're saying? Because it's not the case that the average person understands what they should be saying gravity is, or that you understand necessarily what they mean when they say gravity, right? So maybe instead of saying gravity, which gravity? Oh my goodness, up and down. I let a helium balloon. What if you just say, what do you mean by that? And then you actually have a discussion with a human being rather than a script. Would that be fair?
Yeah, it's good advice. AV does that a lot.
Yeah, you could start parsing out what they mean by it, and then you could tell them, well, you know, I see what you're saying there, but here's the common experience that we all share. Isn't that what you share? They may agree with you. Or they may say, no, I experienced something else. And you'd be like, wait a minute, you don't actually experience that. What you really experience is, rather than something, you know, moving inwards to a giant ball, what you actually experience is more dense objects in the medium going down to the ground. Like you've only ever experienced down in your whole life, and you know that's true. And we all know that's true. No, none of us have ever been in a situation where things don't fall down, right?
Yeah, no.
Was that a rhetorical question?
Unless the object is less dense than the medium, and it's not going to be falling. So, yeah.
Right. So anything that falls is falling down. That's the common human experience throughout antiquity. Period. There's no counterexample in the history of mankind. And showing me something floating up is not a counterexample.
When things fall, they move towards the ground.
Yep.
Or whatever surface exists beneath it.
Right, which is the definition of falling. It's just saying the same thing twice. Essentially, it's a tautological loop. We all know what falling is.
To be fair, yeah, I agree with that. There is a redundancy when we talk about falling and it, you know, not having to do with a downward vector.
Right. There's no such thing as falling without a downward vector. Because the motion is down. It's the only example of falling that could possibly exist. There's nothing else. There's nothing else that happens.
Well, when people bring it up, like I'm kind of like often more interested in why they think it's relevant, right? Like I want to get to the crux of why they're even mentioning it, right?
Yeah. So, for example, someone will come in and be like, "Hey, is this a troll? Are you guys real? Do you think the Earth is flat?" "Oh yeah, we know the Earth is flat." "Well, okay, I accept that's your position. But then, what about if I drop a pen and it hits the ground?" "Okay, and?" Yeah. So that T-Dub would come in and be like, "What does that have to do with the Earth being flat?" Right? "Oh, so you dropped a pen and it fell down to the flat Earth?" "Okay, I agree with you." "Okay, now that we all agree, now what?"
In an ideal world, to have that conversation where we parse out and unpack all of the indoctrination that they've been filling their own mind with, or someone's forced onto them, and get to a reasonable conclusion, that would be great. Usually it doesn't make it that far. Now, I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. I just wish that I'll speak for myself. I wish that it would make it to that point so we could unpack all of the preconceived notions.
I'll tell you why. Fair enough. I'll tell you why it rarely makes it to that point. Okay, here's why it rarely makes it to that point. Someone is actually willing to do that parsings out and do the Socratic questioning, but then another flat earther will hear the buzzword gravity, and they will come in with what can best be described as a knee-jerk scripted response that could have been accomplished with a soundboard clip. And then the person who you're speaking to becomes irrelevant. Okay, I've seen that more times than I've ever seen the globe earther be disingenuous on their side. I've seen way more flat earthers interfering with proper exposition of a topic to someone who may or may not be interested and immediately taking off into preordained script that makes the attitude of the interaction hostile, and then they get mad when the glober responds hostilely to the hostile interaction. Literally makes no sense. So you remember in Rambo, where Rambo's at the end of the movie and he's crying after he just killed like the whole city's police force? And his colonel comes in and he goes, "What's going on here, Rambo? Why'd you kill everyone?" And he's like, "They started it. They drew first blood." So just because a glober says gravity, it's not the cue for a flat earther to jump in and be like, "Gravity, which gravity? Yeah, blah, 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 blah." No, maybe. Just take a step back and ask some questions and develop a rapport with the person rather than turn it into a hostile confrontation. Personally, I could care less. If they say gravity, I'll just agree with them. Yeah, gravity. Things fall down to the flat earth. Okay, now what? Because that's all I've ever experienced and known gravity to be, right? Things fall down.
That's what they experience and know gravity to be.
Yeah, and gravity is just a word, right? And it depends on what you mean by that word and the connotations and denotations. Now, a lot of people say, well, gravity is a force of attraction between masses. Yeah, okay. Well, how do you know that? Oh, because things down. Okay, so basically all you know is things fall down. Okay, cool. I'll be back.
Yeah, well, if they say attraction between two masses, I'm not attracted to fat ladies.
Boom.
Beast.
But that wouldn't be falling down.
Nope.
It would be the two people. Never mind.
Yeah, but I'm also not caught in their orbit either.
All right, looking through the list, we got Andrej. Andrej, welcome. Cash Ripper, how you doing?
Amazing.
Cool. We got Deeb. Anybody talk to Deeb? We got Primal King.
Good.
I don't know if he's new or not.
Dib's FE. I'm Dib. I'm a new guy.
Dib, new guy. FE, apparently. Okay.
I'm thinking it's probably a globe.
You think it's a globe?
No, I'm just joking. I'm FE.
Dude, don't do that. I like.
It's kind of flat-ish, maybe.
Yeah, it's flattish. The definition of flatness, yeah, mostly flat. So when you find out what the definition of flat is, it's a tolerance essentially. It's between two parallel extremes, right? So on the Earth, in this instance, we've got the highest peak, which I think is between 7 and 8 miles. And then we've got the depths of the ocean, also the same thing, 7 and 8 miles deep. So we have a tolerance of the Earth being between those two level parallel datums. That's flat. Now, the ultimate size, I don't know, but let's just say that there is some kind of circumference. Let's even just assume for the moment, hypothetically, that it's laid out like a giant circle. Well, the median radius or the median circumference of that circle, if you were to go by the AE map, which I'm not, I swear, is nearly 25,000 miles. So for 25,000 miles, everything is between 8 miles high and 8 miles deep. It's pretty flat.
Absolutely.
Flatter than some panes of glass, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, a team surveyed Kansas, found it was flatter than a pancake, so they went down to extrapolate to the rest of the United States and found that it was also flatter than a pancake.
Yes, let me ask you this question. If you're a flat earther and your claim to knowledge is that the surface of the earth has zero curvature, minus, topographical differentiation, right? And that's your claim. So the claim is the earth is flat, okay? But you're willing to discuss with somebody what they mean by gravity versus what they actually witness in the world to what they're attributing to the term gravity, and then what they mean by it underneath that. And then to agree with them that the common experience is that things that fall, quote unquote, fall down, which is redundant, right? And that they're falling perpendicular to horizontal, and you can agree with that with them. Okay, and let's say you agree to all of that. Would that then make you a glober? Or would that just mean that you're just agreeing with common experience and you're helping someone understand where you're coming from when you use the words that you do? So which is it?
I think your method is probably the best because even using Einsteinian or Newtonian gravity, it would still work for a flat plane. It would just depend on the mass distribution to create the same effect. So we can't really determine it based on this effect without more data.
Right, but even then, you're still talking about the cause of the
that's why I'm saying your way is the best because you don't need to fight them on this. It works either way. So just go like, yeah, gravity, yeah, it's falling down. What? How does that help you?
Okay, but let's just take that off the table. Let's say that I want to go stroke my ego because you said my way's the best. Okay, let's say I'm doing that. But while I'm doing that, somebody else is accusing someone of engaging with this conversation of no longer being a flat earther, but now being a glober because they're willing to engage with or concede with or talk about the applications of the word gravity in the common language. And so they're being accused, even though they agree that there's no curvature to the earth and that it's all arranged between two horizontal parallel planes and the elevation profile are verticals perpendicular to those parallel planes. So in other words, the earth is flat. They agree with that, but they're talking about gravity. Does that make them a glober?
No.
No.
Definitely not.
It wouldn't. It can't logically make them a glober. So why would somebody accuse them of being a glober?
I don't know, ignorance.
I view that gravity topic as the same thing as someone bringing up the sun or the moon when you're trying to explain to them the ground is flat. Like, why are you bringing up the moon? Why are you bringing up the sun? Why are you bringing up gravity? We're talking about how the ground is flat.
Yeah, at its core, it's a red herring. But you also gotta think, for rapport's sake, for people to actually feel like they're having a conversation. Sometimes, like ASS, you gotta kind of approach them on their level and be like, yeah, things fall down. That's something we all see. You can always accept the observable reality. You don't have to go into a debate or like the weeds on some issues where they cannot defend themselves and they're stuck in this belief because it's a part of their belief and they can't actually understand it. So they're just going to auto fight you.
Right. So if you tell them, hey, that's a red herring, I don't want to answer your questions of things that you're hung up about. I just want to tell you my script that I have prepared. Okay, what is that communicating to the individual that you're speaking to? What impression are they getting of you?
Yeah, it dismisses them. And that's why I said it kind of breaks the rapport.
Correct. Hold on, brother, real quick. Audience, focus on that word. He didn't say it dismisses their point. He didn't say it dismisses their argument. He didn't say it dismisses their position. He said it dismisses them. Them. And that's a problem.
Yep.
So if you're satisfied as a flat earther to dismiss them that is in front of you that you're discussing with, then you need to look in the mirror and check your reasons for being a flat earther and for being in the venues where you get to talk about the topic. Because if that's what you want to do here, you're not welcome here. Fuck off.
Yeah, I think there's a point to be made to teach them how logical fallacies work, but if you're using it as just a way to dismiss them and just like one-word dismissals, I don't need to listen to you, but they don't understand how they're making an error, and so you're not teaching them anything.
You are teaching them something. You're teaching them something about you. That's the problem.
True.
And then they're gonna not be interested, because then they're gonna associate the prevalence of the propensity of accepting the earth is flat with the type of character that you're exemplifying to them. And say, well, maybe the earth is flat. Hold on, maybe the earth is flat, but globers are better people and flat earthers are disgusting, crazy psychos who just want to cannibalize other people for their own emotional well-being. I mean, that was my some point. Of these interactions I've witnessed, some of the interactions I've witnessed, the glober leaving with that impression of flat earth would not be unreasonable.
Yeah, once they have that bad impression, they have a tendency, and most people do, to generalize it to the group that person belonged to. That's why it's important to keep the best foot forward and have the good cop deal with people most of the time. And if the bad cop steps in or someone steps in too brashly, it's important for the good cops or someone else to try to be like, hey, calm it down. And then for the bad cop and us to understand that we need to then show precedence and be like, yeah, you're right, I should calm down, I'm sorry. And that should help them calm down because you're lowering the temperature yourself.
We need a safe word.
The safe word is sesquipedalian hippopotamitalian arachnophobia.
No, everybody should just learn the MO and how to operate. And if somebody is breaking the tempo and disrupting, we should just message them to the side and be like, bro, we have a plan.
Well, yeah, brother.
Let's work together.
All right, let me redo the safe word because I screwed it up. It's hippomonstrosesquippedalophobia. There you go. That means the fear of big words.
Yeah, Karma called it on the side. Half asleep.
She knew what it meant?
Yes, he's heard it before.
Oh man, five grammar Nazi points to you.
Yeah, did you know that the phobia word for when you have a phobia of words that work forward and backwards is also a word that goes forwards and backwards? So is the phobia itself in the word. Just like for a lot of speech impediments, they name it something that the guy can't say. It's retarded. If you can't say the R, it has a bunch of R's in it. If you can't say L's, it has a bunch of L's in it. It's evil.
Fuck you.
Now, that being said, what we just said doesn't divorce someone who's being an a-hole to us from being treated abrasively. It just means we shouldn't be the one drawing first blood.
That's why I'm saying it's okay to have a bad cop come in and try to check them a little bit without stepping over the line, because you don't want to be stepping further over the line than they are. You want to be like firm and just you know what I mean? You want to be disciplinary, but not like punishing.
Yeah, so for example, what if somebody doesn't believe in Einsteinian or Newtonian gravity and they believe in some other form of gravity that you've never researched? But you tell them which gravity, you could only pick from these two choices. Or, and any of these other types of things where it's like you're curating the conversation in a limited set of variables and you're not even asking the other person their actual position.
No, they're not allowed to. I don't know how to argue against any other one.
One of my favorites was this. I actually got a lot of flack for this one. And the person who was the victim of this logic bomb, I think, is still suffering the scars of the burns and the skin grafts that were required for the amount of logic that was exposed. So here's the claim. We'll see if you guys can parse this out without my help. Gas pressure requires a container, therefore it's impossible to travel to the moon. Is that a correct statement?
Yeah, I would say so. They would have to show that, like, we can exist in a gas pressure system without a container where the moon is supposed to be, so we could travel to it.
It's not
so
correct.
There's three particulars. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Well, it's not correct because there's a ton of assumptions baked into it that you would have to establish that are true before you could make that statement.
Right, so it's a two-part statement. The first part is gas pressure requires a container. So do you accept that premise?
Me? Yeah, I do.
Okay, so then the next part is therefore, because gas pressure requires a container, it's impossible to travel to the moon. Would that follow from gas pressure requires a container?
Negative.
No.
Why not?
Because the moon can be in the container.
Yeah, it's not dependent on their story. You're right.
where we get into trouble, and I've made this mistake myself, is that I'm going to beg the question with them, or I'm going to assume that they believe that the moon is obviously in space, in that vacuous region that would nullify all the other stuff. So, yeah.
So if they have a rebuttal to say, well, maybe the moon is in the container, would it be appropriate for you to say, no, you're not allowed to have the moon in the container? Because that's not what somebody else thinks. You must think what they think. Would that be fair?
Nope.
Right. So then to make the claim that you can't travel to the moon because gas pressure requires a container and it's impossible, you're making positive 100% certainty claims about things that you yourself don't possess the particulars about. How could you possibly bear the burden of proof on that? You can't.
That's why I gave caveats with mine, like they would have to prove that it's possible within their like conception or like worldview for me to be able to accept it, because I don't just accept it on belief. I leave. Well, so yeah, you're right. It's not impossible, because I leave the option available for them to try to prove it to me, but so saying that would be a bit too strong.
Right, and then if someone demonstrated to you that your logic was flawed because of the particulars you haven't proven and the assumptions you haven't addressed, would it be fair
admit your error?
Would it be fair to then accuse that person of critiquing your flawed argument, of having untoward motives, or being some kind of agent for the secret NASA Shillery Globe cabal?
No.
Okay, then why do some people in the Flat Earth community... Okay, fair enough. Well, then why is it that some people in the Flat Earth community, when they're critiqued, react that way?
Probably ego, paranoia, all sorts of different reasons, I guess.
Could stupidity be one of the reasons?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, let's not say probably. Let's just say it's possible that it is a reason.
It's a very good probability.
Stupidity doesn't fit. I would say that the flat earther is assuming they know exactly what the globe earther, quote unquote, is thinking about. It's an assumption problem.
Right, or maybe demanding that the globe earther can only argue within a certain set of claims. They're not allowed to go beyond the lines of the coloring book.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Because there's this idea of the quote unquote mainstream paradigm and the claims that are associated with it. But then even within that, there's some disagreements and stuff. So even if you consider yourself mainstream, you could still have views within different particulars within the mainstream that are different from the majority within the mainstream, right? So, for example, there's people that believe in expanding Big Bang cosmology, but they don't believe in black holes. So if your argument is about black holes and they say, well, I don't even believe black holes are real. No, you have to accept what this scientist or this loser or this astrophysicist who runs a planetarium said about black holes, so I can debunk you. Dude, I don't care what they said. Black holes ain't real. Okay, so you're both agreeing that black holes aren't real. Okay.
Yeah, that's falling into the same trap that the Globers generally fall in, where you're assuming your opponent's position and trying to argue that instead of just asking for their actual position and then arguing that.